Chapter 277. Brock left the Crystal Valley with his beloved sword that had been repaired. Although losing the demon shield was still a knot in his heart, the repaired Blood River finally gave him some compensation and psychological comfort. Of course, due to the need to be undercover, a certain someone's sinister intentions would not be exposed yet. Therefore, there was still some time before Blood River would die before her death. Brock's appearance confirmed the speculation in Chun Rue's heart. Whether it's the demon shield or the Blood River, these tricks are just small tricks. What I really need to think about is how to weaken the power of the Crystal Valley or even create and expand the internal cracks. By then, the internal and external forces will naturally succeed. Not only that, Chun Rue also had to find a way to rescue Kia's mother and remove their soul shackles. Kia's mother was called Freya. She was originally at the Bloody Vine City stronghold. A few years ago, she was brought to the Devouring Hall in the Crystal Valley by Sabrina and was tortured. This time, she was unfortunately taken away by Sabrina's sworn enemy, Asgalar's other wife, Isola. She hadn't returned yet. The performance of repairing the Blood River and upgrading it to a near-legendary grade equipment made Manu see Chun Rue's strength, so he valued Chun Rue more. However, there were still many important things outside that Manu couldn't do without, so he didn't stay in the Crystal Valley for long. He left the next day after Brock left. During this time, apart from going to the Crystal Dragon to understand the magic circles from time to time, Chun Rue spent most of his time behind closed doors. This was also the common problem of many mechanic masters. However, Chun Rue didn't immerse himself in understanding the artifact demon shield all day long as outsiders imagined. Instead, he put all his attention on the training of Migra Estate. In fact, during the days at the Custer family, Chun Rue tried many times to train in Migra Estate. However, although that world was extremely real and just around him, it was actually illusory. He didn't know where to train, so his experience value was still 0. The advancement of the super system was very strange. It didn't calculate experience value entirely based on the strength level, but based on the current training elements. Even if a single strength was trained to the Demon Emperor level, he still couldn't break through to the next realm. In the beginning, there were still traces of body refinement and strength refinement, but when it came to heart refinement, it was a little mysterious. This refinement method made him feel like he was trying to bite a hedgehog, but he didn't know where to start. Using the Realm King fruit seemed to be the only possible shortcut. In any case, the longest shelf life of a Realm King fruit was only 3 months. Now that more than a month had passed, it would automatically wither and disappear if he didn't try it. The Realm King fruit was not a real fruit, but the essence born from the Aurora Frost. After consuming it, it could produce an illusory response corresponding to the soul. It could derive a special spiritual imprint according to the consciousness of the user and be absorbed by the user. This kind of spiritual imprint was the feeling of a territory. Of course, this kind of territory was only at the primary level, which was the pseudo-territory mastered by the Demon Emperor level. However, the pseudo-territory was the foundation of the real territory, and it was also the biggest watershed between the Demon Emperor powerhouse and the Great Demon King. The power gap between the Great Demon King level was actually very big. Although some people had reached the Demon Emperor level in terms of power, they did not master the power of territory, so they were always just Great Demon King. They couldn't be called Demon Emperor. The pseudo-Demon Emperor, who did not master the power of territory, and the real Demon Emperor were worlds apart. This was a qualitative difference. In the same way, if one understood the power of Migra Estate, he should be invincible below the Demon Emperor. If one fully mastered the power of Migra Estate, he might be able to compete with the most early stage of the Demon Emperor. It was just that the power of the Realm King fruit was too powerful. It could only be withstood by the Demon Emperor level and above. He didn't know if the 2 modes of star devouring and star conversion could be used. Chun Rue took out the Realm King fruit. The appearance of this fruit was extremely exquisite, like a flawless crystal artwork. It also exuded a faint fragrance. It shouldn't be like eating glass. He raised his head and swallowed the fruit. The Realm King fruit was originally a rare treasure produced in the extremely cold environment of Aurora Frost. It felt cold in his hand, but after it entered his stomach, it was like a fire that began to spread quickly throughout his body. Chinrue only felt an unbearable pain as the fire began to attack in various parts of his body. His muscles began to swell and twist. He could no longer maintain his cross-legged posture. He fell to the ground, trembling all over as he tried his best to resist this uncomfortable feeling. Fortunately, he had set up the corresponding magic circle near the laboratory, and he strictly forbade anyone to enter and disturb him. The sound and movement would not spread out. The fiery feeling was dozens of times hotter than the volcano in the training ground. Chinrue only felt that his bones and flesh were about to be vaporized, and his brain actually began to swell. It had increased several times in an instant, as if it was about to burst immediately. The pain was real, but this swelling was actually an illusion, since the Realm King fruit could only be consumed by the Demon Emperor level. Chinrue's current strength was only equivalent to the Great Demon King level, so he couldn't withstand this power. The trouble was that the expected star-devouring and star conversion prompts didn't appear, nor was there a prompt for aura conversion. At that moment, an inexplicable power surged in his body, weakening the feeling of swelling to the point of bursting. This power was the strengthening power from Manu's soul shackles. Although it was only 1/1000 of the demon overlord level, it was an extremely pure power. Regardless of quality or quantity, it was far better than Chinrue's current level. He couldn't digest it all at once, but it came in handy at that time. Under the dissolution and buffer of this power, Chinrue's body gradually returned to normal. Manu's power was also quickly decomposed and integrated into his body. Most importantly, the effect of the Realm King fruit began to play. Chinrue's vision and consciousness gradually blurred. When he tried to regain consciousness, he found that the scenery in front of him had completely changed. It was a familiar scene that he hadn't seen for a long time. Dusty roads, noisy car horns, cars parked randomly everywhere, people shuttling back and forth, and two girls walking in front of him while eating sugarcane. Behind them was a trail of sugarcane residue. It was a familiar small town. It was backward and messy, but it was his hometown after all. Did I travel back again? What about Athena and the others? What about Paglio and the others? That world had become his real fetter. As for this originally familiar world, he felt strange instead. Chinrue looked at the phone in his hand. It was a counterfeit without a brand. It even had a camera. No matter how he looked at it, he felt it was familiar. Isn't this the damn phone that appeared with the super system? Although there was no life-threatening threat here, nor was there a precarious residence like the Dark Moon City or a dangerous and terrifying enemy nest like the Crystal Valley, he must go back. Chinrue immediately pressed the power switch of the counterfeit phone, but a picture of a celebrity's face appeared. There was even a voice that he thought was very magnetic. Welcome to the XXX brand phone. What's going on? It's not the super system? Chinrue faintly remembered that he took the Realm King fruit. Then he came here. Could this be an illusion? But everything was so realistic. He couldn't help but walk all the way to the old neighborhood where his grandfather lived, but it had become a demolition area. Chinrue walked aimlessly on the street, stood and sat down. This was originally the most familiar world, but now he seemed to have become an outsider, isolated in the endless flow of people around him. Once upon a time when he was young, he also had such a feeling. He felt that time was still, and it was us who passed by. A pale smile facing every passerby. In fact, he was the real passerby. It was just loneliness. He was like a passerby riding a horse, trekking alone in the doomed, endless desert. Perhaps one day he would fall, and that would be the end. It was just loneliness, that's all. Like a kite with a broken string, he seemed to be flying in the air carefreely, But how long could this kind of free life last? It was just loneliness, that's all. Chinrue suddenly felt that someone was watching him. He turned his head abruptly and saw a person sitting at the bus stop behind him, showing a strange smile. Chinrue was shocked. This person's appearance is me. No, that evil eyes and smile is the inner demon that was eliminated in refined mind, or it can be called Shura. Are you surprised to see me? Shura's voice sounded in his ear, and the surrounding noise was suppressed. I said that as long as the darkness in your heart still exists, I will never disappear. Chinrue had calmed down. After successfully passing the refined mind test, he had complete confidence and certainty to deal with Shura. He looked at the enemy who was once the most dangerous. Did you make this illusion? Shura shook his head. This is not an illusion, but the world in your memory. Look there. Chinrue turned his head and heard a cry for help. A woman was shouting robbery, and a man was running in front of her with a bag in his hand. The people along the way all gave way to him, and no one helped. Chinrue was right in front of the man. As he approached, he threw a lightning-fast punch, but at the moment of contact, his fist passed through the man. The man continued to run forward, unaffected. The woman behind him was already out of breath, and she watched as the robber ran further and further away. Chinrue was shocked. He tried to touch the pillar beside him, and as expected, he passed through it again. This world is an illusion, or is he the only illusion? Not far away, an old man in his 60s accidentally fell to the ground, and he could not get up for a long time. The passers-by turned a blind eye to him. A child wanted to go forward to help him, but he was stopped by his mother, who loudly scolded him that he could not afford it. Chinrue ran over to help him, but he also passed through the old man. The surrounding characters and events were constantly changing. The official's second generation, who hit people with a luxury car, countless people watching a drowning young man with no one to rescue him, officials swallowing the relief of poor students in the name of training, the principal helping the officials to get drunk to help humiliate the female teachers, all kinds of poisonous food and drugs created for profit to harm others and themselves. These were just the beginning. Then the increasingly dark scenes appeared in front of Chinrue, making him extremely angry. However, he could only be a bystander at the moment, watching these injustices and crimes happen. Although this world is not the demon realm, it is more interesting than the demon realm. Chinrue's emotional fluctuations fell into Shura's eyes, and he smiled even more strangely. Darkness, coldness, selfishness, ruthlessness. In the end, there is only naked desire. This was indeed not an illusion, but the real world in his memory. Chinrue was speechless for a while. Shura continued to play hard to get. Maybe there are still some stupid people who burn themselves to warm and shine on others. But what's the use of this? After burning out, they will only turn into a pool of cold ashes and be crushed by those indifferent people. Chinrue was silent. At this time, the surrounding environment, including the sun and the sky, had lost its color. It was like a black and white movie, and everything became dim. Shura stood up, approached him step by step, and reached out his hand. Obey the desire in your heart and accept my fusion. It's not occupation, but fusion. You'll obtain, incomparably, great power, whether it's in this world or another world. You'll be above everyone else. You'll be like a high and mighty god, able to possess, distort, toy with, or destroy everything. Chapter 278. When Shura saw that Chinrue did not resist, the smile on his face became wider. As soon as he touched Chinrue's body, he was shocked back as if he was electrocuted. His finger actually emitted green smoke and was vaporized. Shura frowned, and his finger instantly returned to its original state. He saw that there was a little light under Chinrue's feet. In the gap between two cement slabs, a small grass grew tenaciously, emitting a green color that was different from the whole dark world. Shura's eyes turned cold, and the green was immediately erased. But then the surrounding green spots lit up, and the whole dark and lightless world began to slowly recover its color. Put away your temptation, it's useless. As you said, this is the world in my memory, so you can't erase the things that originally existed, such as these green spots. The silent Chen Rui spoke. Although it is only a weak seed, although it is hard in cold slabs, it can still emit the green of hope. The Shura continued to use his power, but he was unable to erase the more and more green that appeared. With a shake of his body, he turned into a cloud of black gas. The originally dark sky was covered with haze, and even the sun turned black, becoming even more gloomy. Chenrue was wrapped in the black gas, and he only felt that all kinds of negative emotions rose in his heart and were quickly magnified. Sadness, pain, fear. His body also correspondingly showed various states such as numbness and weakness, but his eyes still remained calm. Shura, even if you cover the whole world with darkness, there is still green in everyone's heart. Maybe it is still in the dark, maybe it is just a little sprout, or maybe it has already firmly propped up the soil or slabs above our heads. Just like a spark can eventually start a prairie fire. We can't really eliminate the darkness in our hearts, and similarly, we can't really eliminate the light. Chenrue glanced at the black sun in the sky. I have more than once complained about life, and more than once lost confidence and hope, but in the end, I can continue to walk step by step with my feet. You may think that this is stupid. However, when there are more and more stupid people, when the light and heat before the ashes illuminate and infect more people, the green seed will eventually germinate and grow in the hearts of most people, warming the whole cold world. I don't know when this day will come, but I believe it will. So, I'm still walking forward, raising my head and standing straight. In the center of the black gas, a glowing and hot green color appeared. The black gas screamed unwillingly and gradually thinned out. The surrounding world returned to its original colors. Chenrue turned on the counterfeit phone in his hand again, and a familiar line of words appeared. Congratulations on winning the prize. Welcome to the super system. Continue to deceive me. Chenrue finally cursed out a complete sentence before the phone exploded. At least he had made up for his biggest regret before he transmigrated. He struggled to open his heavy eyes. Sure enough, he had returned to the laboratory in the Crystal Valley. What exactly was the Realm King fruit? It didn't seem like a simple illusion just now. It actually caused Shura to appear too. If it weren't for his strong mind, he would have been taken advantage of by Shura. After this ordeal, a part of Manu's strengthened power from soul shackles was digested. It integrated into his body and became his own power. At the same time, there seemed to be a strange feeling in his mind. When he felt it carefully, it turned out to be the black power that Shura cast. It was full of evil and dark breath. Is this the spiritual imprint left by the Realm King fruit? Although Chenrue had passed the test of refined mind, Shura, the existence equivalent to the inner demon, was always a big trouble. Now, the Realm King fruit actually left such an unavoidable spiritual imprint. Isn't it obvious that I'm deceiving him? The problem was that he didn't know how to eliminate this kind of imprint at all. Could this be a bug in the system of Shura's recovery? If something went wrong at the critical moment of the battle, it would be troublesome. As Chenrue was frowning, he suddenly thought of a sentence. There was no evil power, only evil people who used power. Or, there was no good or evil power in itself. The good were good, and the evil were evil. Must those who used dark magic be evil? Just now, he had personally felt the power that Shura cast. It was not only a kind of power that attacked the soul, but it also came with a comprehensive weakening of the enemy. Various negative statuses such as paralysis, weakness, slowness, damage deepening, and so on intertwined and superimposed together. Is this the power of territory? Then how can I cast this power? It was a bit like the materialization of spirit or some kind of emotional power. Not only that, there was something more mysterious. It seemed to be a kind of rule. Paglio once said that the real territory was actually the power of nature that was triggered by one's own body. However, he hadn't even realized the pseudo-territory yet, so he naturally couldn't understand this kind of real territory. In any case, the essence of power was the same. Shinrue put aside the distracting thoughts and carefully realized the feeling in the spiritual imprint and Shura's power in the illusion. He seemed to have grasped a little bit, but he couldn't explain it. Shinrue thought for a while. Then he entered the training ground of the super system and activated the time rule. To use this kind of negative, dark power, he must first integrate into the darkness and meditate. He must be above the darkness in order to control it freely. A day later, he opened his eyes and waved his hand slowly. Traces of black gas appeared. As soon as the black gas appeared, the entire lab began to be filled with a strange breath. However, due to the lack of power, the black gas dissipated in less than 5 seconds after it formed a certain scale. Shinrue frowned. This was the result of 100 days of time rule training. It was already his current limit. But there was no doubt that it didn't have much practical value. Insufficient perception was one reason, but the most important thing was the lack of power. No wonder the powerhouses of the demon realm could only use territory at the demon emperor level, with his current strength equivalent to the great demon king level. Even if he completely absorbed Manu's power, he would still be far from the demon emperor level. Shinrue didn't know that from the great demon king to the demon emperor level, which was from the middle level to the upper level, the biggest hurdle was not power, but this kind of territory power. The gap between the demon emperor and the great demon king was like the gap between the demon king and the higher demon. It was not only a big realm, but there was also a huge difference in level. If the peak of the great demon king who was advancing to the demon emperor knew about his current situation, he would be quite speechless. However, Shinrue's situation was special. The evolution induced by the super system was different from the advancement of ordinary demons. He had already understood a little of the mystery at present, but what he lacked was the power to structure the world. This bottleneck made Shinrue fall into contemplation. The super system's solar system flashed in his mind. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. As he thought, stars appeared around him. The entire laboratory was like a small cosmic space, somewhat similar to the solar system in the super system. However, this was not the territory that he understood, but the new skill of Migra's state, galaxy territory. Galaxy territory could enhance all attributes of the user by 30% and reduce the attributes of the enemy creatures by 30%. The duration was 30 minutes. The effect and range could also be enhanced or changed according to the user's strength. Traces of black gas appeared on Shinrue's hands. He concentrated and tried to integrate the power of the black gas into galaxy territory. With galaxy territory as the foundation, he didn't need to spend a lot of energy on the structure. Instead, he tried to integrate directly. The power of the two came from the same origin. Although there were some difficulties in the process of integration, it was generally smooth. It was just that sometimes he couldn't continue. Finally, a relatively perfect integration was achieved before the expiration of the galaxy territory, as 30 minutes. At this time, the galaxy territory looked different from before. The planet was faintly black, as if it was carved from the gem of the underworld. Not only the appearance had changed, but the attribute prompt of galaxy territory had also changed. In addition to the original enhancement and weakening of the opponent, there was an additional chaos. The creatures in the galaxy territory had a chance to fall into a state of chaos and attack indiscriminately. The experience value in the status bar that had not moved finally jumped to 1%. The success of this attempt made Shinrue overjoyed. At present, his understanding of galaxy territory and that kind of dark imprint wasn't particularly deep. As long as he mastered and integrated it perfectly, it was likely to achieve the effect of Shura's true dark territory. It could make galaxy territory weaken the enemy's attributes while producing various superimposed, powerful negative effects. Shinrue named this new galaxy territory as Dark Star Territory. Unfortunately, the power of galaxy territory could only last for half an hour. Soon, dark star territory disappeared. Chinrue then felt strong hunger and fatigue. After all, it had been 100 days in the training ground. Dark star territory was just a way for Chinrue to comprehend the power of the world. It should still be different from the true territory. Even if he truly achieved a perfect integration, there was still a long way to go before the true territory. In any case, he finally found a starting point for success. He walked out of the closed laboratory and came to the hall. Just as he ordered the servants to prepare the food, a maid came to report Madame Sabrina of the Devouring Hall just sent someone over. She said that she just got a new top-quality purple berry wine. Master, please go and have a taste. During this time, Chinrue used the name of Studying Demon Shield to train his strength all day long in the laboratory. Other than the crystal dragon, he had almost no contact with Sabrina and her daughter. The purpose of this trip was probably to deepen their relationship. He could also take this opportunity to understand the news related to Asgalar and Kia's mother, Freya. Chinrue walked out of the laboratory and went all the way to the Devouring Hall. The Crystal Valley was very large. The residential areas of the leaders of the three major forces were relatively far away. The Devouring Hall was located in a strange-shaped basin. It was surrounded by undulating stone peaks that looked like the teeth of demonic beasts. The Devouring Hall was divided into 3 parts. The largest building in the center was where Asgalar usually resided, including the secret training room and so on. Sabrina lived in a blue building complex on the left. The red houses on the right should be the base of Sabrina's nemesis, Isola. Chinrue had been here once before, so he walked straight to the left. A maid had already greeted him and led him to the brightly lit dining hall, respectfully. There was a sumptuous banquet table in the dining hall. It seemed to be enough for more than 10 people to enjoy, but only Sabrina was sitting at the table. Fatalu or the others weren't seen. There were also a few maids on both sides. Master, you're finally here. I was worried that my etiquette wasn't good enough and you didn't come. Sabrina stood up. Chinrue bowed and smiled. It's my honor to be invited by Madam. It's just that I've been in the laboratory for a whole day. I'm sorry to have made Madam wait for so long. Sabrina waved her hand and the maids around understood. They all retreated and closed the door. Only Chinrue and Sabrina were left in the huge dining hall. Today, the lavender gauze dress made Sabrina look even more charming and sexy, especially her plump chest. It gave people the urge to ravage it. However, the veil on her face was still not taken off, which added a bit of mystery. Seeing Sabrina swaying her waist and walking over, Chinrue suddenly felt a little nervous. Is she trying to use a honey trap? Chapter 279. Last time, Fatalu took the liberty to invite Master here and stayed in Bloody Vine City for so long. I've always wanted to apologize to Master, but unfortunately I didn't have the chance. Now, I invited Master to have a meal as an apology. Sabrina held a bottle of wine in her hand. She personally filled the wine glass in front of Chinrue and handed it over. This is the best purple berry wine that one of my confidants got from outside today. Please have a taste, Master. Chinrue quickly took the wine glass and smiled. Madam, you're being too serious. I accept this wine, but I can't afford the apology. Let alone Madam is the mistress of the Devouring Hall. Even if you're not, who has the heart to blame a stunning beauty like Madam? Master really knows how to talk. A smile flashed across Sabrina's golden eyes, as if water was about to drip out. Master, I like the word mistress very much. Come, let me toast to you. As soon as the two touched their glasses, Chinrue drank it in one gulp while Sabrina took a shallow sip. Her posture was elegant, faintly revealing a kind of noble and elegant beauty. He had to admit that this woman's charm was indeed extraordinary. Even the younger and more energetic Fatalu seemed dull in front of her. Chinrue secretly tried to figure out the intention of Sabrina's treat and said, To be honest, madam, I haven't eaten for a day in the lab. I wonder if I can use my stomach to taste the inner beauty of this gorgeous banquet? No wonder Fadaloo can't forget Master. Master is really a very humorous person. Sabrina chuckled and symbolically ate a little fruit with a fork. Actually, I'm being rude. Please feel free to do as you please, Master. Chenrue wouldn't be courteous with her. Although the time rule of the Super Systems training ground was amazing, even if it was only one day in the outside world, the mental power and physical strength consumed were quite huge. It must be replenished through food and sleep. Seeing how Chenrue gobbled up the food, Sabrina shook her head. The servants in the Nightmare Valley are really damn it. They actually didn't prepare food for Master halfway. It's useless, even if they're prepared. When I'm focused on my research, there's nothing else in my eyes, unless I wake up from hunger, Chenrue mumbled. But the food there isn't as delicious as Madam's. Master seems to be quite involved in research recently, Sabrina asked casually without batting an eyelid. I wonder if there is any progress. Chenrue sighed. The 7 artifacts really live up to their reputation. The magic array of the magic shield is so profound that even I can't figure it out for a while. I've been having a headache recently. Chenrue knew that Sabrina had the intention to test him, so he deliberately revealed it without hesitation. In fact, he wasn't studying Demon Shield at all. He only did deep analysis 5 times a day. After finishing it, he spent most of his time training Migras. Take care of your body. Don't work too hard. Sabrina smiled slightly and said with concern in her tone, Does a master have 3 hobbies? Mechanics is very involved now, but you have neglected the beautiful maid that my uncle gave you. I'm a picky person. I don't like any of those maids. Chenrue understood that he didn't even touch the women around him these days since he came to the Crystal Valley, which was somewhat surprising. So, what kind of woman does Master like? Sabrina approached slowly with a hint of charm in her voice. Chenrue was secretly surprised. Does she really want to seduce me personally? Previously, he deliberately showed admiration and compliments to Sabrina because he understood that Sabrina was the peak of Great Demon King, probably more than that, and the legal wife of a demon overlord-level powerhouse. It was impossible for her to sacrifice herself as a bargaining chip, so he could use this to cover up his lustful reputation. Unexpectedly, Master seems to be a little nervous. At the current distance, he could clearly smell the fragrance on Sabrina's body. There was no perfume in the demon realm, but there were similar substitutes. He didn't feel it when he was pouring the wine earlier, but now the fragrance seemed to be getting stronger. It seemed to indicate that her body was also heating up. Madam, it's a lie to say that I'm not nervous. I don't know why, but facing the charm of a stunning beauty like Madam, I can't keep calm. Although he felt like he was trapped in a trap, he still had to act. Chenrue couldn't move his eyes away from Sabrina's body. Sabrina smiled and said, Master, you haven't even seen my face. How do you know that I'm a stunning beauty? I'm not the kind of fool who doesn't know when to advance or retreat. I know that I can only look up to Madam's power and status. There was no food in Chenrue's mouth, but his throat made a swallowing motion. I only ask Madam to let me see your face. I have no other request. This sentence of having no other request was considered advancing in order to retreat. It was really unavoidable. In order not to expose the identity of the great underground worker, I had to compromise and enjoy this benefit. No, I should make some kind of huge sacrifice. Sabrina's eyes turned. Master, have you used this method on Fadaloo? Fadaloo has been a little distracted recently. It seems that her heart was really stolen by Master. Chenrue was secretly vigilant. The puppets controlled by the god-eating mask basically had no special appearance in the early stage. They would only occasionally show a very subtle symptom. Judging from Sabrina's tone, she probably didn't find out the truth, but misunderstood that Fadaloo was interested in him. Although the puppetry was not the bloodline talent of the Beelzebub royal family, Due to the use of artifacts over the years, it had also derived the puppetry mystic arts. Of course, it was far less effective than the god-eating mask. Sabrina was fine, but if it was Asgalar who was proficient in the Beelzebub royal family's mystic arts, he would most likely discover Fadalu's flaws. In this way, either Fadalu left the Crystal Valley or the action had to be launched before Asgalar returned. Judging from the current situation, the latter was the most likely. To be honest, madam, my impression of Ms. Fadalu was quite good at first. Chinrue shook his head, but after getting along with her for a while, her character is really madam's demeanor and understanding made me unable to control myself. Can madam fulfill my little wish? Sabrina understood her daughter's character, but she still didn't promise him. She was still playing hard to get. Actually, Master only needs to ask in the Nightmare Valley. You can get any woman you want. There are all kinds of women who are younger and prettier than me. None of those women are even 1/10,000th of madam. Chinrue stared blankly at Sabrina's face. I don't know why, but since I met madam, I always feel bored when I look at other women. I always dream of madam. Every time madam wants to lift her veil in the dream, I wake up. Madam, can I just take a look? It would be a lie to say that Sabrina didn't like it, but she had her own purpose in inviting Chinrue. Seeing that it was about time, she sighed softly. Since Master is so persistent, as she said, Sabrina slowly took off her veil. This slowly was very technical. First, she revealed a delicate nose, then sexy red lips, then a round chin. It was indeed a stunning appearance. Chinrue was shocked. He wasn't shocked by Sabrina's beauty, but because Sabrina's facial features were extremely similar to a woman. The fallen angel empire's capital flower, Isabella. Isabella is from the Belphegor royal family, while Sabrina is from the Leviathan royal family. Is it just a coincidence? Lomont once said that Isabella may be his father's half-sister. His father eventually died in the hands of Brock, and Sabrina is Brock's sister. Is there a connection between these elements? Chinrue felt a little confused for a while. The momentary surprise didn't escape from Sabrina. She smiled slightly. Master, did I disappoint you? For a moment, Chinrue had several thoughts in his mind. His eyes kept staring at her face and said, Madam's appearance is peerless, but there is one question that puzzles me. I must get the answer. Has Madam been to the fallen angel empire? The purpose of Chinrue's visit today wasn't to seduce or be seduced, but to find out Sabrina's background. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Sabrina's face changed slightly. A chill quickly flashed through her eyes, but she returned to normal in an instant. What do you want to say, Master? Sabrina's subtle change fell into Chinrue's eyes. He secretly thought that she was likely to be involved with Isabella. With a flash of inspiration, he showed a gambling look while gritting his teeth. When I wasn't successful in mechanics, I once wandered in the fallen angel empire. There, I suffered an unforgettable humiliation. That woman! Chinrue's humiliation was nothing more than a story of a poor loser being humiliated by a goddess and a rich, handsome man. He had a lot of such materials in his previous life, so he didn't have to worry about authenticity. Because of this reason, the protagonist was unwilling to serve the fallen angel empire after he had a master-level ability. He wandered all the way and finally came to the Shadow Empire through the Dark Moon. Except for the eyes and hair color, Madam's appearance is exactly the same as that woman. Maybe it's a coincidence, but I hope Madam can give me a true answer. Chinrue slowly stood up and his face turned gloomy. Sabrina was annoyed. No matter how high his mechanic skill is, his strength is just a demon king. He actually dares to speak to me in this tone. It's even more annoying than the admiration and flirting just now. However, this guy is highly valued by Manu and the Crystal Dragon. Besides, I still need to use him now, so I must not turn against him. To be honest, Master, that woman is indeed a little related to me. Sabrina sighed. Seeing Chinrue frowning, she immediately explained, But Master, Please rest assured that that woman is my sworn enemy. Even her brother was killed by me. If there's a chance, I will definitely help Master to deal with her." The hostility on Chun Rui's face gradually disappeared, but his mood didn't calm down. These two women with similar appearances are really related. The so-called sworn enemy doesn't mean that they don't belong to the same camp, just like Sabrina and Isola. Or perhaps Isabella is also a part of this organization? If Lomont's father and Isabella are really siblings, then was Sabrina the one who planned to be killed by Brock? Things seem to be complicated. "Master, I'm sorry. This face reminds you of unpleasant things." Sabrina put on her veil sadly. "I'm the one who should apologize." Chinrue shook his head quickly. "I lost my composure just now. Although our appearances are similar, Madame is completely different from those pretentious and vicious women. She's still the most beautiful woman in my heart. As long as Madame has a request, I will definitely not refuse." "Master, is what you said true?" Seeing Chun Rui's serious look, Sabrina sighed softly. "Actually, I wanted to entrust Fatalu to Master today, but unfortunately, Master doesn't like Fatalu. It's a waste of my effort." "Why entrust? What happened?" Chinrue followed her tone and asked. Sabrina looked sad and lowered her head to hide the faint power in her right eye. She looked even more pitiful. "I believe Master has heard from Fatalu that my husband, Asgalar, loves a woman named Isola very much. This woman is from the Mammon royal family. Her strength is comparable to mine, and she's sinister. She has tried to frame me more than once to replace the position of the legal wife. Does Sir Asgalar just indulge her like that? He's ruthless and has always been partial to her. He even transferred an important matter of the Crystal Valley that I was originally responsible for to that woman. The situation is getting worse for me. I received information that she will return to the Crystal Valley in about 3 days. With this woman's character, she will definitely deal with me further. I've already disregarded my life and death, but I can't let go of Fatalu, so I want to entrust her to Master. With Master's current prestige, you should be able to protect Fatalu from being poisoned by that woman. Coming back in 3 days? That means that Kia's mother, Freya, will also come back together." Chinrue nodded secretly. He could feel that Sabrina used the Eye of Incubus when she said that. The power was weak but ingenious, which made the atmosphere more exaggerated. He immediately slammed the table indignantly. "Outrageous! If Madame trusts me, just tell me." "Of course, I trust Master." Sabrina's golden eyes lit up, then it dimmed again. "If Master is willing to help, of course it's a sure win. But there's no need to offend that vicious woman for me. I'm from the Nightmare Valley, and Sir Jacob also values me a lot. I think that woman can't do anything to me. It's just that I have a condition." Chenrue looked at Sabrina with a somewhat fiery gaze. He finally seemed to make up his mind, but his tone changed. "I want that woman from the fallen angel capital. Voluntary work would only make people suspicious, so the condition must be mentioned." However, it was obvious that this woman wanted to fish with an empty check. She didn't really want to pay. At most, she was only willing to use her daughter as a bargaining chip. Actually, Chinrue was also acting, so he made a compromise request, which was to get Isabella. Anyway, it was an empty check. This condition made Sabrina feel at ease. But at the same time, she felt a little uncomfortable, as if the person pursuing her had turned to another woman, even though she wasn't too interested in this pursuer. However, judging from the Master's previous hatred, he wanted Isabella for nothing more than revenge. It was likely to be abuse and training. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility of using a similar face to vent his desire for her. Thinking of this, Sabrina's strange possessiveness and jealousy seemed to be satisfied a little. "I promise Master, but not yet. When that woman loses her value, I can swear by the surname of the Leviathan royal family that she will be Master's most satisfied plaything." Chenrue was even more certain of the hypothesis that Isabella was a member of this force. In fact, he was eager for the fight between Sabrina and Isola. He deliberately showed a pondering expression and finally agreed. Chapter 280. Compared with the importance of the entire Crystal Valley, the battle between Sabrina and Isola was just a small wave. However, if it was used well, it might set off a storm or even become a key point. Of course, he also had to find a way to rescue Kia's mother, Isola. 3 demon overlords had greatly exceeded his original prediction in front of Christina. The victory or defeat of the war in this world was often determined by the hands of a few powerhouses. If he couldn't win the battle of the strongest powerhouses, it would be useless no matter how many people Catherine sent. Now, 2 of the 3 demon overlords were outside, and only the crystal dragon Jacob was left. Moreover, Asgulr was likely to see through the puppetry on Fadaloo, so the time to launch must be before Asgulr returned. It was better to break 1 finger than injuring 10 fingers. The most ideal result was to kill the crystal dragon Jacob and destroy this base in one fell swoop. However, since the crystal dragon could become the enemy of Paglio in his peak state, his strength was probably above the other 2 demon overlords. He had to find a way to weaken or make him lose his combat power. There were too many steps to consider, and he couldn't make a mistake. In this kind of dangerous place, 1 wrong step would lead to eternal damnation. Chinrue wanted to think about it carefully, but the extreme fatigue caused by the sequelae of the training ground hit him. Sabrina noticed his fatigue, so she didn't ask him to stay. She asked the maid to send him back to his residence in the Nightmare Valley. Chinrue had a deep sleep. When he woke up the next day, he was full of energy. A maid reminded, "It's time to go to Sir Jacob to learn magic circles." Every few days, Chinrue would go to Jacob to learn dragon inscription and study magic circles. Although he had some reservations, his understanding of dragon inscription still surprised the crystal dragon, so he began to teach with reservations. Chinrue knew the crystal dragon's mind, but he pretended not to know. He sneered secretly, although he could also learn some knowledge from a different perspective from Jacob. In terms of understanding of dragon inscription alone, he had already surpassed the crystal dragon. Today was the day when the crystal dragon used the magic circle to heal, but it did not restrict Chinrue's access. The reason was very simple. Chinrue used the algorithm of deep analysis to try to change the details of a magic circle last time, which increased the recovery speed by 1%. Don't underestimate this 1%. The entire magic circle was composed of ancient runes, dragon inscriptions, and ordinary magic circles. They were all interconnected. A small change would cause a chain reaction and even cause the magic circle to collapse. For Chinrue to be able to increase its speed without losing any of its original functions was already quite an impressive achievement. Although Jacob was jealous of his talent in magic arrays, it was time for him to make use of this talent. Naturally, he gave him the greatest convenience. With the help of deep analysis, Chinrue had a thorough understanding of this magic circle. The 1% accelerated recovery was only a small part of the successful analysis. The purpose was to win the trust of the crystal dragon. The next few times were mainly to understand the secrets of the 6 ancient rune slabs. But unfortunately, there was no clue. The mist of the Fountain of Resurrection was like a sauna, making people feel drowsy. Chinrue suddenly had an idea in his mind. "I got it!" The crystal dragon's heart moved. "Is there any new discovery?" Chinrue nodded excitedly. "I originally had an idea. Now I finally found some clues. If it is successful, it can improve the extension time and recovery effect of the entire magic circle. The time is not certain, but it will definitely not be used once every 7 days like now. As for the effect, it is estimated to increase by 30% to 50%. The crystal dragon was moved. If it can really achieve the effect Chinrue said, wouldn't the speed of injury recovery increase exponentially? When Chinrue proposed his idea, the crystal dragon, who was also a magic circle expert, was not only jealous, but he was more impressed. According to the idea proposed by Chinrue, this improvement was entirely possible, but many details still needed to be further tested and determined. Sir Jacob, if this improvement is successful, it will require a lot of superb magic crystals, which is gold crystals. The lowest must be blood crystals. It is equivalent to doubling the consumption of magic crystals to improve the recovery efficiency. There is no problem with the magic crystals. I can summon people to mine and refine urgently now. We will definitely be able to gather a large number of magic crystals as soon as possible. Chen Rui's plan made the crystal dragon excited. Never mind consuming superb magic crystals. As long as his injury could recover, it didn't matter even if the entire mineral vein was exhausted. It seemed that the previous plan to win over and make friends with this genius was too correct. After becoming a grand master in the future, I must firmly control him in my hands for my own use. Injury was the biggest problem that troubled the crystal dragon for 2,000 years. Since magic and potions were simply ineffective on him, he could only use some special methods to recover. After escaping from death in the battle that year, the crystal dragon still had a lingering fear. In order to avoid encountering the terrifying opponent again, he had been living in seclusion and didn't dare to be arrogant. However, he didn't know that his opponent was also trapped for 2,000 years. Chen Rui added happily, "By then it may be used once every 3 days, and it can be used for a whole day at a time. The sleep inscription that Sir taught me last time can be used to enhance the recovery effect again." Sleep? Its effect is far less than the compound inscription of deep sleep and recovery. Cough. By the way, you don't know this inscription yet. I will teach you next time. The crystal dragon immediately concealed his own secrets. He didn't know that he was being led into the cage by Chen Rui step by step. After discussing for a while, the crystal dragon increasingly felt that the feasibility of this plan was very strong, and his spirit was greatly boosted. As for the dragon inscription, a lot of adjustments had to be made. He must be responsible for this area. Originally, Jacob had been bored in the Crystal Valley. It seemed that he finally found something meaningful to do, and he was full of energy. The crystal dragon was overjoyed. He gave Chen Rui a few superb crystal dragon scales and a horn left from his previous metamorphosis. They were all extremely rare alchemy materials. On the way back to the lab, Chen Rui seemed to be in a good mood. Once the improvement of this magic circle was successful and practical, it would be the final time to launch it. Back in the lab, Chen Rui entered the super system. He didn't start training immediately, but he entered the exchange center instead. In line with the principle of consuming the enemy to strengthen himself, he had transformed a lot of aura materials in the Crystal Valley these days. It had already exceeded the amount needed to buy the artifact Thunderous Sound blueprint. Anyway, it would be a waste if he didn't squander it. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. It was best to gather 100 million auras for the next level unity. Chen Rui spent 20 million auras in the exchange center to buy the Thunderous Sound blueprint. The forging of this kind of treasure couldn't be completed manually. He had to use the automatic forging function of the refinery. After putting in the blueprint and all the materials, the system prompted that it would take an hour to complete the forging and consume 100,000 auras. Fortunately, it wasn't as deceptive as he imagined. Chen Rui waited patiently for an hour and finally witnessed the birth of the super system's first treasure equivalent to an artifact. Thunderous Sound treasure. Lightning magic damage increased by 70%, undead damage increased by 220%, movement speed increased by 55%, 25% chance of double damage, 30% chance of additional lightning attack. Must recognize the owner. This attribute was slightly different from what was recorded on the blueprint. The lightning magic damage was reduced, and several other attributes were increased. It seemed that the blueprint recorded the basic attributes, and the specific attributes of the equipment were random. However, the function of doubling lightning magic damage was useless to Chen Rui. Chen Rui only knew some earth magic under the influence of the earth elemental heart. He knew nothing about the air element. However, the few attributes behind were quite valuable. Even if the damage of the seemingly useless undead was doubled, it could still play an unexpected role when facing a certain type of enemy. As a matter of fact, he still had an enemy who was proficient in undead magic. Thunderous Sound was a cloud-shaped hanging ornament with a matching red string. Its appearance was quite China's classical style. After dripping blood to accept the owner recognition, Qinrui tied it around his neck. It suddenly produced a feeling of flesh and blood connection. Other than him, anyone else who got this thunderous sound was just a useless decoration. After completing the production of Thunderous Sound, Qinrui once again entered the training ground. His Dark Star territory was just at the beginning in terms of perception and strength. Manu's remaining enhanced power hadn't been completely transformed into his own. He still needed to continue training, understanding, and digesting. Training for hundreds of days without sleep was extremely boring. Sometimes that kind of loneliness would simply make people hysterical and crazy. However, only by perseverance and enduring what others couldn't endure could one achieve what others couldn't. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Sabrina's sworn enemy, Isola, finally came to the Crystal Valley. Isola was a member of the Mammon royal family. She had long greenish-black hair, and her face wasn't covered with a veil. To be fair, her appearance was slightly inferior to Sabrina, but she was very tall, about 9 meters. She had an arrogant look with high cheekbones and a little murderous intention at the corner of her eyes. She had quite the temperament of a mature lady. Qinrui finally met Kia's mother, Freya. Freya's eyebrows were somewhat similar to Kia. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Kia, she had a delicate feeling that made people couldn't help but feel pity for her. This time, Isola not only brought back Freya, but also a group of people. One of the 2 leaders was an acquaintance of Qinrui, the duo-specialized master, Horford, who unfortunately lost in the mechanic contest. The other was a dark elf. Many of them were wearing mechanic robes. Qinrui couldn't help but be puzzled. He had the first potential to become a grand master in the demon realm. No matter which force he was in, he was 100% the target of recruitment. Horford was a duo-specialized master, and he was likely to be the disciple of the demon realm's top mechanic master, Nate. It was understandable that he was recruited by the Crystal Valley, but this group of mechanics, why? Qinrui suddenly remembered that Sabrina once said that Isola robbed an important matter that she was responsible for and won Asgalar's trust. Could it be related to mechanics? While he was thinking, Horford had already seen Qinrui and stopped. There was a strong hostility in his surprised eyes. Isola noticed Horford's abnormality. She saw him staring at a stranger in the Crystal Valley as if he was facing a formidable enemy. She frowned and said, "Master, is that your enemy?" Horford shook his head, but his eyes were still fixed on Qinrui. "It's not exactly an enemy. It should be called an adversary. Since it's an adversary, I'll help Master get rid of him." Isola stepped forward, and a black halo appeared in her hand. Race, Greed Royal Family. Comprehensive Strength Assessment, B+ Physique, B Strength, B Spirit, B+ Agility, B+. It seemed that this Isola focused on magic training, but she wanted to kill indiscriminately as soon as she arrived. She was indeed ruthless. She was indeed worthy of being Sabrina's adversary. The black halo flew in front of him in an instant with a terrifying, destructive breath. Chapter 281. Qinrui didn't move. He seemed to be petrified. Analytical eyes showed that Sabrina was right behind him. Sure enough, a cluster of light blue mist appeared in time to catch the black halo. The black halo was constantly eroding the mist, but its power was gradually weakening. Soon it disappeared. Qinrui felt the amazing breath of the 2 energy stalemate. It was indeed not something he could contend with now. Sabrina's strength seemed to be slightly better, but he couldn't rule out the possibility of Isola preserving her strength. How domineering, Isola! Sabrina's laughter sounded. You want to kill as soon as you come back. Are you trying to show off to me? Isola snorted coldly and didn't refute. Her arrogant expression seemed to be saying, so what if I'm showing off? I'm being kind to prevent you from making a big mistake. Sabrina didn't mind. Do you know who this is? If you really hurt him, not only Sir Manu, but even Sir Jacob won't let you go. Isola frowned. At that moment, Horford walked in front of her and whispered a few words. Isola was slightly moved. She looked at Chun Rue a few more times and said, It turns out to be the top genius master of the demon realm. Isola was rude just now. Chun Rue obviously just woke up from a life and death situation. He looked scared and nodded angrily. Sabrina didn't expect Isola to kill the master as soon as they met, which was exactly what she wanted. The deeper the hostility between the two, the better. Isola knew that she was reckless, but she didn't want to show weakness in front of Sabrina. She just said, I've long heard of Master's reputation. I was about to invite you, but I didn't expect Master to come here in advance. Before Chun Rue answered, Sabrina said, By the way, Fatalu, you haven't met this Aunt Isola yet, right? Fatalu walked out from behind. She didn't call her aunt, but she sneered, Is this father's concubine? I thought she was some kind of beauty. She looks very ordinary. Fatalu, be careful with your words. Sabrina smiled. This is your father's favorite aunt. Fatalu said disdainfully, You only know how to confuse men. No matter how good you are in bed, you're still an inferior demon bird that can't lay eggs. These harsh words made Isola so angry that her face turned pale. It was difficult for a powerhouse to conceive a child. Although she was deeply loved by Asgalar, not having a child had always been her biggest worry. Now that she was humiliated by Fatalu in public, her murderous intention suddenly rose. Fatalu, you're too rude. Sabrina pretended to reprimand, but her tone didn't have the slightest hint of reprimand. She stepped forward to block in front of her daughter and welcomed Isola's murderous intent without showing any weakness. I forgot to tell you that Master Arthur accepted Fatalu's invitation to join Crystal Valley. Currently, Master is the most valued talent by Sir Manu. Isola suppressed her anger and said coldly, Sabrina, what are you trying to say? I remember. You were the one who took control of the Mystic Valley from me with a trick, right? Sabrina's gaze fell on the group of mechanics behind Isola. You always put on airs and make a big scene, but until now, you don't have anything to show. These are all my previous achievements. Now it's time to return them. I have obtained the consent of Sir Manu and Sir Jacob on this matter. Isola's eyes narrowed slightly, but her gaze became more and more fierce. You want to use the old rules to solve it? I won't use the old rules. If we compete in strength, do you have a chance of winning? Sabrina sneered. Her blonde hair fluttered and her clothes fluttered without any wind. An oppressive aura spread out. Isola's face became paler. She took a step back, then another step back. The black gas on her body flourished. She obviously cast some kind of dark magic to resist Sabrina's aura. In analytical eyes, Sabrina's comprehensive strength assessment had reached A-. As Chun Rue expected, early stage of the Demon Emperor. Sabrina didn't push anymore and slowly retracted it. Since I lost to you in that rule last time, I naturally have to take it back intact now. Isola took a deep breath and calmed her mind. She glanced at Chun Rue behind Sabrina and said coldly, Do you think you can win Norris with a so-called genius? Don't say anything else. Sabrina let out a faint laugh. Strength represents everything. How about we ask Sir Jacob to be the judge by then? The time will be set 7 days later. Okay, if I lose, the control of Mystic Valley will be returned to you. Isola sneered. What if you lose again? Then Mystic Valley will be yours forever. I won't fight with you anymore. It's not that easy. If you lose, you will move out of the blue house of the devouring hull. Isola said with a cold face. Sabrina pulled Fadaloo, who was about to jump out and scold, and replied calmly, "It's a deal." "Sabrina, you said it yourself. Don't regret it by then." As Isola was about to leave after leaving a sentence, Sabrina's cold voice sounded. "Freya, is the injury on your hand healed? Isn't it interesting to go sightseeing with Isola this time?" Kia's mother, Freya, suddenly trembled. Isola turned around and sneered. "I healed her injury and brought her out. What do you think?" Sabrina said with a smile, "It's just a lowly servant. I don't have to care too much about it. However, she got a lot of information by going out with you this time, right? I still want to reward her later." Isola's eyes turned cold. Freya groaned, and her palm suddenly spasmed violently. Her 10 fingers were actually broken. "I'll return it to you in its original state." Isola's action made Chenrue's initial good impression of her for protecting Freya suddenly turned into disgust. Although her fingers were connected to her heart, Freya clenched her teeth tightly and didn't dare to cry out in pain. She obviously often suffered from this inhuman torture. Chenrue noticed that Freya was a victim of the two women's battle, or a performance tool. One was deliberately nice to her while the other was bad. Isola healed her injury not because of sympathy or pity, but to break it again in such an occasion. Isola confronted for a moment and felt bored. She left with a group of people without looking back. What a vicious woman! Sabrina chuckled. "Come here, Freya. I'll carefully heal you when we go back." This heal made Chenrue shudder. He had a deeper understanding of the two women's viciousness. Freya walked over while trembling. She didn't dare to look up at Sabrina. "Master, this woman looks a bit familiar." It was Fadaloo who spoke. "Do you remember the Kia who can only be seen but not eaten? This is that bitch's mother." When Freya heard Kia's name, she trembled slightly. "Oh." Chenrue showed an interested look. Fadaloo's words were naturally said under his control. "Fadaloo is right. If Master is interested, I can give this woman to you." Sabrina spoke as expected. Freya was just a dispensable character in her heart. She could torture her to kill time when she was bored. Now that she could use the trash to win over Master Arthur, it was naturally worth it. Kia's mother? This identity makes me a little interested. Chenrue tried to make his smile look evil. He held Freya's chin. "She looks good, but does this woman have that annoying devour physique? Of course not. Otherwise, why would I give to Master?" Sabrina smiled. "Since Master is willing to accept it, then I'll help her heal her hands first." "No need. This way. I like it better." Chenrue showed an evil gaze. In fact, he also felt that he was perverted, but the more he was like this, the more he could protect Freya. If he was too concerned or nervous, it would arouse Sabrina's suspicion. In any case, with soul shackles, Freya's life was never guaranteed. Sabrina chuckled. "Master is really an interesting person. Freya, you'll belong to Master in the future. Dory, take Freya to the Nightmare Valley immediately. Remember, don't give her any healing potion." Maid Dory responded and led Freya away. Although Freya's soul shackles hadn't been removed, she could finally get out of Sabrina's clutches temporarily. Besides, she shouldn't be tortured by soul shackles in a short time. Chenrue secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, madam, let's get back to business. What's going on with that Mystic Valley?" Sabrina shook her head. "Initially, I just wanted to be wary of this woman. I didn't expect that she actually took the initiative to attack Master. In order to vent my anger, I directly challenged the Mystic Valley without discussing in advance. I haven't apologized to Master yet. It's nothing. Today, I was almost killed by this vicious woman inexplicably. I must make her regret." Seeing Chenrue's hateful look, Sabrina secretly succeeded in her plan and told him about the Mystic Valley. The Mystic Valley was the biggest forbidden area in the Crystal Valley. It was a research facility for some taboo or secret weapons. It recruited a large number of mechanics and professionals. The mechanics that Chenrue encountered on a daily basis were just the tip of the iceberg. Originally, this responsibility was in the hands of Asgalar's legal wife, Sabrina. Even Asgalar had to be afraid of her. Later, Isola recruited a dark elf mechanic master, Norris. She gained the appreciation of the Mystic Valley's chief craftsman, Master Toto, and challenged Sabrina's right-hand man, Spanda, the commander of the Mystic Valley. As a result, Spanda died and Norris became the new commander. This meant that Isola took over the Mystic Valley. Since then, she was more favored by Asgalar. Sabrina had been brooding about this. This time, she wanted Chenrue to challenge Norris and regain control of the Mystic Valley. She valued Chenrue not only because he was a genius, because the challenge in the Mystic Valley was not only about mechanics, but also more mysterious things. Even an all-around genius might not win. The key point of the bet, set by Sabrina, was Jacob's judgment. The Crystal Dragon was a guy who didn't play by common sense. With the close relationship between Chenrue and him, even if he lost, as long as Jacob said Master Arthur wins, who would dare to say no? This was the power of a powerhouse. Only then did Chenrue know that the forbidden area that even Manu's badge couldn't enter hid such a secret. He was even more curious about the things inside. Since he was here to be a spy, he must strive to destroy the Crystal Valley as much as possible. He really had to be the one who stood out. Madam, may I ask, what was the content of the previous challenge? I can't explain it at the moment. Sabrina pondered and said, How about this? I'll take you to the Mystic Valley tomorrow. Although Isola is in control now, it's still fine to go in and take a look. It's better for Master to inform Sir Jacob in advance. It's not that I don't trust Master's ability, but some things must be prepared in advance to guard against the opponent's tricks. Do you understand, Master? Seeing Chenrue nodded, Sabrina smiled and said, I'll rely on Master for this matter. It's okay to go to Sir Jacob later. Master should go back and rest first. There's a big meal waiting for you there. You've been hungry for so many days, so it's time for you to have a good meal. Fatalu snorted discontentedly. Chenrue smiled and walked straight to the Nightmare Valley. In the house in the Nightmare Valley, Freya was waiting there. Her broken fingers really weren't treated. A lot of cold sweat had appeared on her head because of the pain, but she didn't dare to make a sound. All of you can leave, Chenrue ordered. Those maids looked at Freya. Then they all retreated and closed the door. To be honest, although Freya's beauty wasn't as good as Kia, she was definitely quite attractive. She was considered the best among the succubi. Demon Realm's age and seniority were a very deceptive concept. Freya didn't look much older than Kia. Her soft look made people have the urge to ravage her. In this dimension, whether it was the demon realm or the human realm, mother-daughter combination wasn't a taboo word. Due to the longer lifespan of demons, many nobles were proud of having mother-daughter concubines. There were even more complicated seniority. It was true that Chenrue had feelings for Kia, but he really didn't have any for Freya, although he had integrated into this world. Although Freya was now a meat on the chopping board for him to slaughter, it was a pity that his taste hadn't reached a certain powerful realm. Freya only knew that she couldn't escape the torture and obscenity. She was almost numb over the years. Only when she heard Kia's name, it made the hidden hope in her heart become active again. No matter what price she had to pay, as long as she could know the news of her daughter, it was worth it. The great demon walked over slowly. Although she was mentally prepared, Freya's body was still tense. She gave a stiff salute. The strange thing was that the other party didn't act as she imagined. Instead, he took out a bottle of potion, unplugged the cork, and handed it to her mouth. Drink it. Some kind of aphrodisiac or hallucinogenic. Freya was confused, but she didn't dare to resist. She drank it and only felt a warm current surging in her body. The pain in her hand was immediately reduced by half. This was clearly a healing potion, and the effect was dozens of times better than what Isola had given her. No, it was even more. Immediately afterward, her palm was held by the other party. There was a burst of pain. The broken phalanx was actually connected. Under the effect of the healing potion, the injury was recovering at a rapid speed. "Thank you, sir." No matter what the other party's purpose was, Freya showed gratitude and saluted to Chinrue again. "You will be my maid from now on. Now, you can choose a room to rest. Without my permission, don't disturb and don't talk to anyone. If someone asks, just say it's my order." Chinrue's words were out of Freya's expectation. Don't ask why, just follow the order. Freya felt like she was in a dream. She finally reacted in time, saluted and retreated. Chapter 282. After settling Freya down, Chinrue returned to the bedroom and entered the training ground to start training. Since Freya was still under the control of Sabrina's soul shackles, a lot of inside information shouldn't be disclosed. It was to protect himself and Freya. If he really wanted Freya and Kia to be free, he must remove the soul shackles. The possibility of Sabrina removing it on her own initiative was zero. If he asked her to remove it, it would be even more difficult. It would even cause suspicion. The best way was to kill Sabrina, but it was very difficult. Even if he didn't alarm others, with Chinrue's current strength, he couldn't do it in a head-on battle. Now that Asgalar and Manu hadn't returned, he must make good use of the bet and conflict between Sabrina and Isola, plus the controlled Fadalu. It should be a key point of entry. The next day, Chinrue came to the blue house of the Devouring Hall. Sabrina had been waiting there for a long time. Sabrina didn't talk nonsense. She took Chinrue to the end of the Crystal Valley. The road became narrower as they walked. The sky above was like a line which was very steep. After walking through the passage, a cave finally appeared in front of them. Along the way, no one dared to stop Sabrina along the way. However, at the entrance of the cave, Sabrina was stopped. These were two Beelzebub royal families. Their strength was at the intermediate stage of Great Demon King. Beside them was a team of crystal people, and all of them had the strength of a chief-level Great Demon King. They seemed to be heavily guarded. As a matter of fact, there weren't many Great Demon King's strength even in an estate. For example, only Jia in the Dark Moon reached this level. Sabrina snorted coldly. "Gully Phil, you two dare to stop me?" Gully frowned. "Madam Sabrina, please forgive me. It's Madam Isola's order to not allow any outsiders to enter." Outsiders? A cold light flashed in Sabrina's eyes. The temperature suddenly dropped and the water on the ground began to condense into ice. Phil hurriedly said, "Madam, don't misunderstand. Outsiders are referring to the great demon behind you. I believe Madam also knows that we are only doing our duty. If Madam is in control of this place, we will also faithfully carry out this order." The chill on Sabrina's body was slightly reduced. She said coldly, "Isola and I have set a date for the challenge. This is the challenger. I brought him here today to watch the situation. That should be fine, right?" Ghoulie still insisted, "Madam, this is against the rules. Whether he is a challenger or not, he cannot enter the Mystic Demon Valley. If Madam wishes to enter, please feel free. If this great demon can get permission from Lady Isola or Master Toto, it's naturally fine. However, if he doesn't have permission, don't make things difficult for us." Phil said politely, but the meaning was the same. Sabrina didn't expect to be rejected at the door. She felt that she lost face in front of Chinrue, so her face was filled with anger. Even through the veil it could be felt. Gully and Phil looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. However, Isola was the master of the Mystic Demon Valley now. If they let the two of them in, the consequences would be more serious. So, they slowly retreated and waved their hands. The crystal leader who had been standing still began to move its joints and approach them. The crystal people's strength and speed were relatively weak, but their defense was extremely high, especially magic defense. Besides, they weren't afraid of death. It was just that their combat instincts were relatively weak. so they couldn't be compared with the war puppet of the Lust royal family. Gully and Phil didn't really want to deal with Sabrina. They just wanted to delay time and wait for the person in charge to resolve the predicament. The magic of steel armor appeared on Gully and Phil at the same time. Phil seemed to be a magic practitioner as he quickly chanted an incantation. A huge translucent air shield appeared in front of him and Gully. It was a completely defensive posture. Sabrina intended to establish her dominance, so she wasn't in a hurry to attack. After they finished all this, her figure flashed and appeared in front of everyone. Chinrue felt that her figure suddenly turned into 4 or 5 figures. At the same time, there were high-speed hitting sounds coming from the crystal people's bodies. The violently trembling air shield only lasted for a few seconds before it disintegrated. There was indeed an insurmountable gap between Demon Emperor and Great Demon King. Chenrue tried his best, but he could barely see Sabrina's movements. Sometimes he could only rely on analytical eyes to determine the direction. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Just when Gully and Phil were in danger, someone suddenly shouted, "Stop!" The intensive hitting sound stopped. Sabrina's figure returned to one figure and returned to Chinrue. Her face wasn't flushed, and she wasn't panting as if nothing happened. Meanwhile, a lot of cracks had appeared on the solid crystal people on the opposite side. The attributes of crystal people and crystal dragons were somewhat similar. After being damaged, their recovery was extremely slow. This degree of damage would probably take a long time to recover. An old, white-haired, dark goblin walked out of the bushes. Although his strength was only higher demon, Sabrina showed considerable attention. She nodded and said, "Master Toto, long time no see." Only then did Chinrue know that this dark goblin was the chief craftsman of Mystic Valley. If the dark elf commander, Norris, was equivalent to the administrative director, then Master Toto was the technical director. Besides, in Mystic Valley, the latter's status was higher than the former. "Madam Sabrina, please don't make it difficult for Gully and Phil. They are just doing their duty. Besides, no outsiders are allowed to enter." It was the rule set by Madam herself at the time. Toto bowed slightly to Sabrina and glanced at Chenrue. "I heard about the 2 madams. Is this the challenger 7 days later?" "Yes, master." Sabrina smiled and said, "Master Arthur is the most promising person in the mechanic world to become a Grand Master. Proficient in 3 specialties, a genius in magic circles." Toto's tone seemed to be a little disapproving. However, Mystic Valley isn't the Mechanic Association. Perhaps this genius doesn't have much use. Besides, if he fails in the challenge, he's likely to lose his life. It's useless, no matter how great his potential is. However, if you insist on participating, then come in and have a look. With Master Toto's permission, Gully and Phil naturally didn't dare to stop him anymore. In fact, if it weren't for Sabrina's mercy just now, even with the Crystal Man, they still couldn't stop him. Sabrina and Chenrue followed Master Toto into the cave. After passing through several dim and complicated forks, Chenrue only felt that his eyes suddenly lit up. The scene had completely changed. The cave was just a door. After passing through it, it was a huge open-air venue. It was completely different from the mysterious and weird image he imagined. The people coming and going were busy, like a huge factory. What surprised Chinrue was that in the huge shelf in the distance, there was a huge object that was being constructed. This object was somewhat humanoid with a dark red shell. Could it be Gundam? Did I see it wrong? Red horn, 3 times speed. Could it be that the captain also crossed over? Chinrue was almost blinded by the light. He rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. This humanoid was still quite different from Gundam. Master Toto saw his surprised look and said proudly, "That's a giant puppet being tested. It's built by imitating the Asmodeus royal family's war puppet. If the experiment is successful, even ordinary demons can use this puppet." At that moment, there was a muffled sound and the ground was trembling slightly. Master Toto frowned and said, "This should be an experiment of a powerful magic crystal cannon. There are still some problems in the control, but it's very powerful. It seems that the defensive magic circle around the experimental site needs to be rebuilt." Seeing was believing. Chinrue finally understood that no matter which world, the flame of creation and invention would never be extinguished. The mystic valley in front of him was obviously a research institute where a group of demon realm scientists gathered. Of course, the main purpose of their research was war. Master Toto took the two of them to another experimental area and proudly introduced several research results. The previous Gundam, cannons, missiles, and the like were related to mechanics. Now it was about biotechnology. Chinrue was horrified to see that these crazy scientists attempted to avoid the long, hard training time and used terrible methods such as potions and magic circles, or even hybridization with demonic beasts to induce direct mutation of demons. After the successful mutation, the demons would only be left with crazy fighting instincts. They would have no fear or pain, and their combat power could be increased by several times, dozens of times, or even more. This kind of mutation experiment was not very successful at present. The control rate and survival rate were not high. Moreover, most of the test subjects would die in a short period of time after overdrawing their vitality to fight. Once this experiment reached a certain level of success, then an army with terrifying combat power would be established. With the combat power of this mutated army, it would be difficult for ordinary powerhouses to escape unscathed unless they reached a certain peak level of powerhouses. All in all, this was a rather terrifying experiment. Chinrue also saw a somewhat familiar scene in this laboratory. The test subject received a self-explosion mutation potion. After taking it, the eyes, ears, mouth, and nose would emit a strong silver light. Then the whole body would explode. This potion could be used in terrorist incidents such as suicide bombings. It could also be used on some spies to prevent secrets from being leaked. Chenrue remembered that he had seen a similar state in Mountain Shillong. The person who performed it was the deputy captain of the mining office's defense team, Connor. Although he was a small character, he schemed to make Athena fall into danger in the lower level of the main pit. He also lured Chenrue to go there and destroyed the magic barrier. In the end, he even self-exploded. His performance was exactly the same as the test subject, but the power was not as good. It seemed that he was the previous batch of test subjects. Chinrue didn't know until now that Connor was actually a member of this force. Master Toto was right. Even if Chinrue was a mechanic genius, there was really not much use for him in this type of research institute. This huge force already had a top powerhouse. If the research in Mystic Valley could be successfully carried out and put into practice, then it would fully erupt when it was brewed to a certain extent. By then, the situation of the demon realm was very likely to undergo earth-shattering changes. Chinrue wasn't sure if the two declining Beelzebub royal families and Leviathan royal families would rise again, but he could be sure of one thing. The entire demon realm would fall into a terrible war. Since he was already here, for himself, his lover, his friends, and for the hard-won peace and tranquility guarded by a certain woman, he had to do something. It seemed that the Crystal Valley mission was far more complicated and difficult than imagined. Chapter 283. Chinrue only said 3 ideas, and it changed Master Toto's attitude toward him. First, this Gundam. Puppet. Can it be designed and tested separately according to its function type? For example, defense, attack, speed. Also, can it transform into a demonic beast to facilitate fighting or marching? Second, that missile. No. Can the magic crystal cannon's launch be attached with a tracking function to lock the target? Third, although the magic crystal cannon's mobility is poor, it can be designed as a defensive object that can move freely like a carriage. If it is equipped with the magic crystal cannon, can it become a mobile attack fortress? Oh yeah, let's call it a tank. Master Toto was a pure technical person, so he wasn't ashamed to ask. He quickly took a pen and asked while recording, like a small reporter following the team for an interview. Although Chen Rui was a layman in machinery, his unconstrained creativity shocked Master Toto. You can learn if you're not skilled, but creativity is a natural inspiration. You can't even plagiarize it. Someone was embarrassed. After some discussion, with Chen Rui's ideas and the contribution of a few physics knowledge, Master Toto's eyes glowed. He no longer questioned the word genius. This was a true all-around genius. It was the same in any field. Sabrina originally wanted to use the relationship between the crystal dragon and Chenrui to win the challenge. She didn't expect Chenrui could really rely on his own ability to win the recognition of the most prestigious master craftsman in Mystic Valley. Maybe he could really win by then. She secretly gave Chenrui a thumbs up. Seeing that the two of them were talking happily, she walked away to avoid disturbing them. After learning that Chenrui was also born in an unorthodox way and wasn't a disciple of a righteous sect, Master Toto, who was originally from an evil sect, had a better impression of Chenrui. However, a good impression was one thing, and the challenge was another. Chenrui's opponent this time was the Mystic Valley's commander, Norris, who was the dark elf who killed the former commander, Spanda, in the previous challenge. The Mystic Valley's challenge wasn't about combat power, but the content of a certain research. The former commander, Spanda, specialized in beast taming and mind domination. He belonged to the biotechnology talent. Norris defeated Spanda in his strongest field. In the end, Spanda died and Norris ascended to the commander's throne without any dispute. Master Toto, can you tell me the specific content of the challenge? Toto's answer surprised Chenrui a little. The scope could be the research field of machinery or biology. The specific content was not limited. Judging from the situation of the last challenge, it should be decided by the challenged. The time when Norris won the commander's position was a challenge. It was to lock two people and a beast in a closed magic circle. They used mind domination, spirit, or various magic and secret techniques to control the beast to attack the opponent. The rule was that they couldn't kill the beast or attack the opponent directly. Whoever died first would lose. So this kind of challenge was also called a death match. The beast was the highest research result of the Mystic Valley. It was a terrible half-demon, half-beast creature that had been transformed. It was bloodthirsty and manic, and its combat power was quite strong. At present, it was only a semi-finished product. It was extremely difficult to control. Even if the beast taming or mind control reached the top level, it would be difficult to control it. In that duel, Norris and Spanda used all their skills. Finally, under the control of Norris, the beast tore Spanda into pieces, and Norris won the final victory. Chenrui was secretly shocked. This kind of challenge was not a real fight between two people, but the degree of cruelty was beyond that. It was the same in any field. Winner takes all. Only the fittest survived. Norris is proficient in dark magic, curses, and mind control. It is estimated that this challenge is likely to use the content of the last one. You have great potential to become a guru, but there are specializations. In this aspect, you are definitely no match for him. I suggest you don't participate in the challenge. You can come directly to the Mystic Valley. I will appoint you as the Deputy Chief Craftsman. Master Toto had good intentions, mainly because he couldn't bear to see the future guru who was also a talent with scientific research potential die prematurely. The position of the Deputy Chief Craftsman was also in desperate need of talent. As a matter of fact, the dual-specialized mechanic Master Horford that Isola brought was only an ordinary project leader. Someone like Chenrui was one of a kind. Chenrui couldn't really stay here to be a mad scientist, so he naturally wouldn't accept this kindness. However, he asked calmly, "Master, if these experiments are successful, the entire demon realm will be turned upside down. There will be a war by then. Yeah." Master Toto's eyes were shining. Yes, by then these new weapons can come in handy. It will definitely cause unexpected lethality. Even a demon overlord may be exhausted to death. This is simply a great success of epic-making significance. My name, Toto, will be recorded in the history of the demons. Chen Rui said a few more words indirectly, but it made Master Toto even more excited. He was completely immersed in the great vision of being worshipped by the future generations. Chen Rui finally understood that this Master Toto was a fanatic type. To persuade him to change his idea of being famous in the history of science was probably more difficult than persuading a demonic tiger to become a vegetarian. I can be famous for eternity or be infamous for thousands of years. As for maintaining the peace of the universe, screw it. This reminder made Master Toto look at the future deputy chief, craftsman, more pleasing to his eyes. He showed him around for a while. Finally, Sabrina left the Mystic Valley with Chen Rui in satisfaction. Sabrina saw Chen Rui was silent along the way, so she thought he was afraid after knowing the cause of Spanda's death. She comforted, Master, don't worry. Today, we're mainly testing and letting you have a general idea in your mind. It just so happens that I saw you talking about the large puppets just now. We just need to ask Sir Jacob to help us formulate the challenge content related to this. Then we can win safely. Madam, there's no need to change the content. Chen Rui shook his head. Puppets and whatnot, it's fine to brag about it, but it definitely won't work if it's really tested. Even though he had recorded a lot of relevant data with deep analysis, he wasn't good at biology or that kind of machinery. Even with deep analysis, he couldn't really understand it at once, so it naturally couldn't stand scrutiny. On the contrary, the most likely challenge had some hope. He didn't know if that kind of beast could be communicated with analytical eyes. However, judging from the situation described by Master Toto, the beast should be a kind of fighting machine that only had killing instinct left. The possibility of communication was extremely small. The god-eating mask should be able to make the beast into a puppet, but the number of puppets had reached the upper limit of 2. Fataloo definitely couldn't be abandoned, so he could only abandon the chess piece, Snowden, who was far away in the Red Spirit estate. It was just that he must wear a mask on his face when performing the puppetry. In this way, the god-eating mask would be exposed. Now, there was only one method that was more reliable, which was the black territory power that he learned from Shura. There were control attributes in it, such as control, chaos, and so on. The content won't be changed. Sabrina was taken aback. Chen Rui was from the Nightmare Valley, and he was highly valued by her uncle, Manu. If he died in the Mystic Valley because of her, Manu would never let it go. These few days, I have to calm down and think about how to help Madam win this challenge. Sabrina noticed that he didn't just say it casually. After all, this matter was a matter of life and death, so it couldn't be treated as a joke. She secretly wondered if this Master Arthur still had a powerful mind control skill. Sabrina thought for a while and said, "All right, I won't interfere much. I'll leave everything to you, Master. Just let me know if you need anything. I'm just about to tell Madam that I need to trouble Madam to gather some materials. The more the better, and the faster the better. I need to make an item to deal with the challenge 6 days later." Most of the materials listed by Chen Rui were rare materials for making thunderous sound. There were even many of them. Some were aura conversion materials. Anyway, it would be a waste not to take advantage of him at this critical moment. When Sabrina heard the names of these materials, she frowned slightly, but she didn't doubt it because the challenge was related to Chen Rui's life. She thought for a while and pointed out that there were 1 or 2 items that couldn't be gathered. This was already better than Chen Rui imagined. He believed that at this time, Sabrina wouldn't be perfunctory with him. Just like that, Chen Rui returned to the Nightmare Valley. The effect of the grand master-level healing potion was indeed extraordinary. Freya's hand had basically recovered, but she still seemed very cautious when she saw him. Chen Rui comforted her a few words and began to train in the lab. 7 days passed in a flash. Finally, it was time for the Mystic Valley's challenge. As Chen Rui expected, Norris, as the commander, chose the previous challenge content, which was the death match of controlling the mad beasts. In the Mystic Valley, the crystal dragon, Jacob, personally came to the scene as the arbitrator. On both sides were Sabrina and Isola. The people in the Mystic Valley were usually immersed in their work. It was rare for there to be such an exciting challenge. Except for those who couldn't leave, the rest came to watch the fun. Norris was Isola's confidant. He was a dark elf with a mutated bloodline. His strength had reached the early stage of the Great Demon King level. Based on the analysis of his comprehensive strength value, he was a magician. This reminded Chinrue of another Great Demon King in the Dark Moon sky. If it was a direct one-on-one battle, with Chinrue's combat power and those attributes of anti-magic, he could easily kill Norris, of course, under the premise of exposing his strength. However, the challenge today wasn't a direct fight. Instead, it was controlling the mad demons to attack the opponent. Once he failed, his life would be in danger. In terms of strength, Arthur was only at the early stage of the Demon King level, while Norris was at the early stage of the Great Demon King level. He was proficient in control techniques and had a record of defeating the former commander, Spanda, so the chances of winning were much higher. Almost everyone was optimistic about Norris. Norris glanced at Chinrue and smiled cruelly. The top genius mechanic master of the demon realm? The person most likely to become a grand master? You're the one who's courting death. After you're torn into pieces by the mad beasts, let's see how you become a grand master. Before Chinrue could refute, a cold voice sounded. Master Arthur, just try. With me here, you'll be fine no matter whether you win or lose. Norris' smile froze on his face. The one who spoke was today's arbitrator, the strongest demon overlord in the Crystal Valley, Crystal Dragon, Jacob. This is still an arbitrator? He's already blowing the whistle before it even starts. Jacob didn't care so much. Master Arthur was the key figure in modifying the recovery magic circle, and he was also his important servant in the future. Nothing must happen to him. As for the outcome of these two women, it had nothing to do with me. Chapter 284. Soon, the two challengers came to the challenge venue, in front of a magic circle. A magic cage was pushed in. In the magic cage was a tall monster that was about 3 meters tall. It looked ferocious with bulging muscles. There were 2 sharp horns on its head, blood-red eyes, a huge mouth with sharp fangs, and its skin was purplish-green. Its shoulders, chest, abdomen, and the outside of its thighs were covered with armor-like scales. Its tail was thick and long with barbs on it. The most terrifying thing was its right arm, which was extremely huge. The part that was supposed to be a palm had turned into a huge claw. This was the beast. In analytical eyes, its race was shown as unknown. Its comprehensive strength had reached B+, the peak of Great Demon King. Physique, B+, strength, A- spirit. C, agility. B, it seemed to be a monster with extremely terrifying strength and high attack. Its value had reached a terrifying A-. The only shortcoming was that its spirit was relatively weak, so it could be controlled. With the strength of this monster, even Norris couldn't withstand it. Therefore, from a certain point of view, the conditions of both sides were equal. Wait a minute. Norris said, "This Arthur is a mechanic master. He must have a lot of magic instruments on him. For the sake of fairness, I request that we don't use any instruments for this death match." Sabrina sneered. "If you want the so-called fairness, then I'll first imprison your strength at the early stage of Demon King. How about that?" Of course, Isola wouldn't agree. She immediately retorted, "How can that be? This challenge was originally proposed by you. Norris should decide the rules. Didn't he already decide the rules of this beast? How about changing the challenge method? How about a magic circle?" Sabrina knew that Chinrue had specially made a magic instrument in preparation for the challenge. If she gave in, wouldn't all her previous efforts be in vain? Naturally, she wouldn't give up this advantage. "Stop being so long-winded. The referee, Sir Crystal Dragon, said, "Both sides can use any magic equipment or instruments. Let's begin. Hurry up." As soon as Jacob spoke, no one dared to object. It couldn't be helped. This was the biggest rule of strength. Norris was not completely unprepared. After his proposal was rejected, he immediately put on a ring and a necklace and took out a skull wand. He thought that these should be able to strengthen his mental control. However, when he saw Chun Rue's equipment, his sense of superiority immediately fell to the back of his buttocks. Chun Rue was wearing a full set of metal armor, including a helmet, shin guards, leather gloves, rings, and a cape. It could be said that he was armed to the teeth. The most infuriating thing was that he was also holding a large round shield. The whole thing was a moving equipment warehouse. There were many mechanics masters present, so they could naturally tell that the quality of this set of equipment was extraordinary. It was probably quasi-legendary grade or even legendary grade. Could it be that he made all of them himself? Being trio specialized is really enviable. In fact, most of these things came from Paglio's treasure. Equipment matching was a very big knowledge. Not every piece of equipment's attributes added up to the wearer's final total attributes. Some pieces of equipment could enhance each other, some effects couldn't overlap, and some even restrained each other. Although the set that Chun Rue made currently wasn't all legendary grade equipment, the overall coordination was quite good. Especially the defense power, it had reached a very high level. The main purpose was to conceal. Master Arthur actually has this outfit. Jacob's eyes lit up. When his gaze fell on the round shield, his greed was already overflowing. That shield, is it an artifact? Artifact. As soon as the Crystal Dragon said that, there was a sudden uproar around. Norris simply felt like crying. This is too much of a bully. Forget about the legendary grade equipment. He actually even has an artifact? Isola and Sabrina were both taken aback. Sabrina had already recognized the shield and was moved. Elusive demon shield. Demon shield? There were even more whispers around. Elusive demon shield? One of the top 7 artifacts in the demon realm? The strongest shield? Isn't this the artifact of the Leviathan royal family? Why is it in Arthur's hands? Could it be that Madame Sabrina gave it to him? This was lent to me by Sir Manu for research a few days ago. Chun Rue said the answer himself. Unfortunately, I still have no clue. However, even if I can't unleash the artifact's power, I should be able to block it with the shield. I hope it won't be broken. Many people showed disdain like they hated the rich. Breaking the demon realm's strongest armor? Not to mention the berserk beasts. Even a demon overlord can't break it. Isola's face suddenly turned gloomy, and her heart was full of haze. It wasn't only because of Chun Rue's equipment or the elusive demon shield. Outsiders only knew about the elusive demon shield. But they didn't know that the elusive demon shield and the demon shield could be separated, but it was because Manu actually gave the elusive demon shield to this Arthur, which showed how much he valued it. If Arthur died here, Manu would definitely retaliate crazily. The one with the worst mood wasn't Isola, but Norris. Even if he took out all his belongings, it couldn't be compared to the weight of that shield. This Arthur was fully equipped with superb equipment, and he had Sir Manu and Sir Jacob behind him. How could he compete with him? He couldn't win or lose now, but losing this death match was equivalent to killing himself. It was obviously impossible. He could only hope that the Crystal Dragon could save Arthur in time. Then Norris would be declared the winner. After making up his mind, Norris calmed down and left the distracting thoughts behind. He strode into the magic circle, and Chun Rue also followed him in fully armed. After the two of them walked in, the magic circle began to light up. This magic circle had the function of a barrier. It could prohibit entry and exit and prevent the audience from being hurt. The door of the magic cage slowly opened. The beast that was previously isolated by the cage suddenly exuded a terrifying breath. It was mixed with blood and rotten smell, which was creepy. When Chenrue went in just now, he tried to communicate with it using analytical eyes. However, he could only feel the crazy and violent killing breath. There was no rational consciousness at all. It was somewhat similar to the demonic flies he encountered in Mountain Shillong. However, the demonic flies were created by the bloodline talent of the Beelzebub royal family, while the beast had its own consciousness. However, this consciousness couldn't be controlled and communicated at all. The beast had been imprisoned and experimented on. Now that it got out of the cage, it immediately transferred its anger to the two people outside. It roared and pounced toward Norris, who was closest to it. The beast's speed was B. It was weaker in terms of strength and physique, but it was still at the level of a great demon king. It was quite terrifying. The reason why Norris approached the beast wasn't because he wanted to die, but because he wanted to control it within the effective range of his spirit mystic arts. After all, he had the previous experience, so he seemed calm. Just as the mad beast was about to pounce on him, Norris's eyes flashed with a bright light, and a powerful spiritual force surged out. The mad beast's huge body suddenly froze, and when it was only 2 meters away from Norris, it actually froze in midair. Chenrue had seen this kind of spirit power from Snowden before. It could be used to attack or defend, and it could be cast at will. It was very impressive. Norris's spirit power was obviously a few levels higher than Snowden's. He actually imprisoned the beast at the peak of the great demon king's strength. The beast's power exploded and broke free from the confinement of the spirit power. However, it didn't attack Norris in front of it. Instead, it looked at Chenrue in the distance with its blood-red eyes. It turned out that Norris knew that he couldn't imprison the beast for a long time, so he immediately changed his spirit power. He used a dark magic of hatred transfer to transfer the beast's hatred to Chenrue. Chenrue was already prepared. Before the beast attacked, he took out an item and threw it on the ground. It suddenly lit up with a strong, dazzling light. Even the audience outside the magic circle was blinded by the strong light. They couldn't open their eyes for a while. Only the crystal dragon, Jacob, wasn't affected. Sabrina and Isola, who had powerful spirit power, also quickly adjusted themselves. There were only a few people left who could see the situation clearly. The ones who suffered the most were naturally the beast and Norris in the magic circle. Their eyes stung like needles, and they couldn't see anything at all. The beast, whose eyes were stinging, became ferocious. It sensed that the target of hatred, Chenrue's breath, disappeared instantly. Even his scent was gone. It seemed like he had left this place. In its blind rage, it began to crazily swing its giant claws with its eyes closed. Norris knew something was wrong the moment he was blinded. He quickly cast the defensive magic shield, just in case. As it turned out, this decision was very correct. As soon as Norris cast the magic shield, he felt a violent tremor. His entire body was actually blown away. Fortunately, he had the magic shield, so he wasn't damaged. However, his gray face was already pale. Although he had the equipment that increased spirit power, and the defense of the magic shield had been greatly strengthened, it could only block this terrifying blow. After he landed, the defensive magic shield instantly collapsed. The sound of landing caused the beast to rush over again. At that moment, Norris had desperately used his spirit power to restore some of his vision. He vaguely saw the beast rushing over and was instantly shocked. It was too late for him to cast the magic shield, so he could only cast his telekinesis again to restrain the beast's movement. This kind of telekinesis was extremely taxing on the mind, especially when the opponent was too strong. It was very difficult. Norris's face was already covered in cold sweat, but his means were far more than that. Circles of fluctuations appeared in his pupils. The beast's closed eyes opened involuntarily. Its bloodshot pupils gradually became dull. It didn't seem to be affected by the blindness anymore. It turned its head and looked at Chenrue. Chenrue frowned. The beast seemed to be hypnotized. In this case, using the old trick of flashbang was definitely useless. Before he could change his mind, the beast suddenly accelerated and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. It waved its claws. Shinrue had no time to think, so he could only raise the demon's shield to defend, as he could only use the strength of Demon King level at the moment, and the beast was abnormally terrifying. Shinrue flew backward for 7 or 8 meters. The demon shield also fell to the ground. Although the mirror-like shield wasn't damaged, he seemed to be unable to lift it anymore. The beast rushed over again. The crystal dragon Jacob frowned and was ready to rescue at any time. Shinrue's eyes flashed, and the beast's power suddenly slowed down. At the same time, a huge earth wall appeared, blocking the beast's path. Earth-style magic, slow. Earth wall. The crystal dragon nodded secretly. Although it took a long time to prepare, it was considered a good talent to be able to cast 2 different magic at the same time. In the blink of an eye, a large area of cracks appeared on the earth wall. Then, the beast's giant claws penetrated through. With a twist, the earth wall collapsed. At this moment, Shinrue had already escaped, but he didn't have time to pick up the demon shield that was on the ground. The direction in which Shinrue escaped was towards Norris. The beast that tore the earth wall apart rushed towards him. Shinrue pretended to chant and suddenly waved his hand. The beast's speed suddenly slowed down. At the same time, Norris also felt that his body was several times heavier, and he couldn't move for a while. Gravity! As Shinrue waved his hand towards the beast, and gravity was an area of effect magic, it wasn't against the rules. Norris was a magic practitioner, so he only felt that it was very difficult in the gravitational field. He secretly scolded his opponent for being cunning. With a thought, he raised his wand with difficulty and aimed it at the beast. A black mist appeared and gradually spread. Curtain of darkness. This was a large area of effect dark magic that could confuse the opponent's vision. The scene was suddenly shrouded by the black mist. The vision of the audience outside was once again disrupted, and they couldn't see the scene inside. Norris smiled coldly and cast another magic. A large number of arms emerged from the ground and grabbed the beast, stopping it from moving forward. It looked gloomy and terrifying. Of course, not only the beast, but Shinrue and himself were also caught and couldn't move. Norris understood that curtain of darkness might not be able to block the vision of powerhouses like the Crystal Dragon and Sabrina, so he didn't dare to break the rules. He just played along with Shinrue and used 2 area of effect magic. While blocking the beast, it also limited Shinrue's movement and vision. This kind of magic didn't directly affect the body, so the anti-magic attribute couldn't be used. Moreover, Shinrue currently had the strength of a demon king, so he couldn't break free from the pair of ghost hands. This scene was a bit like a horror movie. He had goosebumps all of a sudden. Outside the arena, the crystal dragon's eyes glowed with a crystal light that penetrated the curtain of darkness. He could see that the beast had broken free from the ground one by one and was getting closer. Now that both Shinrue and Norris couldn't move, it was obviously the final moment to decide the winner. In this kind of death match, no matter if it was mental skills or props, there was no room for negligence. One mistake would mean the difference between life and death. However, with the equipment on Master Arthur, as long as there weren't too many accidents, even if he lost, he should be able to rescue in time. The distance between Norris and Shinrue was very close, less than 2 meters. As the caster, Norris wasn't affected by the curtain of darkness. He controlled the beast and walked over. His target was obviously Shinrue, who was beside him. Shinrue learned about the beast's movement from analytical eyes. He knew that this was the final moment, so he couldn't hide anymore. The ring on his hand suddenly emitted a faint blue light to cover the traces of black gas that appeared on his fingertips. The black gas mixed in the curtain of darkness and floated toward the beast. It actually went into its brain. The beast's body paused for a moment. Then it slowly turned to Norris. Norris was taken aback. He didn't expect the opponent to not be affected by the curtain of darkness, and he could even rely on props to launch a counterattack. He felt that the spirit he used to control the beast seemed to have fallen into some kind of quagmire, so he quickly cast his secret technique. Together with his telekinesis talent, he strengthened the spirit output and started a tug-of-war with Chen Rui. They were in a stalemate for a while. Although the beast was powerful, its spirit was weak. Its brain suddenly became chaotic, as if there were two manipulators issuing opposite orders at the same time. It didn't know who to listen to. Sabrina and Isola looked solemn at the same time. Whoever could win the final victory of the tug-of-war would be the winner of this death match. Chapter 285. As time passed, the dark canopy, gravity, and other magic had disappeared. The audience finally saw the situation in the arena clearly. They saw that Chenrue and Norris weren't far away from each other, while the terrifying beast was 5 to 6 meters away from them, forming a strange triangular position. The beast's tall body trembled slightly, seemingly hesitating. Everyone could see that Sir Commander Norris and the mechanic genius couldn't compete. Although Arthur was obviously relying on the power of magic tools, it was already unexpected for such a stalemate to happen. Norris was secretly shocked. Originally, from the information he had, this Arthur had an excellent talent in magic circle. He was even appreciated by the chief craftsman, Master Toto, in terms of puppet making and other aspects. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally decided to challenge the beast. He didn't expect a mere Demon King level actually had such a secret technique. With the help of tools, he was evenly matched with him, compared to Norris, who was drenched in cold sweat. Although Chenrue, who was using tools, didn't seem to be struggling, his expression was extremely solemn. Norris' secret technique that combined telekinesis and spirit power was indeed powerful. If it wasn't for the power of the dark territory, the beast would have been completely controlled by him now. Currently, the two spirit powers in the beast's mind were colliding and entangling with each other. Although the power of the dark territory was pure and powerful, it wasn't a skill that specialized in control after all. In terms of quality, Chenrue had the absolute upper hand, but his quantity was not as good as Norris' full output. Besides, despite going through 7 days of special training, the power of this territory still couldn't last long outside the galaxy territory. If this went on, he might be in danger of losing. Although there was no restraint on their feet, both of them didn't dare to move easily, lest they let their opponent take advantage of them. Under the strong impact of spirit power, Chenrue's analytical eyes suddenly felt a trace of abnormality. With a thought, Norris immediately noticed that his opponent's mind was loosening, so he quickly increased the output of spirit power. The beast covered its head and roared for a while. Then it began to move toward Chenrue. The speed was very slow, like a slow-motion scene in a movie, but the heavy steps seemed to step on everyone's heart. Chenrue seemed to be still resisting, stubbornly. After a long time, the beast took a step. Norris could feel that Chenrue's spirit power was weakening, and he was overjoyed. Under everyone's nervous gaze, every minute seemed as long as an hour. The beast finally arrived in front of Chenrue. At this distance, with a wave of his hand, the terrifying giant arm with sharp claws could hit Chenrue. Even if he was wearing legendary-grade equipment, it wouldn't be able to completely offset that kind of power. The crystal dragon had already stood up. The mad beast seemed to be hesitating. Its neck twisted unnaturally. Norris felt an inexplicable resistance. His own spiritual power was about to be broken. He did not expect Arthur to have this kind of power. Naturally, he didn't want to fail just like that. He couldn't care less about the backlash of the mystic art. He bit the tip of his tongue and used the power of his blood to increase his control by 10 times. The beast covered its head in pain and roared. Its huge mouth suddenly opened to an exaggerated width of more than 1 meter. Sharp teeth and strange and ugly mouth parts appeared in front of Chenrue. It seemed like it was going to chew and swallow Chenrue. The crystal dragon's hand glowed with a faint crystal light. As long as the beast made the next move, it would be launched immediately. However, at this moment there was a sudden change. The beast's mouth returned to its original state. Its angry eyes turned to Norris, who thought that victory was in his grasp. Its body moved and instantly rushed over. This change happened right in front of Norris's eyes. Before he could react, the sharp claws had already rushed over with a terrifying wind. Under the terrifying power of a dash, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Norris, who didn't have time to cast a protective magic, instantly turned into a pile of minced meat. It was a horrible sight. Before Norris's consciousness dissipated, he still had a strong disbelief and unwillingness. He still had a more powerful curse that he hadn't used, but the problem was that the change just now was too fast. Most of the people outside the arena didn't react. No matter how tortuous the process was, the final result was already in front of them. Norris dead. Arthur alive. The leader of the Mystic Valley, the great demon king-level Norris, actually died in front of a demon king-level opponent. To the audience's surprise, after the beast killed Norris, it slowly walked to Chenrue and knelt down. It lowered its head and let Chenrue's hand caress its head. This docile appearance made the scientists who studied the beast stunned. They almost thought they were seeing things. Chenrue patted its head and slowly walked out of the magic circle. Meanwhile, the beast still stayed in the same place without moving. This kind of mind control secret art was convincing. Norris's death was really justified. He really is a genius. This match, Arthur wins. You'll be the leader from now on, but don't forget our business. The crystal dragon showed an approving look and couldn't stop nodding. His so-called business was, of course, the matter of modifying the magic circle. Sabrina was overjoyed, but Isola's face was frighteningly pale. Norris was one of her two most powerful assistants. She didn't expect him to die here. However, judging from the crystal dragon's tone, he had an extremely close relationship with Arthur. Coupled with Manu's relationship, she could only swallow it for the time being. Walking out of the magic circle, the ring that was glowing with blue light on Chenrue's hand suddenly burst. His entire body shook twice, and he almost fell. It was obviously a sign of overdraft of his strength and items. Don't forget, he only had the strength of a demon king level. It was a miracle that he persisted until the end with his secret art and buff items. That look was definitely an act. In fact, when the two spirit energies collided just now, the memory lost by the beast due to the experiment was miraculously activated. Chenrue was keenly aware of that in analytical eyes. Since his original dark power was on the verge of disappearing, he immediately switched to the communication of analytical eyes. That was also the reason why the beast walked towards Chenrue step by step. The berserk beast was originally a mutated great demon. Due to its talent, it was captured when it was still a child and used as an experimental subject. In the end, it was transformed into a half-human, half-beast monster. It even lost the ability to speak. Bit by bit, it recovered its memories, making it feel extremely terrified. Chenrue immediately expressed his goodwill and willingness to help the beast. The beast's IQ was only equivalent to that of a child. After feeling the other party's kindness, he naturally believed in this person who could communicate with him. Although he almost killed Chenrue under Norris control, he got rid of Norris control with Chenrue's help and killed him in one fell swoop. In fact, if he couldn't control the beast with the dark power, Chenrue still had one last move. He gave up the puppet, Snowden, and used the helmet as a cover to display the ability of the god-eating mask to control the beast. However, it was likely to be noticed by a powerhouse like the Crystal Dragon. Now this accident was exactly what he wanted. Lock the beast up first. Temporarily stop all experiments. The food supply is as usual. After I recover, I want to experiment with him alone. Although Chenrue's voice was weak, his current identity was already the commander of the Mystic Valley. coupled with his indisputable performance, just now, no one dared to ignore him anymore. The beast couldn't speak, but his hearing was still there. He understood that this was exactly what was discussed in his consciousness just now. He was even more grateful and obediently entered the cage. Everyone was amazed. Isola handed a crystal symbolizing control to the arbitrator, Jacob, without saying a word. She turned around and left with a pale face. Sabrina's harsh laughter came from behind. Sabrina was indeed proud. Master Arthur Bet was right. Now that the Mystic Valley was back in her hands, her position was more stable. As long as she could give birth to a descendant of the Beelzebub royal family, even if her husband, Asgalar, became the king in the future, her position as the harem master would still be unshakable. Maybe at some special stage, she could even grasp the real power by controlling her son. Of course, these were only long-term plans. The immediate plan had been successfully completed. After losing the control of the Mystic Valley, Isola had no way to compete with her, the legal wife. While Sabrina was happy, she was also secretly calculating. As the crystal dragon said, Arthur was definitely a genius without any scruples. Now he was also known as the commander of the Mystic Valley. Although he was Manu's man, I must try my best to get his support. If necessary, I can even use real seduction. However, Sabrina didn't know that Chenrue's plan had also succeeded in a crucial step. Initially, when there was no Mystic Valley, his plan was only a preliminary framework. Now it had been perfected, and it seemed to be going very smoothly at present. Her success this time was undoubtedly leading a wolf into the house. It was the beginning of the complete chaos in the Crystal Valley. In the following days, during the handover of the Mystic Valley, there were many troubles. It was obviously caused by Isola's men. Sabrina mercilessly suppressed them with thunderous means. Even so, there were still endless troubles. Sabrina was also mentally prepared for this. When Isola first took over the Mystic Valley from her, she also used this method a lot. As long as she survived this transitional period, everything would be fine. As the commander, Chenrue didn't need to care about any specific affairs. He just used the name of studying the Mad Beast to communicate with the Mad Beast carefully. He learned that the Mad Beast had a name called Lafar. After some psychological control, Lafar became Chenrue's bodyguard. He followed him docilely all day. Of course, this docility was only for Chenrue alone. Even if someone wanted to study this strange Mad Beast, they didn't dare to offend the new commander who represented Sir Manu and Madame Seralina. The Crystal Dragon's recovery magic circle was crucial to Chenrue's plan, so he accelerated the progress of the research during this time. It was almost successful. Everything was going smoothly according to the plan. He was just waiting for the final launch. Chapter 286. Days passed by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Chenrue and Sabrina walked out of the entrance of the Crystal Valley side by side. "Thank you, madam, for helping me get out of the valley this time," Chenrue said with a happy face. If it weren't for Sir Jacob sleeping in the magic circle and the elusive demon shield must refer to the dragon inscription in the misty swamp, I wouldn't have troubled madam to accompany me out. It's just that Sir Jacob's inscription is really amazing. We can just teleport from the misty swamp, but we have to take so many detours to get to the misty swamp from here. Sabrina shook her head. It's just a small matter. Master, you're too polite. If you count it like this, then I don't know how to thank you. I don't know when I'll have time to go out for a breath of fresh air again. Although I can get whatever I want in the valley, I always feel like it's a cage. Please forgive me, madam. I'm just expressing my feelings. Sabrina sighed. You're actually right. No matter how good this valley is, it's just a cage. However, the world we live in is originally a huge cage. No one can escape the shackles of time and space. Perhaps the only thing we can do is desperately grasp more shackles to control and imprison others. This way, it can eliminate the fear in your heart. Madam is a person with a story. Chenrue glanced at her. I hope one day I'll be qualified to listen to Madam's story. Master, you have to be patient in everything. The easier it is to get, the more boring it is. Sabrina chuckled and changed the topic. By the way, I received news from outside that there are rumors that treasures have been found in the area outside the valley recently. It has attracted many people to explore. Although the Crystal Valley has Sir Jacob's concealment, inscription, and magic circle, we still need to pay more attention to the defense and concealment of the valley recently. It'll be fine after this rumor passes. Chinrue instinctively felt that this treasure hunt shouldn't be so simple. It was probably related to Christina. Speaking of which, he had been in the Crystal Valley for so many days. Although he used the magic item to send a signal to show that he was alive, he couldn't transmit more information such as the 3 demon overlords. Besides, he didn't know if it would be interfered with by the dragon inscription in the valley. Christina's ingenious use of such a method to probe was most likely to obtain more information before launching her attack. It seems that her side was ready to strike as well. No matter what, the plan must succeed. When the time comes, not only would they be able to breach Crystal Valley and destroy the enemy's lair in one fell swoop, they would also have a high chance of eliminating Paglio's enemies. However, his research this time was also a premeditated step, and it was a very important step. I think I've been patient enough. Chinrue shook his head with a bitter smile, and tactfully did not mention this again. By the way, it seems that the chaos in the Mystic Valley seems to have calmed down a bit recently, but I always feel that Isola will not give up so easily. She is probably brewing a bigger plan. Humph. It's just a last-ditch struggle, but Master, it's better to be cautious. Especially pay attention to your own safety. Madam, aren't you going to invite me to the Blue House? Master. At that moment, Jacob walked over excitedly with a happy face. It seems that there's no chance for this. Sabrina deliberately made a regretful smile, bowed to Jacob, and left slowly. Sir Jacob, you're awake? Chinrue's eyes lit up. How's the effect? The effect is great. You're a genius. How about this? I'll give Luna to you. Jacob was overjoyed. With Chinrue's awesome support, the transformation of the magic circle had been completely successful. The crystal dragon was overjoyed. The current magic circle could double Jacob's recovery speed, and the interval between each use was reduced from 7 days to 2 days. Both the effect and efficiency were much better than expected. However, under the effect of the compound inscription of deep sleep and recovery, Jacob would be in a restorative deep sleep for a whole day, unable to wake up. Today was the first trial, and it was indeed successful. Now, Jacob's recovery speed was greatly accelerated, so he was naturally delighted. Back then, he almost died in the hands of Paglio. Until now, the Crystal Dragon still had lingering fears. He didn't dare to leave the Crystal Valley easily before he recovered. Now that he finally found a shortcut to recover, he couldn't help but look at Chinrue in a different light. He even rewarded his favorite maid, Luna, to Chinrue. Chinrue shook his head righteously. There's really no need for a reward. I've already received enough benefits from Sir Jacob. Besides, this isn't just my credit. Without Sir's dragon inscription, this effect can't be achieved. Originally, this magic circle was used to trick the dragon, but he still got the crystal dragon's gratitude in return. He was really a little sorry. The most important thing was that Luna was a centaur made with a round waist and thick arms. Her taste was heavy, and he really couldn't bear it. Luna was the crystal dragon's favorite maid. If he really gave her out, he would be embarrassed to take her back. Jacob was really a little reluctant, now that he heard Chinrue's righteous words. Even though the crystal dragon was usually moody, he couldn't help but have a good impression of this good comrade, who didn't ask for anything in return. Well, weren't you interested in borrowing the puppet's heart last time? I'll lend it to you for a few days to study. Chinrue's eyes lit up. He originally wanted to make this request, but he was afraid that Jacob would be suspicious. Now that he heard the other party take the initiative to ask, he naturally couldn't pretend to be reserved anymore. Great, thank you, sir. The puppet's heart was the secret treasure of the Beelzebub royal family. It was very useful for making puppets. Jacob got it from Asgulr. Originally, the crystal men were puppets made by the crystal dragon with his strange power. With the help of the puppet's heart, he could make more and more powerful crystal men, and he could also control the crystal men to a certain extent. Jacob took out the puppet's heart to further win over Chinrue, because from Chinrue's potential and understanding, this magic circle was likely to have further room for improvement. Of course, he also explained that he was borrowing instead of giving. Moreover, the leader with the highest strength of the crystal men was only a great demon king. Taking 10,000 steps back with his demon overlord strength, he wasn't afraid that Chinrue would control the crystal men to do anything out of line. It was just that in this world, many things had 10,000 steps. I know the puppet's heart is very important to Sir, so I don't dare to borrow it for too long. How about this? I'll return it to Sir the next time Sir wakes up from the magic circle. When the crystal dragon heard that it was just 3 days, he immediately nodded. He took out the puppet's heart from the space ring and gave it to Chinrue. Chinrue carefully took the translucent khaki crystal and looked extremely excited. Please forgive me, Sir Jacob. Time is precious now. I can't wait to study it. I'll leave first. The crystal dragon was in a good mood. He waved his hand generously, turned around, and walked toward the crystal lair. When Chinrue returned to the Valley of Dreams, Freya greeted him and served some snacks. Sir is back. When Sir went out in the morning, you haven't eaten yet. There's still some time before lunch. Have some snacks and fruits first. In order to rush for time in the morning, Chinrue hurriedly invited Sabrina out. He was indeed a little hungry now, so he immediately picked up a snack and ate it. Is there any wine? During this time, in order to conceal his identity, drinking had almost become an involuntary habit of his. Freya hesitated for a moment. Sir, finish these snacks first. Otherwise, drinking like this isn't good for your health. Chinrue smiled at her. Got it. Although his great demon face was a little ugly, this smile made Freya feel unprecedentedly at ease. This kind of peace of mind was something that the tormented succubus had never felt in all these years. A strange emotion suddenly surged in her heart. She whispered, Sir, my injuries are all healed. Thank you, Sir, for your advanced potions. Oh, it's nothing. Freya was Kia's mother, and she had a miserable experience. Of course, Chinrue wouldn't be stingy with that little potion. Usually, he didn't ask her to do anything special here. She just took care of his daily life and sent back the maid sent by Manu. As for himself, he spent most of his time training in the lab. Sir, that... Freya looked hesitant, but she finally mustered up her courage and said, Sir, do you want Freya to sleep with you tonight? These days, some of the promiscuous encounters that Freya expected didn't happen at all. Although this master looked very tired every day when he came back from the lab. He slept right after eating and didn't have time to do other things. Freya, who had been tortured for many years, could feel that the master wasn't the kind of person she imagined. On the contrary, he was a good master. Although some things were inadvertent, such as those precious potions, she felt the long-lost warmth. Following such a master was hundreds of times better than before. The more she felt like this, the more afraid she was to return to the previous days. Therefore, she volunteered herself to sleep with him, hoping to become a more favored maid. This way, the chance of being sent out would be much smaller. Chinrue didn't expect Freya to make such a request. His eyes suddenly became weird. He shook his head and said no need. Freya looked a little sad. Does Sir dislike me for being... No. Chinrue shook his head. Freya was beautiful and gentle. She belonged to the type that made people want to love her. Unfortunately, she was Kia's mother. This preconceived notion made him not have any extra thoughts. Although this kind of thing was very common in the demon realm, and for the demons who had a lifespan of hundreds of years, there was no problem with the age and appearance of the mother and daughter. However, Chun Rue came from another world where morality and ethics were deeply rooted. Having a few girlfriends was already the limit. This kind of mother-daughter complex was really unacceptable. If I guessed correctly, you're doing this to get the news of Kia from me, right? When Freya heard her daughter's name, her voice trembled a little. Kia, she is now. As far as I know, she is fine. I can only tell you this. If you're really good for her, don't ask anything. Understand? Chinrue didn't tell her everything. Although Freya shouldn't be Sabrina's spy, there must be no mistakes at this critical moment of the plan. Understood, thank you, sir. I'll leave first. Freya stared at Chinrue for a moment. A rare expression flashed in her eyes. She walked to the door and suddenly smiled. Actually, sir's guess just now isn't completely correct. Freya's moving smile before leaving was very similar to Kia's. For a moment, Chinrue was a little absent-minded. Then he returned to normal and knocked on his head. Why am I thinking nonsense? The final launch is imminent. I can't make any mistakes in the next step. I'd better think carefully. Chapter 287. Compared with the accidents that happened from time to time, the movements in the Mystic Valley these 2 days were much smaller. Some people who deliberately created chaos and mistakes were found out by Sabrina, who was prepared. Whether it was the high-level backbones or the basic technical personnel, they were all killed without mercy. Sabrina's ruthless means to establish her authority were very effective. It was much smoother and more decisive than when Isola took over the Mystic Valley. Now, everyone in the Mystic Valley was in danger. They were usually cautious, afraid of being implicated. They were all in awe of the new commander, Arthur, with a deep background. Compared with the demon overlord-level Sir Jacob and Sir Manu, the current vicious Madame Sabrina was just a small character standing behind the commander. If Sabrina could represent Sir Asgalar, this Arthur commander had been unanimously supported by the 3 magnates of the Crystal Valley. In terms of ability, not only was he the top genius mechanic master of the demon realm, but he also defeated the great demon King-level Norris in the death match challenging the commander. His manufacturing talent and ability were also praised by the chief craftsman, Master Toto. Whether it was his reputation, ability, or background, he was at the peak. Basically, no one dared to offend his authority. If Chunrue was really just an ordinary mechanic master, he should be satisfied with his current status and treatment. Unfortunately, he was undercover. Chinrue was looking at the map of the Mystic Valley with Master Toto in the highest office of the Mystic Valley. The discussion was very enthusiastic. It turned out that recently, Chinrue wandered around the valley according to the original distribution map and proposed to restructure the layout of the Mystic Valley. He wanted to manage various types of research institutes and resources separately so that chaos or accidents could be avoided. Master Toto quite agreed with this idea. The more he looked at the new commander, the more pleasing he was, so he made a lot of suggestions. At that moment, someone outside the door reported loudly in a panic, "Sir Commander! Bad news!" "What are you shouting for?" Chinrue snorted coldly. "Tony, don't disturb the chief craftsman's thoughts." The mad beast, Lafar, was guarding the door, so the person who reported didn't dare to approach at all. He just shouted from a distance, "Something happened! Sir Commander!" The magic circle of the demonic beast laboratory cage suddenly failed. All the demonic beasts escaped. What? Master Toto was taken aback. Most of the magical beasts used for the experiment were mutated, and some of them were quite powerful. Now that all of them had escaped, there would be a lot of casualties. The conflict between Isola and Sabrina was well known to the entire Crystal Valley. When Isola took over the Mystic Valley, Sabrina didn't stop making things difficult for her. This time, I'm afraid it's Isola's revenge, just like the previous days. Naturally, the people below did not dare to get involved in the struggle between the upper echelons, including Master Toto. However, now that the experimental magical beast had been released, it would definitely cause chaos, and they could not just sit back and watch. Chinrue was also shocked. "Let's go and take a look." "Master Toto!" Just as Master Toto feared, the Mystic Valley was already in chaos. There were fleeing magical beasts everywhere, and many of them had begun to attack the people in the valley. The external protection of the Mystic Valley was tight and powerful, but most of the people inside were technical workers, and their combat power was not outstanding. Moreover, there were powerful magical beasts such as Hydra and Manticore among these magical beasts. Raphael, protect me and Master Toto. Tony, immediately go out of the valley and report urgently to Madame Sabrina. When passing through the gate, let Gully and Phil bring the crystal guards to support quickly. Chun-Rue's decisiveness made Master Toto secretly admire him while feeling grateful. Tony hurriedly took the order and left. Soon, Gully and Phil rushed over with the crystal guards at the entrance of the valley and killed many fleeing demonic beasts. There was a very powerful manticore. Gully was accidentally stabbed by its stinger, and his whole body suddenly turned purple. Even the power of the great Demon King couldn't stop the spread of the poison. As soon as his body slowed down, he was torn into pieces by the manticore. The remaining Phil couldn't even protect himself, let alone command the crystal guards. At the critical moment, the Sir Commander shouted, "Phil, stop the manticore with magic. I'll command the crystal men." With that said, Chun-Rue took out a khaki crystal and infused his spirit power into it. It suddenly produced a wonderful feeling. There were repeated invisible threads that connected him with all the nearby crystal men. He could control their every move. The crystal men were the main combat power of the Crystal Valley. They were puppets born from the crystal dragon's power combined with the puppet's heart. They only had a certain instinctive behavior. They had no autonomous consciousness and would faithfully execute the orders of the controller. The guards of the Crystal Valley used a kind of crystal provided by the crystal dragon to control the actions of the crystal men. However, the authority of this crystal wasn't very high. The objects and number that could be controlled were strictly controlled. The puppet's heart represented the highest authority of control. As Chun-Rue's mind moved, the crystal men had surrounded the manticore and trapped it. The manticore was a powerful demonic beast. It had a lion's body, a scorpion's tail, and a pair of wings on its back. It was very fast, and its stinger and claws were highly poisonous. This mutated manticore had reached the Demon Emperor level. Fortunately, its wings were severely damaged in the experiment, so it lost the ability to fly for a while. Otherwise, it would be more difficult to deal with. Although this manticore couldn't fly, it was surrounded by a green force field similar to a territory. Anyone who approached would be poisoned. Fortunately, it was useless against the crystal men. However, the manticore's strength and speed always had an absolute advantage. Even several great demon king-level crystal heads were destroyed. The rest still surrounded it one after another under the control of Chun-Rue. Phil, who was free, cast magic from time to time and barely stabilized the situation. However, this was only temporary. Not far away, there was a Hydra that was close to the Demon Emperor level. If this continued, perhaps they couldn't hold it anymore. Many projects that were being researched were destroyed and collapsed because of the appearance of the demonic beasts. Master Toto was shocked and angry, but his heart was bleeding. He quickly said, "Master Arthur, please ask Sir Jacob to take action. Otherwise, the Mystic Valley will be destroyed." "No, Sir Jacob should have entered the magic circle now. No one can disturb him. It will take at least a day for him to come out." Chun-Rue also looked anxious. "I have sent someone to ask Madame Sabrina. Why hasn't she?" At that moment, a clear shout sounded. It was Sabrina's voice. Everyone suddenly felt the temperature drop sharply, and they shivered one after another. The Hydra's movement suddenly slowed down. Its body gradually condensed into ice like an ice sculpture. However, the Hydra's strength was extraordinary. Soon, a large area of cracks appeared on the ice sculpture, and it shattered. The Hydra's roar sounded. The hissing sound was extremely sharp. Everyone around, including Chun-Rue, felt extremely uncomfortable. They all covered their ears. This Hydra was a mutated breed. Chen Rue once used Hydra to deal with Brock in the swamp of the Silent Night wetland. At that time, the female Hydra's mutated ability was poisonous breath, while the one in front of him was a sound attack. However, this kind of mutated talent was very special. The strange sound didn't only pass through the ears, but also through the 5 senses. Even the mad beast Lafar, who was also at the peak of the great Demon King, couldn't withstand this special attack due to his weak spirit. He screamed in pain with blood overflowing from his ears and nose. Some of the weaker ones even died on the spot. On the other hand, the powerful Manticore wasn't affected much. The Hydra's target wasn't the crowd but Sabrina. The others were just collateral damage. Sabrina was the one who suffered the most. Her veil was actually stained with a touch of red. She was obviously injured when she was caught off guard. A cold light flashed in Sabrina's eyes. Her aura surged, and a blue mist enveloped the Hydra. There was a strange, crisp, cutting sound and the Hydra's hissing sound in the mist. This time, the hissing sound wasn't the kind of talon attack, but a shrill scream. The scream was extinguished, and the mist gradually dissipated. What appeared in front of them was a real ice sculpture. It had no breath of life at all, and it had lost all 9 heads. There were also frozen, broken limbs on the ground. After Sabrina dealt with the Hydra, she turned her gaze to the battle of the Manticore. These demonic beasts that escaped were all imprisoned and constantly subjected to experiments. Their strength wasn't at its peak, but they must not be underestimated. This Manticore had the strength of the early stage of the Demon Emperor. In the case of the same strength, demonic beasts were superior to ordinary demons. Just now, her attention was focused on the Manticore, and she underestimated the enemy. Therefore, she was hit by the Hydra's talent sound attack when she wasn't on guard. She suffered serious internal injuries. Now the Mystic Valley was in chaos. There were heavy casualties. Seeing that the Crystal Men couldn't resist anymore, Sabrina took a deep breath, suppressed her injuries, and rushed toward the Manticore. The Manticore felt the threatening breath from the enemy in midair. It swept away the approaching Crystal Men with its tail and charged toward Sabrina with a push of its feet. 1 human and 1 beast crossed each other like lightning. There were a few shocking bloodstains on Sabrina's shoulders. The bloodstains were surprisingly green. A faint white gas emitted from her body, sealing the wound so that the toxin couldn't spread. The Manticore wasn't feeling well either. One of its eyes was bleeding, and it couldn't open anymore. Sabrina knew that she must deal with the most threatening demonic beast. A pair of thin, wing-like gloves appeared on her hands, and the icy breath on her body became stronger. The blue mist began to spread rapidly, and there was a faint, crystallized fluorescence in the middle. It was obviously a kind of pseudo-territory power. The Manticore's body was also faintly glowing in green light. Although the 2 of them didn't have direct contact, the power of the 2 territories had begun to entangle and contend. In the blink of an eye, the green light and the blue mist had been mixed together. There were figures of people and beasts moving at high speed inside. Under this power, even the ground reinforced by the crystal dragon with inscriptions began to crack like a big mask. Shinrue didn't stay idle. He ordered Phil to control some crystal men to quickly kill the rest of the demonic beasts. Raphael protected Master Toto, while he used the puppet's heart to control the rest of the crystal men to form a large circle surrounding the battle circle of the Manticore and Sabrina. It seemed like they were guarding the formation. He carefully watched Sabrina's every move. Not only did he use analytical eyes, but he also used deep analysis. This kind of demon emperor-level battle with pseudo-territory was not often seen. Although the pseudo-territory was not a real territory, it was also the prototype of the demon overlord-level territory. It could provide an important reference for his current meager state. Originally, the Manticore's strength was slightly better, but due to the experiment, its strength was damaged. At present, Both sides were evenly matched, and no one could win easily. As the saying went, when two tigers fight, one must be injured. This kind of battle situation was originally unexpected by Chunrui. Now the crystal dragon had just entered the recovery magic circle and was in a deep sleep state. Meanwhile, the puppet's heart that controlled the crystal men was in his hands. Thinking of this, Chunrui's heart began to heat up. Chapter 288. The two overlapping territories were separated again. Even with analytical eyes, Chunrui didn't know what kind of battle happened between Sabrina and the manticore in the cold and poisonous gas intertwined. However, judging from the situation where the power of both territories was greatly weakened, it would be a situation where both sides would suffer. Both sides would suffer, or the next step would be to perish together. Even if they didn't perish together, the seriously injured Sabrina shouldn't be the opponent of this group of crystal men and the mad beast Raphael. It should be the best time to kill her. However, this timing isn't in the plan. Maybe I can launch the plan in advance. When Chunrui was weighing the pros and cons in his mind, the blue mist around Sabrina had turned into thousands of sharp blades and flew toward the manticore. Chunrui had seen Brock's method of turning the mist into an army in the Silent Night wetland. He used the water element mimicry magic. The Leviathan royal family was a natural sensor of water elements. Sabrina's Eye of Incubus talent was far inferior to Brock's, but her water element proficiency was superior. This territory was the blue charm territory that was realized through the water element. In contrast, the green poison territory of the manticore was much inferior in terms of subtlety and changes. However, this powerful demonic beast had no fear in the face of countless sharp blades that threatened its life. Instead, it triggered its fierceness. With a loud roar, the green light on its body instantly converged into its body. Then it opened its huge mouth and shot out several basin-sized energy bombs. This kind of energy bullet was dark green in color and contained a powerful destructive power. Once it came into contact with the blue blades, it immediately caused a violent chain explosion. Those blades were all shattered. When the nearby crystal people came into contact with the flying, broken blades, cracks actually appeared on their sturdy bodies. It could be seen how terrifying this power was. This green energy bomb that could trigger a chain explosion became the nemesis of blades. In the blink of an eye, after countless blue blades are shattered, it flew towards Sabrina and blew her body into pieces. Chunrui exclaimed, "Madam!" This exclamation was undoubtedly an act because what was shattered by the energy bomb was only a mimicry ice sculpture. In analytical eyes, Sabrina's figure had already appeared above the manticore. There were actually 3 figures, and they all exuded the same breath. They attacked the manticore at the same time. The strange thing was that analytical eyes showed that Sabrina's real body was changing rapidly among the 3 figures. He couldn't determine the real one for a while. The manticore did not have so much time to think. With a sweep of its giant whip-like scorpion tail, a figure was instantly shattered. At the moment of this misjudgment, the other 2 had already pounced on it. The manticore's instinctive reaction was extremely fast. Despite being punched, it pounced with its claws and killed another one. The one behind it had already heavily kicked the manticore's back, leaving an obvious dent. The manticore felt the pain. It stabbed its tail, and the sharp and poisonous stinger shattered the figure once again. The 3 shadows and the one that was hit by the energy bullet earlier were not the original body. Chunrui was shocked. Impossible. Analytical eyes clearly shows just when the manticore's strength was exhausted. The shattered ice crystals floating in the air instantly combined into a woman's figure. She appeared on top of the manticore's head with a weapon in her hand. In a split second, the cold light shone brightly. Blood splashed everywhere, and the manticore's huge head flew up and rolled on the ground far away. Almost at the same time, the body that lost its head suddenly fell. Sabrina's figure fell to the ground, gasping for air. Her clothes were full of corrosive poison wounds, but fortunately it was frozen. Chinrue's eyes fell on her right hand. He saw a sharp ice blade condensed in her palm. It was this ice blade that cut off the manticore's head, which was also a demon emperor level. Chinrue finally understood that the mystery of Sabrina's territory was far more than the thousands of ice blades on the surface. The real killer move was the ice crystal clone. It was a mysterious talent similar to the water element mimicry. She could transfer her real body between any ice crystal clone and even use the ice crystals to form a human form. Every doppelganger was fake, or it could be said that as long as she wanted, every doppelganger could be real. Moreover, in this domain, she was basically immortal, unless her domain was destroyed by overwhelming power. However, judging from Sabrina's current state, this kind of clone must consume a lot of power. Then, should I take advantage of her exhaustion now? Chinrue's mind began to move again. The blue mist around Sabrina gradually converged into her body, and the ice blade in her hand had disappeared. After drinking a few bottles of potion, she finally felt better. Then she heard Chinrue's voice. "Madam Sabrina, are you okay?" "I'm just a little exhausted." Sabrina was indeed heavily injured. Looking around, it seemed that the situation was settled. "Master, can you help me to the side to take a rest?" Chinrue quickly walked over and helped her to the stone stool on the side. When he touched her body, a strange fragrance came. When their skin touched, it was even more exciting. However, Chinrue's current mind wasn't wandering, but he was calculating quickly. Sabrina took 2 steps and stopped. "Master, your heart seems to be beating fast." Chinrue was vigilant for a while. Although Sabrina didn't have the insight of Christina or Manu, her scheming and strength couldn't be underestimated. He didn't know how much combat power she had left now. Besides, he wasn't only dealing with Sabrina, but also Isola and the others. It wasn't appropriate for him to make a move now. "I'm sorry, madam." Chinrue reacted extremely quickly. He pretended to look away from the deep cleavage between her breasts as if he was caught peeping. He's still thinking about such things at this time. Sabrina was annoyed. Since there were many people nearby, she couldn't scold him. She just shook her head. "Master, help me sit down and rest for a while." Chinrue woke up from a dream and quickly helped her to sit down in front of the stone stool. However, he was reluctant to let go of his hand until Sabrina looked at him with dissatisfaction. Only then did he let go of his hand reluctantly. At that time, under the siege of the guards and the crystal men, most of the demonic beasts that escaped from the Mystic Valley were killed. The rest were captured and locked back into the lab. Finally, the chaos stopped. Soon, Master Toto ran over with a gloomy face. He handed a list to Sabrina. "Madam, our loss this time is quite heavy. The reason for the failure of the magic circle to imprison the demonic beasts has yet to be determined." Sabrina looked at the list and frowned even more. "There's no need to check. I know that woman's means very well. I don't think we can find anything." Chinrue secretly sneered, but his face showed anger. "This is too much. Does she want to destroy the Mystic Valley?" "Madam, I think." Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden collapse sound in the distance. The upper body of the giant Gundam suddenly broke and fell diagonally to the side. It fell to the ground and shattered. It even crushed a lab. "My giant puppet." Master Toto almost fainted. This puppet was the product of his blood, sweat, and tears. He even dreamed of making a name for himself with this thing in the future. He didn't expect such an accident to happen. Although he still had the design drawings in his mind, it would take at least a few months to repair it. Chinrue also looked exasperated. Recently, he and Master Toto spent a lot of effort to improve this Gundam. He didn't expect it to be destroyed like this. "Damn bitch!" Chinrue yelled with righteous indignation and clenched his fist. "Madam, we can't stand it any more. Even if we don't kill her, we must control her." Sabrina's eyes also flashed with resentment. She didn't expect Isola to be more ruthless than her before. If Arthur didn't send someone to inform her in time today, perhaps most people in the Mystic Valley would die in the hands of the demonic beasts. Could it be that this woman already has the confidence to deal with the blame of that man's return? Or that man's favoritism has reached such a level? When she thought of Asgalar, Sabrina calmed down again. No, we don't have any evidence on hand now. If we rashly interrogate her, she will only laugh at us or even use this as an excuse to attack us. We must endure it for now. How about this? After Sir Jacob recovers, please make a trip to ask him to warn Isola. I believe that woman won't dare to mess around again. Chinrue looked unwilling. Of course, he wouldn't let Jacob get involved. Besides, this matter must not wait until Jacob wakes up. However, Sabrina's attitude was within his expectation. As the saying goes, watching the fire from the other side of the river is just a small flame in the prelude. When Chinrue sent Sabrina back to the blue house in the devouring hall, it was almost dusk. Fadilou came to greet him. When she saw her mother's injuries and fatigue, she asked about the reason. She looked indignant and threatened to seek revenge from Isola, but she was stopped by Sabrina. Chinrue also helped to persuade a few words. They left the blue house and returned to the Nightmare Valley. Chinrue had a full meal, then he went to bed early to rest. Tomorrow would be the most critical moment. He needed to recharge and rest in peace. However, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for someone. Early the next morning, Chinrue went to the Mystic Valley to arrange the repair matters. At that moment, Phil hurriedly reported that Madame Sabrina sent someone to report that there was an urgent matter. She asked Chinrue to go to the devouring hall quickly. Chinrue nodded. Just in case, he used the puppet's heart to arrange the crystal men to guard several important locations and strictly prohibited anyone from approaching. Then he walked toward the door. In the middle of the basin, in front of the devouring hall, two groups of people were confronting each other. On one side was Sabrina, and on the other side was Isola. Behind Isola, there was a strong man who was controlling a dispirited girl in his hand. The girl was Sabrina's daughter, Fadilou. Fadilou's clothes on the upper half of her body were dyed red with blood. Her badly mutilated left arm was empty below the elbow. One of her arms was broken. Chinrue looked extremely shocked, but he tried his best to control the tension and excitement in his heart. He made himself unprecedentedly calm because the good show of the mantis stalking the cicada was about to officially start, and the director was him. Chapter 289. Madame Sabrina, what happened? Chinrue asked in surprise. Why did Miss Fadilou? Master, you came at the right time. Sabrina suppressed her anger. I just sent someone to invite Sir Jacob, but Sir is currently in the magic circle and can't be disturbed by anyone. Master is Sir Manu's confidant and also Sir Jacob's most valued person. I want to ask the Master to make a judgment now. He's making a judgment? Isola sneered. Who in the Crystal Valley doesn't know his relationship with you? He was originally from the Nightmare Valley, but he represented you to participate in the Mystic Valley's challenge, and even became the Mystic Valley's commander. In my opinion, I'm afraid your true relationship is a bit shady. Now you're asking your subordinate to make a judgment? What a joke! Shut up. Sabrina's eyes were full of cold light. Master and I are just friends. If you dare to talk nonsense like this again, I'll tear your mouth apart right now. Yeah, there's nothing between Madame Sabrina and me. Chinrue also said indignantly. However, when he said that, it seemed like he was trying to cover it up. It was like two naked men and women telling a police uncle who came to check the room, "We're just chatting." You want to kill me? You've already done it. So why are you afraid of talking about it? Isola smiled disdainfully. Now isn't the time to talk about what's going on between you and this man, but your daughter. I don't care what she did. Even if Fadilou made a huge mistake, I'll teach her a lesson. At the very least, her father will punish her. It's not your turn. Sabrina's voice became grim. What right do you have to cut off one of her arms? The rule of the demon realm was that the stronger one was, the harder it was to have children, especially when both parties were powerhouses. The union between Sabrina and Asgalar was mainly due to interests, so it was reasonable that she wasn't favored. However, this daughter was the biggest surprise. Unfortunately, I don't have the bloodline of the Beelzebub royal family, but it's quite good to be a member of the Leviathan royal family. Uncle Manu is now in control of the Leviathan royal family. If there's a chance, my daughter may become the ruler of the Leviathan royal family in the future. It wasn't easy for Sabrina to have this daughter, so she naturally spoiled her. Unexpectedly, her arm was cut off by Isola today. If she couldn't recover, then her future battle strength and potential would be greatly affected. How could she not be angry? Your daughter tried to assassinate me last night. I wonder who instructed him to do this. Isola was not afraid at all. As for her arm, she broke it by accident. Sabrina laughed out loud with endless anger in her voice. You broke it yourself? If it were you, would you believe it? Isola sneered. What a joke, let alone the fact that she broke it herself. So what if I did? She came to kill me. Am I supposed to stand still and let her kill me? You wanted to find an excuse to deal with me, but you didn't hesitate to use your own daughter as bait. Nonsense. Why would I use my own daughter as bait? Sabrina stopped laughing. Her eyebrows faintly revealed a murderous intent. If it weren't for the mess you made in the Mystic Valley yesterday that injured me, why would Fadalus seek revenge from you? Sabrina knew her daughter's impulsive character. Yesterday, when Fadalus saw her injured, she indeed said with righteous indignation that she wanted to seek revenge from Isola. She was persuaded at that time, but she still went at night. However, no matter how impulsive and immature she was, it was for her and for the Blue House. The Mystic Valley is now under your control. It's because you're incompetent that something went wrong. What right do you have to blame others? Speaking of this, Isola felt that she had vented her anger. She was secretly complacent. Some of the troubles she arranged were suppressed by Sabrina. Unexpectedly, there was such a big surprise yesterday. I don't know which mole did it. I must reward them by then. Although she had expected that the other party would mock her, Sabrina still couldn't help but be angry. Then Master Arthur interrupted. Madame Isola, we can let go of what you did in the Mystic Valley now, but you must let Miss Fadalou go first. Let go? Even if you're from the Nightmare Valley or have the title of a commander, you're not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Don't think that this woman is really a good person. Sooner or later, you'll be swallowed by her until not even your bones are left. Isola, I'll give you 10 seconds to let go of Fadalou. The temperature suddenly dropped. Sabrina's power had risen to a terrifying level. It was about to be triggered. Although Isola was assassinated, Fadalou naturally couldn't hurt her with her strength. She just wanted to use this to suppress Sabrina's arrogance after seizing control of the Mystic Valley. Besides, Fadalou's hand was indeed broken by herself, accidentally. If you want to fight, let's fight. Stop talking nonsense. However, I'm not that bad to use this method of kidnapping. Doden, let her go. The man named Doden pushed Fadalou, and she suddenly flew toward Sabrina lightly. Although his tone was tough, he was still a little soft. After all, there was no need to risk his life for such a trivial matter. Sabrina's chill faded a little, and she caught her daughter. Fadalou, how are you? Fadalou's eyes were red with tears. She stared at Sabrina without saying a word. It seemed that her ability to move and speak was restricted. Sabrina frowned. She released a faint power from her hand and unlocked the restraint on her. Fadalou immediately cried out, "My hand, it's by this bitch!" When Isola heard the word bitch, a stern look flashed in her eyes. She sneered without saying a word. This girl's hand was clearly broken by the item that I made, yet she blamed it on me. However, since things have come to this point, explaining will only make the conflict more irreconcilable. Don't worry, Mom will definitely restore your arm. Sabrina comforted Fadalou with a few words. She hated Isola even more in her heart. This matter will never end just like that. Let's try to cure Fadalou first. Fadalou suddenly grabbed Sabrina. Mom, I heard that bitch said to her subordinates that she wants to destroy the entire Mystic Valley. As soon as she said that, Sabrina and Isola's expression changed. Sabrina didn't expect Isola to be so bold. The reason why Isola's expression changed was that she didn't say such a thing at all. Chinrue on the side looked even more shocked. Ms. Fatalu, you can't joke about this. There's something very important in the Mystic Valley. Fatalu gritted her teeth and said, I heard it when I was pretending to be unconscious. It's absolutely true. Isola was shocked. She faintly felt that she had fallen into a big conspiracy. Fatalu's assassination and framing was most likely Sabrina's plan. Could it be Fatalu? Say it clearly. Sabrina noticed that Fatalu didn't seem to be capricious, and an ominous feeling surged in her heart. Chinrue also showed an uneasy expression. Madams, I'm going to the Mystic Valley to take a look. I'll leave first. As soon as he walked to the entrance of the devouring hall, he heard an earth-shaking loud noise. It actually came from the direction of the Mystic Valley. The entire ground was shaking. Then there was another series of loud noises, as if something terrifying exploded. The entire Crystal Valley was alarmed by this explosion. They all looked toward the direction of the Mystic Valley. There was only one exception, the Crystal Lair. Chinrue had already instigated the Crystal Dragon to set up inscriptions to prevent disturbance there. Whether it was vibration or sound, they were all isolated. Besides, the recovery magic circle was covered with protective inscriptions along the way. Outsiders absolutely couldn't enter. In someone's original words, nothing can affect Sir Jacob's most important recovery. Oh no! Chinrue exclaimed and rushed toward the Mystic Valley at his fastest speed. A few figures were faster than him. The one at the front was Isola and Sabrina, who was holding her daughter. The terrifying explosions in the Mystic Valley continued. When Chinrue arrived, he only saw Sabrina, Isola, and others standing at the gate with a gloomy expression. There were people constantly escaping from inside. The shockwave of the explosion made the people nearby lose their footing and stagger. Finally, the explosion slowly stopped. Chinrue grabbed a familiar-looking guy and shouted angrily, "Tony! What's going on?" Tony put on a long face. "Lord Commander, just now an unknown violent explosion occurred in the magic crystal cannon's test site, and the protective magic arrays all failed in an instant. This power was too terrifying, and it spread to other laboratories. Immediately afterward, the other laboratories also began to explode. Now the entire Mystic Valley is destroyed. The magic cannon's energy is extremely huge. It's the most dangerous experiment. The defense of the magic circle is the most powerful. The protective magic circle must be checked and repaired after each experiment. This time they actually all failed. How could this happen? My research is still inside." Chinrue let go of Tony and looked lost. Then he asked loudly, "Where's Master Toto?" Beast seems to be protecting the master craftsman to the corner. I don't know. At this time, Raphael's huge body staggered out of the valley entrance. Chinrue hurriedly rushed up and saw Raphael carrying a dark goblin on his shoulder. It was Master Toto, but anyone with a discerning eye could already see that this was just a corpse that had lost its vitality. "Master Toto!" Chinrue exclaimed. Beast looked terrified. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Chinrue. As the director of a blockbuster, Chinrue was also sighing in his heart. He actually hesitated for a long time about the ending of the role of Master Toto. The Dark Goblin was the master craftsman of Mystic Valley. He was talented and involved in many research projects. He was also extremely fanatical about war-related inventions and fame. It wouldn't be good for him to fall into the hands of the Crystal Valley forces or Catherine. Therefore, Chinrue finally gave him a bento character who died accidentally. As for the experimental projects and data of Mystic Valley, Chinrue had basically mastered them using deep analysis and memory. When necessary, he could use some of them appropriately. Who is responsible for the magic circle of the magic crystal cannon? Didn't we just strengthen the defense? How could this kind of problem happen? Chinrue yelled hysterically. He was obviously the one complaining first. Master, there's no need to investigate. It was Sabrina who said this with a bone-chilling voice. Take Fadaloo away from here first. Isola looked vigilant. Her strength suddenly increased because Sabrina's strong, murderous intention had locked onto her tightly. It was definitely not her usual bluff. Chapter 290. Sabrina looked at Isola, who looked like she was facing a formidable enemy, and said in a gloomy tone, Are you going to give up resisting yourself? Or do you want me to do it? Sabrina, what a vicious scheme. Isola gritted her teeth and shouted, I can't believe you're willing to sacrifice your daughter and the entire Mystic Valley in order to deal with me. By now, Isola finally understood that she had always underestimated the insidiousness and viciousness of her opponent. Sabrina's face was even more gloomy. Now that the situation had developed to this point, it was no longer possible to explain anything. She must capture the opponent first. Isola understood the truth, so she naturally refused to be captured. If she fell into the hands of her nemesis, even if she could see Asgalar, she would only be left with half a life. She might even be admitted by some means that she did those things. Therefore, she must not let Sabrina succeed. Mom, you must avenge me, Fadaloo yelled, adding fuel to the fire. Fadaloo, you leave here with the master first. Sabrina's body emitted a blue mist. She stood between Isola and herself to prevent Isola from holding Fadaloo or Chinrue hostage. Understood. Don't worry, madam. I will definitely protect Miss Fadaloo, Raphael. Chinrue righteously ordered the mad beast to protect the two of them. He used the puppet's heart to order the crystal men to push toward Isola and the others. Then he quickly retreated. Isola regretted her previous decision to let Fadaloo go. She really had the intention to hold her hostage just now, but unfortunately, Sabrina saw through it. Although Sabrina's strength was above her, judging from Fadaloo's assassination and the intelligence provided by the Blue House's insider, Sabrina's injuries and consumption weren't light due to dealing with the demon emperor-level demonic beast yesterday. Our side definitely has the power to fight. We should be able to hold on until the crystal dragon Jacob wakes up. I believe that Jacob will never sit back and watch such a big incident. Besides, Asgalar is already on his way back to the Crystal Valley secretly. Even Sabrina doesn't know about this news. As long as I can delay him until he returns, the truth will be revealed and this sinister woman will be completely defeated. Chinrue ran all the way out of the Mystic Valley with Fadaloo and quickly came to the Nightmare Valley. He saw Freya standing at the door worriedly. The noise in the Mystic Valley just now scared her. She was worried about Chinrue's safety when she saw Chinrue running over with Fadaloo and a terrible monster. Fadaloo had tortured Freya many times. Freya saluted her with fear and trepidation. Chinrue didn't care so much and said, Freya, leave the Crystal Valley with Fadaloo now and wait for me in the Bloody Vine Flower City. If you want to see Kia, if you want to break the shackles between you and your daughter, just do as I say. Don't ask why. The last sentence made Freya's eyes suddenly lit up and she nodded. As the beast was too conspicuous, Chinrue didn't let it go with the two women. He entered the lab for a while, then he walked out again. He asked Raphael to guard the entrance of the hillside where the lab was located and no one was allowed to enter. Then he walked out of the Nightmare Valley. At that time, the battle between Sabrina and Isola had inevitably begun. Isola's men were killed by the crystal men that Chinrue ordered before he left. She was furious, but the most important thing now was to deal with Sabrina, the biggest enemy. Isola was from the Mammon royal family, and the brawny man next to her was her most capable man, Duodun, who was from the Samuel royal family. Both of them were at the peak of the great demon king. Their strength had basically reached the level of the demon emperor, but they hadn't realized the territory yet. Sabrina's injury hadn't healed yet, so she couldn't take it for a while. The battle between the three of them was very fierce. Along the way, there were terrifying traces of destruction. Many innocent people were killed. It was a mess all of a sudden. No one dared to approach. The surviving buildings in the Mystic Valley were also destroyed. Sabrina had the intention to kill Duodan and capture Isola, but Isola saw through her plan and retreated with Duodan. How could Sabrina let her do as she wished? She didn't care about the loss of power and fully activated her territory. She was divided into 4 figures and surrounded the 2 of them. A large area of blue mist spread out. For a while, the temperature of the entire Mystic Valley dropped to an extremely low level. Sabrina's blue charm territory was based on the water mastery talent. Duodan was from the Samuel royal family, so he was proficient in fire mastery. The 2 attributes were mutually restrained. Although Duodan's strength was not as good as Sabrina's, the power of flame still weakened the power of water mastery considerably. Of course, Duodan was even more restrained under this water mastery, so the damage he suffered would also be doubled. Fortunately, Isola's dark mastery talent from the Mammon royal family played a big role. Night demon enchantment was an advanced magic in dark magic, which could form a protective and lethal area power around. As a magic practitioner, Isola was naturally an expert. Although it wasn't as good as a territory, it relieved the huge pressure on Duodan to a certain extent. However, even if the 2 of them joined forces, they were still firmly suppressed by the injured Sabrina. Gradually, they couldn't resist anymore. This was the power of territory. Even if the 3 of them had similar levels of power, having a territory and not having a territory were 2 completely different concepts. Duodan knew that Sabrina still had some scruples about Isola, but she would definitely spare no effort to kill him. Seeing that the range of Isola's night demon enchantment was getting smaller and smaller, and its power was getting weaker and weaker, it could no longer resist the attacks of thousands of blades in the blue mist. Therefore, he made up his mind and simply made the decision to risk his life. At the moment when the night demon enchantment was about to collapse, Duodan cast the magic that he had been brewing for a long time. Several huge fire pillars appeared around him, filled with intense heat. The blue charm territory, as ice mastery, power was suddenly weakened, but the fire pillars soon began to wither and extinguish. Duodan didn't expect the fire pillars to break the territory, so he found Sabrina's position with the help of the fire. He yelled and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had already activated the Blood Fury talent, and his attack power suddenly increased. With a leap of his feet, he rushed toward Sabrina. Seeing him attacking, Isola was taken aback. She quickly pointed, and several spears emitting black gas shot toward Sabrina from all directions to cover for Duodan. Sabrina waved her hands, and the thousands of blades in the blue charm territory suddenly turned into shields, which offset the power of the spears. At that moment, Duodan had already rushed close to Sabrina, and his flaming fist was coming toward her. Sabrina punched back and actually took 2 steps back. Her face turned pale, and most of the blue mist around her evaporated because of this punch. Sabrina frowned. The purity of Duodan's flame power was amazing. It was definitely not a simple fire magic or blood fury talent, but the power of life burning. It seemed that this guy saw through her determination to kill and decided to risk his life. Duodan wanted to risk his life, but of course, Sabrina wasn't willing to accompany him. She just wanted to use guerrilla warfare to consume his life force. Since the 2 of them were close combat, Isola couldn't cast magic to help at the moment. However, she knew that the blue charm territory was closely related to Sabrina, so she used her full strength to cast dark magic to continuously weaken the power of the water elements in the territory. Sabrina sensed Isola's action and frowned. If it was a real territory that was connected with the power of nature, then Isola's action was just a waste of effort. However, she was currently a demon emperor-level pseudo-territory, which mainly relied on her own power of water elements to cast, so it still had a considerable impact. She immediately thought of ending the battle quickly. While Sabrina was distracted, Duodan took the opportunity and hit her lower abdomen with his flaming fist. However, the result was unexpected. Sabrina's body shattered. At the same time, Duodun felt a chill in his chest. Suddenly, an icy, translucent blade protruded from his chest. When he turned around, it turned out that Sabrina's figure had already appeared behind him. What was shattered just now was just an ice sculpture. Duodun's reaction was extremely fast. He grabbed the blade in his chest and shouted. The blood on his palm that was cut by the blade started burning, and he actually broke the ice blade. He suddenly turned around and stabbed the broken blade into Sabrina's towering chest. Unfortunately, it was still an ice sculpture and shattered again. Duodun's all-out attack actually failed. He felt that his life force was rapidly fading away. He struggled to spit out the last mouthful of blood and activated the Blood Fury talent again. His body expanded rapidly, then it suddenly exploded. This was a self-destructive move that Duodun developed based on his talent, Blood Explosion. The exploded flesh and blood emitted flames and splashed in the blue territory. Unexpectedly, Sabrina's scream could be heard. She didn't expect Duodun to have such a self-destruction move, and the power was extremely shocking. Caught off guard, her real body, hidden in the territory, was heavily injured. Shocked, Isola's fingers started bleeding. She quickly waved her hand, and a huge, blood-red, long-handled scythe appeared out of thin air. It flew toward the source of the scream. As the scythe approached the source of the scream, it suddenly turned into countless sharp auras that wrapped around a human figure. The terrifying power seemed to even split the space. This was somewhat similar to Qin-Rui's group attack, Destructive Aura Strike. Although the range wasn't as large, it was more lethal. It was the strongest single target damage of dark magic. Dark Blood Scythe. The scream was even more shrill. However, almost at the same time, a ghostly figure appeared behind Isola. Before she could react, a heavy blow had already struck the back of her neck. Isola was a magic practitioner, so her close combat ability was her weakness. She immediately blacked out and fell to the ground. The blue mist gradually dissipated, revealing Sabrina's figure. Her white dress was almost dyed red with blood. It was covered with bloody wounds. Isola's dark blood scythe was still fine, but Duodun's blood explosion, with all his vitality, was indeed no small matter. It made her suffer a lot. Plus the injuries from the battle with the Manticore yesterday, she only had less than half of her strength left. Of course, if it weren't for Isola and her intention to capture them alive, she could have killed the two of them without too much effort. Although the price she paid was not small, the final result was that she won. Sabrina, who lost her veil in the battle, had a smug smile on her face. This time, she was completely confident that she could completely trample the opponent under her feet to the bottom of the valley. She would never be able to compete with her again. At that moment, Fatalus staggered over from a distance. "Mom!" Sabrina was taken aback. "Didn't I leave under the protection of Arthur and the beast? Master is dead." Fatalus' first sentence, when they met, shocked Sabrina. Master Arthur is someone that the Crystal Dragon and Manu both value, especially the Crystal Dragon. He has publicly expressed his protection for Arthur more than once. If he dies because of the battle between me and Isola, the consequences will be unimaginable. At that moment, Sabrina suddenly had a warning sign in her heart. This warning sign was tempered in countless battles. It had saved her life more than once. Without the slightest hesitation, Sabrina bounced her feet and flashed back like she was electrocuted. However, she was already half a beat too late. There was a bloody mark on her abdomen. It didn't feel very painful at that time, but a lot of blood flowed out. It seemed that the wound was very deep. Sabrina didn't look at the wound. White gas emerged from her body. She sealed the bleeding with the freezing power of the water element in time. Her gaze fell on the remaining right palm of Fatalus. The palm was glowing faintly. Although Fatalus' power showed that she was only at the peak of Demon King, Sabrina didn't dare to underestimate that palm. If she didn't react in time just now, she would have been cut in half by that blade-like power. You're not Fatalu. Who are you? Fatalu's face and figure were strangely distorted. She turned into a stranger with both hands intact. She was wearing leather armor. She had black hair, black eyes, yellow skin, and wasn't very tall. Her sharp eyes made it easy to ignore her ordinary facial features. Black hair and black eyes? Lust royal family? Sabrina was secretly surprised. When did such a person sneak into the Crystal Valley? No. He even turned into Fatalu's appearance. He even deliberately showed the characteristics of a broken arm. Could it be the opponent didn't give her time to think? With a bounce of his feet, he had already rushed over. His palm was like a knife, slashing in the air. Although the distance was far, the horrifying sharpness was still better than slashing from above. Sabrina almost suffered a big loss just now, so she didn't dare to neglect. An ice shield appeared instantly to block the knife chi in the air. She shouted and also punched in the air. The person didn't dare to take it head-on, so he dodged. The ground that he missed quickly condensed into ice crystals. Sabrina saw the cracks on the ice shield and secretly thought, this opponent's strength is by no means the Demon King level on the surface, but he hasn't reached the Demon Emperor level either. He should be at the Great Demon King level. It's just that the talent of this palm knife is extremely powerful. Even I, a Demon Emperor, can't take it. But then again, a mere Great Demon King actually dared to sneak attack me, a Demon Emperor powerhouse, and he still dared to attack after failing. Sabrina's eyes were full of killing intent. Suddenly, she felt a dangerous breath coming from the opponent. The air was filled with an unsettling heat. With a whoosh, the person's body ignited with black flames. Nirvana's power? Sabrina was knowledgeable. After lurking in the Shadow Empire for many years, she immediately felt the power attribute of this flame. This enemy is really the Asmodeus royal family. Chapter 291. Sabrina concluded in her heart that the black flame was some kind of mutated talent of this Asmodeus royal family in Nirvana. However, why was the pressure from this guy, who only had the strength of a great demon king, was so strong that it made her, a demon emperor powerhouse, shocked? What kind of talent is this? The answer was soon revealed. There was a little red light in the flame, and the surrounding air seemed more manic and violent. The ground trembled slightly, and countless spider web-like cracks continued to spread with that person as the center. A long red creature condensed by terrifying energy appeared in the opponent's hand. That strong and terrifying breath made Sabrina feel like she was facing a formidable enemy. However, that terrifying creature didn't rush toward her. After rising to midair, it went against the enemy and swallowed it in a blink of an eye. That person was naturally Chinrue. He knew that he was only at the Great Demon King level in his normal state, so he couldn't compete with Sabrina. Therefore, he didn't waste any time and immediately used his strongest power, Scorching Dragon Possession. The impact of the Scorching Dragon Possession caused a huge pit on the ground. The trembling and cracks were even more intense. The red power twisted wildly. Countless gravel that was under strong pressure seemed to be freed from gravity and slowly floated upward. The trembling gradually subsided. A bloody figure rushed out of the smoke and dust like lightning toward Sabrina. It was in front of her in the blink of an eye. Sabrina punched again. This time, Chinrue didn't dodge. Instead, he used the inertia of charging forward to punch. At the moment when the two fists collided, both of them were shocked at the same time. Sabrina took 4 or 5 steps back. Her arm trembled slightly as if it was electrocuted. Chinrue also took 3 steps back. There was already a layer of ice on his fist. Chinrue exerted his strength and shattered the ice. This kind of power showdown surprised Sabrina. It was still the strength of a demon king just now, but the power of this blow was actually above her. Actually, Sabrina overestimated Chinrue. Even if he used Scorching Dragon Possession, Shinrue's actual strength was still infinitely close to the Demon Emperor level. However, there was one factor that could not be neglected, and that was equipment. Although Shinrue's current equipment was not as dazzling as it was when he challenged Norris in the Mystic Valley, its attributes were still better. He was no longer the rookie he used to be. Equipment did not have to be dazzling or have heaven-defying attributes, but it had to be the most suitable for him. For example, it would be useless even if he used a divine item that could increase his magic power by 100 times. The equipment in front of him was the most suitable for him at the moment. Most of them came from Paglio's treasures. Only the belt was made by him. Its attributes were not very high, and it was only a piece of excellent grade equipment. However, it could make the best use of the other pieces of equipment. The item that played the most crucial role just now was the artifact Thunderous Sound. This artifact wasn't limited by the combination of other equipment attributes. It could directly improve the overall quality. The punch that repelled Sabrina not only exerted double damage, but it also added a lightning attribute attack. After a few dazzling rounds of attack and defense, Sabrina tested out Shinrue's true strength. It was slightly inferior to her current state, but with that powerful skill and lightning talent, he definitely had the power to fight with her. She was experienced enough to see that her opponent used some kind of talent or secret technique to reach the Demon Emperor level. However, the biggest difference between the Demon Emperor level and the Great Demon King level was not in terms of pure power, but the territory power. Although she suffered many losses from the self-destruction due to her carelessness previously, she was still confident of winning in general. If it weren't for Isola, the two quasi-Demon Emperor enemies whose strength was infinitely close to the Demon Emperor and only lacked the territory power would have been killed by her long ago. Now that this opponent's strength had reached the Demon Emperor level, and she was seriously injured, she couldn't exert her strongest strength. Therefore, it was too risky to fight her head-on. She must use the territory power to suppress her opponent directly. Sabrina used the force of the collision with Shinrue to bounce her body and appeared in midair. She actually levitated, and a large amount of blue mist surged out. It was the third time Shinrue witnessed her territory power. However, it was one thing to watch from the side and another to experience it in person. The territory of this mist was equivalent to a small world. It was much larger than the actual space outside. Shinrue tried several times, but he couldn't rush out of the territory range. The role of the blue mist was by no means as simple as it seemed. Shinrue only felt a bone-chilling cold coming from all directions. Not only did he need to divide his strength to resist the terrifying chill, but his mobility was also reduced a lot. Initially, with the help of Stripper, Thunderous Sound, and other equipment, his speed was even faster than Sabrina. However, he was greatly restricted now. Not only that, this environment could maximize water mastery. No wonder Sabrina's clones and camouflage attacks were so handy. Sabrina's injury wasn't light. She wanted to end the battle quickly, so she immediately used the same trick again. She turned into several figures and rushed toward Shinrue at the same time. Shinrue used his fist momentum in the surfy sea and punched out. Waves of raging power surged out, including double damage and lightning attacks from time to time. Sabrina's clones that were close were repelled or destroyed. To Sabrina's horror, no matter which clone she switched to, the opponent could always react immediately. Although she injured the enemy a few times, firstly, the quality of the armor on his body was extremely high. Secondly, his reaction was fast, so she couldn't deal a fatal blow. This method was originally Sabrina's strongest skill. She could integrate her real body into the blue charm territory and use the clones to switch. It was unpredictable, unless it was Doton's secret technique, self-explosion. Otherwise, as long as her power wasn't exhausted, she was almost immortal. Unexpectedly, it was easily seen through by this inconspicuous enemy. Shinrue was naturally using analytical eyes. Sabrina's clones were very fast. Sometimes the naked eye couldn't keep up at all. She completely relied on analytical eyes and the instinctive reaction of her muscles to deal with it, so it was inevitable to be injured. However, the legendary great armor wasn't just for show. Coupled with the correct reaction, the injuries caused weren't serious. However, this could only repel Sabrina's attack. It couldn't cause fundamental damage. The key was that the time of scorching dragon possession was limited. Both sides attacked and defended at lightning speed. Although only 5 minutes had passed, the remaining time was 1 minute less after every minute. Therefore, it couldn't be delayed. While Sabrina was attacking, she was thinking about how to eliminate this troublesome enemy. Suddenly, a large number of vines emerged from the ground. These vines had a strange devouring power, and they multiplied and grew extremely fast. They actually absorbed a lot of the blue mist. Sabrina didn't expect the opponent to have such a strange technique. She continuously used clones, and many vines were frozen and shattered. Chinrue originally just wanted to use gluttonous vines to attract her attention. He didn't expect gluttonous vines with entanglement, spreading, and devouring attributes could also have such a miraculous effect. Although it couldn't really destroy the blue charm territory, it was enough for him to use another skill that he rarely used. God Eater. God Eater was a skill obtained after successfully analyzing the God Eater mask. He needed to wear the mask to use it. In fact, there were 3 skills. The first one was immunity to soul control. If he wore this mask at that time, even Manu's soul shackles couldn't be used. At that time, he couldn't expose this artifact in front of Manu. However, after that, Chinrue also remembered that once he wore this mask, he should be able to isolate the control of soul shackles. However, in that case, he could only use the identity of a guile. The second one could devour all spirit power, magic power, and soul attacks, but it could only be used once every 7 days. The last one was demonic fly's transformation. It was immune to 1 physical attack and could only be used once a day. Although Sabrina was destroying the vines, she had been paying attention to Chinrue's movements. She saw a strange mask suddenly appeared on his face. Then, the water elemental power in the territory and the spirit power that she controlled surged towards the mask uncontrollably, like a flood. It was as if they were being devoured by some ancient beast. They couldn't resist at all. The skeleton of the blue charm territory was the water elemental power and spirit power. When the skeleton was taken away, the rest of the power naturally couldn't support the entire territory, so it immediately collapsed. In the blink of an eye, the blue mist became extremely thin. Sabrina's real body also appeared. She could no longer hide in the territory or cast clones like before. She only felt a strong sense of fatigue and weakness. It was obviously the overdraft caused by the devouring of the territory. She never thought that her territory would be broken by someone like that. Moreover, it was a great demon king who didn't have territory power. What kind of talent is this? Right, devour. While Sabrina was in shock, the surrounding scene changed drastically. She was in a strange space. She was surrounded by countless strange balls with different patterns. However, the color of the surface was like a dark black gem, shining with a deep light. These balls rotated and moved in a strange rhythm from near to far. When it was far away, it actually looked like bright stars. Are these balls all stars? Sabrina felt that her power that was already close to exhaustion was weakened again. Her heart couldn't help but be shocked. Territory? Could it be that I actually guessed it wrong? This mysterious Asmodeus royal family is a demon emperor with territory? No. He clearly used a secret technique to barely reach the level of demon emperor. His real strength is definitely only at the level of great demon king. Why does he have the power of territory? Great demon king has the power of territory? How is this possible? The power of this territory is so real. It's definitely not an illusion. Not only was it weakened, but it also made her mind confused. Her movements also became slow. Chinrue bounced, and his figure quickly appeared in front of Sabrina. He turned his palm into a blade and slashed at her head. Sabrina's territory power was devoured, but her own strength was still there. Her palm was immediately wrapped in ice, condensing into an ice blade, and she blocked with the blade. With a clang, the ice blade shattered. The invisible blade shot straight at Sabrina's head. Sabrina retreated in a panic, but a cluster of blood still spurted out from between her eyebrows. She felt that the opponent's strength had increased a bit in this blow. She knew it was the effect of the territory. Now that she was exhausted, and she was hit by the territory's strange power, the opponent was at his peak state. She couldn't fight against him. With her current remaining strength, it was already difficult to escape this territory. It seemed that she could only take the risk for the last fight. Chapter 292. As soon as she thought of that, Sabrina secretly gathered her strength. Chen Rui's aura blade was about to run out soon, and he also had the idea of quickly finishing Sabrina off. Each slash was faster than the previous one, forcing Sabrina into a mess. The wounds on her body were also increasing. Sabrina couldn't avoid it. She had the strategy of hurting both of them. She actually didn't avoid Chen Rui's aura blade. The ice blade in her hand stabbed toward his heart. A cold light flashed in Chen Rui's eyes. The aura blade in his hand was still slashing toward her neck. If this slash landed, her head would definitely be chopped off. Sure enough, this slash hit Sabrina's neck without any suspense. However, Chen Rui frowned suddenly. Sabrina's body actually turned into a wisp of black smoke, causing him to slash in the air. Instead, the ice blade stabbed firmly into Chen Rui's chest. Fortunately, the defense of the leather armor was very strong. It could only penetrate 50% of his flesh. However, a dangerous omen made Chen Rui have no time to care about the injury on his chest. He tapped his feet and quickly retreated. The black smoke quickly changed back to Sabrina's body. Her right eye was bleeding, but it was flashing with a strange black light. Under the drive of some secret technique, her strength instantly skyrocketed to the peak. It was as if she was in her peak state without any injury. As she shouted, a dark blue beam of light with a diameter of 1 meter shot out from her right hand and hit Chen Rui, who was retreating quickly. This blow contained a great destructive power. It had exhausted all her remaining strength. If she couldn't eliminate her opponent, then she could only wait to be slaughtered. However, with this peak state of strength, even if the opponent was wearing legendary grade armor, Sabrina had absolute confidence to completely destroy his body and soul inside the armor with this blow. Unfortunately, Sabrina didn't know that the enemy didn't only have legendary grade armor in his hands. Sabrina's biggest blow hit Chen Rui squarely. To be precise, it hit the blue shield outside Chen Rui's body. Although the blue shield collapsed instantly, it bought precious time for Chen Rui. He already had something in his hand. The beam of light struck the object. Although his feet were still pushed back, he had gradually stabilized his center of gravity. The light blue destructive beam gradually extinguished. Sabrina's face was full of disbelief. Around her, the strange astral territory was still bright. Sabrina, whose power was exhausted, slowly fell to the ground like her blood was sucked out, but her eyes were still staring at the object in the man's hand. It was a shield. It was dark gold with quaint and elegant patterns. As an important member of the Leviathan royal family, how could Sabrina not recognize the origin of this shield? The highest artifact of the Leviathan royal family, elusive demon shield. To be precise, it's the demon shield. She didn't know what technique the man used, but the demon shield disappeared again. As a matter of fact, the 7 artifacts couldn't be put into any storage equipment. What technique is this? Besides, judging from the faint light of the demon shield just now, this person seems to be able to truly unleash the artifact's power. Otherwise, it's impossible to directly take the ghostly burning light, which is equivalent to her strongest blow at her peak. Isn't only Brock's sister, Delia, recognized by the demon shield? Why can this Asmodeus royal family and that terrifying mask that swallowed the territory's power. Most importantly, shouldn't the demon's shield be in the hands of Master Arthur? Since Fadaloo is fake, will the news of the Master's death be that person had slowly walked over? At this final moment of life and death, Sabrina's mind seemed to be much clearer all of a sudden. The previous incidents were all connected by a certain key discovery. The accident at Mystic Valley, Fadaloo's assassination, Isola's resentment, the timing of this person's appearance, the equipment, and elusive demon shield. Sabrina's heart was getting colder and colder. With her wisdom, she had vaguely guessed that she had fallen into a terrifying trap from the beginning. Not only me, but the entire Crystal Valley is in this trap. It's ridiculous that Manu has always been conceited and scheming, yet he's being played by this guy. In fact, it's not just Manu. Jacob, Isola herself. I didn't expect it to be you. Sabrina's tensed body relaxed, as if she had completely given up the idea of resisting. In fact, she didn't have the strength to resist. Chinrue didn't answer. He stopped in front of her. The faint light in his palm was like a death sentence. "Don't kill me, okay?" Sabrina begged. That lovely look made people couldn't help but feel pity for her. "I have wisdom and strength. With my value, I can become your most important help in the future." Feeling that the other party's rising power seemed to have paused, Sabrina tore her bra without hesitation, revealing her plump and full breasts. The 2 buds on it stood up because of nervousness and trembling. Then she desperately crawled to the man. "Aren't you interested in my beauty and body? I can be your woman. I can do it now. You can play with me however you want. I can also serve you with Fadaloo." The other party seemed to hesitate for a moment. Then his extended hand gradually moved to her breasts. Sabrina secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the other party values me as a bargaining chip, I can save my life. Other than signing the soul contract, no matter if it's my body or ability, I can agree to all other conditions. Once my strength is restored. At that moment, Sabrina's pupils suddenly contracted. She saw the hand that extended to her chest suddenly closed its fingers and swiped upwards. A sharp, blade-like chi swept across the woman's white neck. Blood spurted out, and the beautiful head fell diagonally. There was still an expression of disbelief on her face. She couldn't even ask a word. "Why? Don't I have an important value?" Chinrue understood her unresigned question before she died. He calmly replied with a classic line from a movie, "Without you, it's very important to me." Sabrina was dead. This woman, who was as beautiful as peach and plum, but had a heart of a snake and scorpion, might have countless unrealized ambitions. But life was like this. The end meant the end of everything. From a certain perspective, in the face of life, be it power or interest, they were just beautiful bubbles. Chinrue didn't hesitate. He strode toward the unconscious Isola, and his hands were equally merciless. At that moment, there were no beauties, only enemies and friends. Being tolerant to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Both of these women held powerful strength and power in their hands. Their death was equivalent to cutting off Asgalar's 2 arms. The strength on Manu's side wasn't very clear, but Sabrina was definitely involved, as well as Brock and even the fallen angel capital's Isabella. As for the crystal dragon, the central puppet heart of the crystal men had been controlled by him. Without the puppet heart, even if the crystal dragon wanted to continue making crystal puppets in the future, the quantity and quality would be greatly reduced. Besides, the crystal dragon himself was now in the recovery magic circle. As long as Empress Catherine's people arrived in time, it was uncertain whether the crystal dragon could have a future. Due to the explosion and the battle, the Mystic Valley had been destroyed. The people inside had all escaped. Chinrue didn't leave immediately. Using the topographic map of the Mystic Valley obtained when he was the commander, he went to several laboratories and used the storage warehouse to collect some information and items that could be taken away. It might not be useful now, but it should be useful in the future. Those things that couldn't be taken away and the laboratories that weren't completely destroyed were completely destroyed by him. Of course, some surviving researchers must still have a lot of knowledge in their hearts. However, with the destruction of the Mystic Valley and experimental data, it wasn't enough to rely on those individual projects or fragments. Chen Rui could kill Sabrina without hesitation, but he wasn't bloodthirsty enough to kill all these people. Even for Master Toto's death, he only decided after thinking about it again and again. The destruction of the Mystic Valley and the battle between the two ladies of the Devouring Hall had caused the Crystal Valley to be in a mess at this time. Only the crystal layer seemed relatively stable because the news couldn't reach the ears of Jacob, who was recovering and sleeping. After a while, Chenrue's ghostly figure flashed out of this stable crystal layer. He had gotten the most important thing. Although the Crystal Dragon's recovery secret room had a lot of dragon inscriptions that even Master Arthur hadn't learned, it wasn't too difficult for Chenrue, whose inscription knowledge was above the Crystal Dragon. As for the Fountain of Resurrection, or the ancient rune's magic circle, Chenrue had already prepared a carefully prepared replacement. A magic circle made with a gold crystal as the core could maintain the output effect of the crystal stone's power and not interfere with the crystal dragon's sweet dream. Chenrue had a ball-shaped magic item in his hand, which was given to him by Christina at the time. From the last time when Sabrina accompanied him out of the valley, Chenrue had learned that there were a lot of treasure hunters in the nearby area. It must be arranged by Catherine the Great. It seemed that she was almost done preparing these days. There were dragon inscriptions all around the Crystal Valley which played various concealment roles. Chenrue walked to the central area where the concealment was the weakest. He crushed the magic item and threw it on the ground. A golden light soared into the sky. It was extremely dazzling and exploded like fireworks. According to Christina, the signal of this item would explode and expand continuously for about 10 minutes. It could be seen from hundreds of kilometers away. However, at this moment there was a sudden change. A cloud suddenly appeared above the golden light, and the fireworks only had time to explode before it was wrapped up by the cloud and disappeared without a trace. After this strange cloud engulfed the golden signal, it quickly converged into a human figure. It was almost like an illusion. When Chenrue blinked, the figure had already appeared in front of him. It was a tall man with lavender short hair. He was wearing a golden full-body armor, and a scarlet cloak fluttered behind him, which made him look powerful. The man looked about 30 years old, about 2 meters tall. His face was square like a knife, and his eyebrows were deep. The pale golden eyes below were emitting a cold electric light. Analytical eyes showed race, gluttony, royal family. Comprehensive strength assessment, unable to judge. Beelzebub, royal family. And with such strength could it be? Asgulor. Why did Asgulor suddenly return to the Crystal Valley? Even Sabrina didn't know about this news. Facing the Demon Emperor, with Chenrue's current scorching dragon possession state, he might still have a chance to escape. However, facing the demon overlord, he might not even have a chance. At that moment, he was in an unprecedented crisis. Chenrue's expression changed drastically, not only because of the appearance of the demon overlord Asgulor, but also because of the two people in Asgulor's hands, Fatalu and Freya. Chapter 293. Chenrue's heart sank. Didn't Fatalu escape from the valley with Freya and head to the Bloody Vine Flower City? How did she fall into Asgulor's hands? Asgulor glanced at the chaotic scene around him and dropped Fatalu and Freya in his hands. The threatening light in his eyes shone brightly. Who are you? Chenrue's mind turned sharply. Just now, Asgulor had seen me launch the signal flare and intercept it. It was already impossible to deny certain things, not to mention that the signal was intercepted before it was completely sent out. I don't know if Catherine can receive it. Now, I can only try to escape as soon as possible. A cold light flashed in Asgulor's eyes. Answer or die. Chenrue only felt a terrifying breath pressing toward him instantly. Even with the scorching dragon possession and the equipment on his body, he actually couldn't resist it. His body suddenly trembled, and this breath was still getting stronger. The huge pressure from all directions made him feel suffocated. It was like a bow that was pulled into a full circle that could be snapped at any time. Except for those legendary god level, or demigod, the demon overlord level powerhouse was indeed the peak existence of the demon realm's pyramid. This wasn't the first time he faced a demon overlord. Previously, there were the Earth Elemental King, Glorfin, Christina, Catherine, Paglio, Manu, and the Crystal Dragon. However, Glorfin and the Earth Elemental King had been fighting each other for 400 years, so his state was extremely weak. When Christina's nirvana ended, he was already delirious. Catherine's power was only briefly felt in the mechanic finals. Paglio's power was sealed. Neither the Crystal Dragon nor Manu had shown their true power. Only now was it the first time he faced a demon overlord-level enemy, Asgalar. Richard. Chinrue finally said 2 words. Now that there was a great disparity in strength, he was absolutely unmatched. He must seize the time to escape. At present, he couldn't protect himself. As for Freya, he could only try to rescue her later. Before going to the Mystic Valley to deal with Sabrina and Isola, Chinrue used a skill in the Nightmare Valley's lab, Stargate. Stargate active skill. After setting up a star point, you can open the Stargate within the effective range to return to the star point. Only the user can use it. The star point is effective for a maximum of 1 month and can be used repeatedly. The star point's setting cost 1,000 auras, and each use cost 500 auras. The star point was set up in a hidden place outside the Crystal Valley. It was set up when Sabrina accompanied him out of the valley to study dragon inscription a few days ago. At that time, he immediately returned with Sabrina after the study, so it didn't cause any suspicion. Unfortunately, the Stargate couldn't be used by the person himself, so he could only let Freya leave with Fadalu. This place wasn't too far from the lab. It was just a few moments of running. However, this close distance now was really as far as the horizon. It was enough for Asgalar to kill him thousands of times. Therefore, Chinrue couldn't act rashly, and he couldn't let Asgalar discover this last retreat. Dark Will wasn't very useful in this crystal valley full of dragon inscription. The location and distance that could be teleported were extremely limited. Besides, even if it could be teleported, it might not be effective in front of demon overlord level power. He remembered when he was in the underground world of Mountain Shillong. Darkwill couldn't play a role in Glorfin's territory. Even Brock had the ability to limit the teleportation ability of this equipment. Richard, the chaos in the Crystal Valley was created by you, right? Also, the blood on your body, it's Sabrina's smell. Asgalar's scrutinizing gaze had a cold, murderous intention as he locked onto Chinrue tightly. No wonder I felt that Isola and Sabrina's flame of life disappeared. They all died in your hands. Chinrue was taken aback. He didn't expect Asgalar to have this kind of perception mystic art. This time it's over. After learning that both of his wives died in my hands, I'm afraid he will immediately kill them. There was already a little golden man in the hand behind his back. It was the war puppet that Christina gave him the gold grade. Can this puppet block Asgalar's attack? There's no other way. I can only take a gamble. Although Fadalu and Freya on the ground couldn't move, they were still conscious. Fadalu was fine. But when Freya heard the news of Sabrina's death, her mind couldn't help but be shocked. No wonder that soul shackles that I've been suppressing suddenly disappeared. Previously, Master Arthur said that he would help me and Kia remove the soul shackles, but I didn't expect that he would actually kill Sabrina. Since Asgalar said that Sabrina was killed by this stranger, could it be between this person and Master Arthur? However, the murderous intention gradually disappeared. Asgalar spoke again. I can spare you. Chinrue's hand that was holding the golden puppet tightened. I can even spare the revenge of killing my wife. You must exchange your life with something of equal value, such as... Asgalar's gaze fell on Fatalu on the ground. God-eating mask? Sure enough, the puppet technique of the god-eating mask couldn't be hidden from Asgalar. He definitely knew that the puppet technique was irreversible. Including Fatalu, it was the revenge of killing his wife and daughter. Chinrue thought quickly and shook his head. I don't understand what you mean. As soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying pressure around his body suddenly increased. Chinrue felt as if the blood vessels in his body were about to burst. The Dark Star territory that still had a time limit appeared again, and the pressure was suddenly reduced a lot. Asgalar frowned slightly. This territory is a bit strange. With my demon overlord level power, I actually can't completely suppress it. This guy whose power can only be regarded as barely reaching the early stage of the demon emperor. Actually, the estimation is wrong, can have such a strange territory. His potential is not small. I have studied the puppet technique for 200 years and made countless puppets, but most of them ended in failure. A puppet like this has its own dominant consciousness and can faithfully execute all the orders of the master. There is no possibility of betrayal at all. Asgalar's gaze fell on Fatalu. His strange gaze seemed to be looking at a valuable puppet instead of his own daughter. Except for the god-eating mask, there's nothing in this world that can make such a perfect puppet. If I have the god-eating mask and can even use it, can it prove my certain status in the Beelzebub royal family? Chinrue's mind moved, and he changed it a few times in a row. Various magics such as Earth Wall, Ground Spike, Gravity, and so on alternately appeared. They were all launched silently, proving to Asgalar that the Beelzebub royal family was proficient in some way. Sure enough, Asgalar's eyes were intertwined with fanaticism and coldness, but it's useless. No matter who you are or who your father is, or even whether you are recognized by the god-eating mask, there is always only one king of Beelzebub, and that is me. You have no way to save your life except to hand over the god-eating mask now. There is only hope when there is life. Chinrue pretended to ponder. I promise you, but the mask is not with me. Can we talk about the conditions in detail? I can see that you are a scheming person. Asgalar's tone became more gloomy, but I don't have this patience. I prefer to prove my determination with action. As soon as the sentence was said, Fatalu and Freya's bodies floated up together. Immediately afterward, Fatalu's body began to tremble violently. With a bang, she actually burst open. Nothing was left of her. Chinrue's pupils shrank. Even if she is a puppet, she is my own daughter after all. Asgalar actually destroyed Fatalu without hesitation. Not to mention that she has the bloodline of Leviathan. Even if she is Beelzebub, it is useless. Since she has become your puppet, she has no value. Or rather, proving my determination now is the only value she has left. Asgalar's gaze fell on Freya. This woman is not a puppet, but she can be taken away by a puppet. She must be of great value to you. Do you need me to prove it again? No need. Chinrue's heart sank. Asgalar's cruelty and coldness are far beyond imagination. For the god-eating mask, he can even abandon the hatred of his wife and daughter. He even destroyed his own daughter with his own hands. Even if he pretended to be related to Glorfin, he still couldn't escape. Judging from the current situation, it was unrealistic to use the god-eating mask as a bargaining chip to take Freya away. Asgalar would definitely kill him immediately after getting the mask. Not to mention that the god-eating mask had been integrated into the super system. He still didn't know how to get rid of the mask. Can you let me think about it? Chinrue looked dignified and glanced at Freya. This woman is indeed a bit valuable, but compared with my life, it is simply insignificant, but... God-eating mask. You also know what it means to us. In this kind of place, it is impossible to bring it with you. But I can tell you the whereabouts of the artifact. 1 minute. Asgalar didn't give him time to use his eloquence. It seemed that he couldn't delay any longer. Chinrue took a deep breath, and there was suddenly something in his hand behind his back. It turned out that many crystal men had already approached this side. Asgalar raised his eyebrows slightly. I didn't expect that even the puppet's heart is in your hands. I think I already understand your answer. Don't worry. Even if it hasn't been a minute, I want to see the demon overlord level strength first. Shinrue had made up his mind. Several crystal men rushed toward Asgalar together, and he was ready to wait for the opportunity to escape. Asgalar didn't even look at the surrounding crystal men who rushed over. He stretched out a finger and drew a circle. Affected by some kind of power, a faint wave of smoke and dust spread on the ground. This kind of force field seemed plain and insignificant, but the movements of the crystal men in the range all froze. Almost in the blink of an eye, the crystal men burst open at the same time. Shinrue was secretly shocked. 2 of these crystal men were chief level, which was the great demon king. He didn't expect that they were easily killed by a finger in seconds. Meanwhile, Asgalar's eyes were locked tightly on him. The invisible spirit pressure almost made him feel like he was about to surrender. Due to the great importance of the god-eating mask, even though this enemy was only a demon emperor, the demon realm had many self-destruction secret techniques, including the result of the Mystic Valley. If he was determined to die, the loss outweighed the gain. Judging from the other party's stubborn resistance, Asgalar's wishful thinking of getting the artifact first or threatening the whereabouts had failed. He could only cast confinement at lightning speed. Asgalar made up his mind and ignored Freya, who fell to the ground. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Shinrue, grabbing toward him. Shinrue only felt that the surrounding space seemed to be distorted, and his body could hardly move. Fortunately, he didn't use teleportation in the battle with Sabrina previously. With a thought, he instantly appeared in the distance. Asgalar looked surprised. This grab contained some kind of mysterious power of law. Even the great demon's talent, teleportation, couldn't be performed. He didn't expect this clansman actually had such a mutated talent that could pass through the demon overlord level law and teleport to a safe place. Although he was surprised, the difference in strength between the 2 sides was so huge. Asgalar still had absolute confidence to take down Richard Beelzebub easily. In any case, there was only one owner of the King of Gluttony and the artifact, and that was him, Asgalar. Beelzebub. The direction of Shinrue's teleportation was the Nightmare Valley. The teleportation distance after scorching dragon possession was far better than the normal state, but there was still a distance from the lab in the Nightmare Valley. As long as he could enter the Stargate in the lab, he would definitely be able to escape danger. As for Freya, he was indeed helpless this time, but he had already said that Freya had considerable value. He believed that as long as he could escape successfully, Asgalar would definitely spare her life for the sake of the god-eating mask. If Shinrue was caught, perhaps Freya's life would be in danger instead. If he relied on teleportation alone, he definitely couldn't reach the destination. This journey was really a matter of life and death. Asgalar only took 1 step to cross the distance of Shinrue's teleportation and grabbed again. However, the opponent's teleportation skill that could transcend the law appeared again and dodged his grab again. Interesting, Asgalar said faintly, and the murderous intention in his heart was even stronger. This kind of mysterious skill, this kind of powerful potential, and a very likely special identity. This person must not be left alive. Otherwise, he will be the biggest threat to his ruling position in the Beelzebub royal family. Shinrue didn't know that he had innocently become the biggest thorn in the side of the king of Beelzebub. In fact, he didn't want to use up 2 teleportations so soon. But there was no way to make a choice at all because the opponent's movements and the pressure caused by it were too great. If his mind was slower by a second, he would be caught. Now that the 2 teleportation had been used up, Shinrue immediately poured his power into the gold rank war puppet given by Christina without thinking. Then he threw it at Asgalar. Asgalar only felt a golden light coming toward him. As he was about to break it, he suddenly had a warning in his heart. With a thought, He disappeared on the spot and retreated. The golden light turned into a 2-meter-tall human figure that attacked Asgalar. Chinrue had seen the bronze-rank war puppet that Christina and Cassius, who were from the Lust royal family, used. They were all in a very huge form with a height of at least 5 meters. However, this gold-rank puppet seemed a lot smaller. It was almost the same shape as a real person. Its eyes also emitted a faint red light, but the rest of its facial features were very blurred. There were many strange, totem-like patterns engraved on its body. "Golden puppet," Asgalar blurted out. He was naturally a knowledgeable person. The golden puppet was the highest grade of the Asmodeus royal family's war puppet. It had the combat power to compete with Demon Overlord, and it was extremely difficult to deal with. Could it be that Richard, who might have the god-eating mask, actually abandoned the dignity of the Beelzebub royal family and surrendered to the Shadow Empire? Chapter 294. Asgalar felt strange, but he didn't think too much about it. His goal was Chinrue, so he didn't want to fight with the golden puppet. Unexpectedly, the golden puppet's body emitted a circle of pale yellow light. Asgalar's body within the range of the light seemed to be bound by a rope, and he couldn't move for a while. Puppet skill. Asgalar was taken aback. Only the best golden puppet has special skills. This golden puppet's rank is actually so high. The golden puppet's powerful fist was already in front of him, and he couldn't dodge it. Asgalar shouted, and the restraint on his body suddenly shattered. He reached out his hand like lightning and grabbed the golden puppet's fist. As soon as the two forces collided, the entire ground suddenly trembled violently. With the two of them as the center, a huge pit was sunken. This was the result of the suppression of the dragon inscription. Chinrue didn't have the time to watch the battle. Every second was crucial to him now. The moment he threw the golden puppet, he had already rushed to the Nightmare Valley at full speed. Asgalar's hand was crackling with red electric light. He twisted it violently. If it was an ordinary opponent, the body would probably be twisted hundreds of degrees and spinning. However, the golden puppet wasn't an ordinary opponent. It was just that its arm was twisted irregularly as if it had no bones. It returned to its original state instantly and relied on its elasticity to shake off Asgalar's palm. Asgalar reacted extremely quickly. His arm suddenly expanded and extended. He punched the golden puppet's chest fiercely. This punch was extremely powerful, and most of the golden puppet's body was smashed into the ground. As Asgalar was about to chase after Chinrue, his feet suddenly tightened. His ankle was actually firmly grabbed by the golden puppet, and he couldn't move. He exerted his strength, and his body suddenly rose higher. He rose into the air with the golden puppet. Asgalar glimpsed from the corner of his eyes that Chinrue escaped not to the outside of the valley, but to the dead end of the Nightmare Valley. He couldn't help but be confused. Suddenly his ankle hurt, and he shouted angrily. The sound of violent blows in the air was endless. The golden puppet also had the ability to fly, but it was obviously at a disadvantage. However, it still clung to Chinrue. In the blink of an eye, Chinrue had already reached the Nightmare Valley and was rushing towards the laboratory. When Raphael, the wild beast guarding the entrance of the laboratory, saw a stranger running towards him, he roared and waved his giant claws at the enemy. Chinrue quickly called Raphael's name in the analytical eyes. Raphael paused and showed a puzzled look, but his giant arm still attacked mercilessly. If it weren't for Chinrue's scorching dragon possession, he would have been injured by this attack. Chinrue immediately used his disguise skill to change his face and aura into that of Arthur. Only then did Raphael's unfriendly eyes ease up. Chinrue immediately ran toward the laboratory on the hillside, but something strange happened. As he ran with all his strength, he felt that the scenery on both sides flew by, but when he stopped to look, he was still at the same place. Chinrue was taken aback. The power of his whole body skyrocketed. He bounced his feet and leaped toward the laboratory from the air. However, the surrounding space suddenly distorted strangely. This leap with all his strength was equivalent to retreating. He actually jumped out of the Nightmare Valley strangely. Outside the Nightmare Valley, the battle in the air had ended. The golden puppet was not destroyed, but it was standing on the ground. There was a layer of transparent crystal on its body, like a crystal sculpture. Asgalar stood there calmly, and next to him, there was a short, white-haired man, the crystal dragon, Jacob. Chinrue's heart sank completely. Shouldn't Jacob still be asleep? Along the way, there are dragon inscriptions everywhere. Even if someone wants to wake him up, they can't do it. Why did he suddenly wake up? Master, are you okay? Jacob's greeting was said word by word. His tone was filled with monstrous hatred. Asgalar saw the change in Richard's appearance and was slightly surprised. So he is the trio specialized master? He actually has demon emperor level strength. Trio specialized genius mechanic master, demon emperor level strength, strange territory power, and mutated talent. In the demon realm, he is also a top genius. At this moment, Asgalar hesitated a little. If I can make this clansman completely surrender, the power of the Beelzebub royal family will definitely be greatly enhanced. Jacob's anger at this time was almost at its peak. When he woke up, he found that the fountain of resurrection had completely dried up, and the most important ancient rune slate in the magic circle was also gone. He was almost going crazy. What replaced these things to temporarily keep him asleep was a temporary magic circle. In the entire Crystal Valley, the only person who could pass through the defensive dragon inscription and set up such a level of magic circle silently was Master Arthur, whom he valued the most. Rage, rage, rage. These words were not enough to describe the crystal dragon's mood at the moment. A dignified peak stage of the demon overlord powerhouse was actually fooled by a lowly ant. At this time, the mad beast Lafar in the distance saw that Chinrue was in danger, and he roared and rushed over. Before he could get close, Jacob casually grabbed Raphael's body and pulled him into the air in front of him. Although Raphael was almost twice as tall as Jacob, he was even more fragile than a child in front of Jacob. Under the powerful pressure, his body trembled, but he still roared and wanted to struggle and attack. You should be fine, but I'm not. Jacob's fingers exerted force. Before Chenrue could speak, the mad beast's body was suddenly broken into several pieces. The broken body had been solidified into crystals before it fell to the ground and exploded into pieces. Chenrue clenched his fists, and he felt uncomfortable in his heart. Lafar was a very innocent test subject. Although he was transformed into an ugly and ferocious monster, he had always regarded Chinrue as his most loyal friend after recovering his sanity. Even at this extremely dangerous time, he didn't hesitate to rush forward. Jacob's gaze fell on Freya, who was not far away, and Freya's body suddenly floated over. Chinrue knew that the crystal dragon was temperamental and easily killed people. Now that he was angry, he was even more brutal and bloodthirsty. He must not let Freya follow in Lafar's footsteps. He shouted, "Wait!" Freya's body stopped. She looked at the Richard, who had become a familiar face, in surprise. It was really him who killed Sabrina and unlocked the soul shackles for her and her daughter. Jacob, if you still want the fountain of resurrection and the ancient runes, don't touch this woman. Chinrue's gaze fell on Asgalar. The same goes for the god-eating mask. The fountain of resurrection can still be restored. Jacob forcibly suppressed his desire to make a move. The fountain of resurrection was the key to his recovery. He initially thought it was completely destroyed, but he didn't expect it could still be restored. Chinrue stretched out his palm, and water constantly gushed out of his palm. It seemed to be endless. Jacob was extremely familiar with the breath of the fountain of resurrection, so he could naturally feel that it was the fountain of resurrection. Very good, Jacob said while gritting his teeth. With a thought, Freya flew over to Chinrue. This woman is for you. As Chenrue was about to catch it, Freya's body suddenly trembled. She only had time to show him a reassuring smile, and her body quickly condensed into a crystal. No, Freya could no longer make a sound, nor could she hear his voice. She could only see the man's sad and angry expression through the crystal. This sadness and anger should be revealed for her, a lowly maid. This was the first man who was truly sad and angry for her. He was also a demon emperor powerhouse, the top genius mechanic master of the demon realm. Compared with him, the real men who had ravaged her in the past were just males with lust. It's a pity that if I can have more time, maybe I can feel this man's heart more. Even if I'm just a maid who doesn't need to ask anything, by his side quietly. By the way, if Kia can stay by this man's side and be protected by him, she will definitely be happy in the future. At this moment, Freya's eyes showed unprecedented tranquility. The past tragedies and misfortunes were replaced by a strange tranquility. As soon as Chinrue saw this tranquility clearly, the entire crystal sculpture shattered. In Chinrue's clenched fist, his nails had pinched deep into his flesh, leaving blood marks. Both of them had no bones left. Even with the resurrection potion, they couldn't be resurrected. The crystal dragon's cold voice sounded, "You are not qualified to talk about conditions. Since the fountain of resurrection can be restored, then I have a way to interrogate everything with secret methods. After that, I will imprison your soul in endless torment forever." Chinrue suppressed the strong anger in his heart. "Calm down. Calm down. You must calm down. You must survive. Avenge Freya and Raphael. The secret method of the dragons? Is it Maresh's taboo curse? Or Pankaka's spirit extraction?" Jacob was surprised. "How do you know?" "Let me tell you, I can end my life at will." Chenrue sneered. "Even if you have Blue Dragon Rainieri's secret treasure, Ice Magic Plate, it's useless. Besides, Ice Magic Plate was destroyed by Rala back then." Jacob was shocked. Even his allies, Asgalar and Manu, didn't know about that secret back then. The enemy in front of me is actually... How could you possibly know so much? "Why is it impossible?" Chinrue laughed. "Have you forgotten who severely injured you back then and fled like a dog?" "Pa, Paglio." Jacob's voice trembled a little. It was mixed with hatred and fear. His body was not afraid of magic. Even the effect of dragon magic was minimal. However, the poison dragon Paglio's attack, mixed with strange poison power, could actually destroy the crystal body that was not afraid of poison. This was his biggest enemy, and also his biggest nemesis. This master is actually Paglio's subordinate. Then, the most terrifying enemy already knows that I am hiding in the Crystal Valley. Asgalar was also a little surprised. Things seemed to be getting more and more complicated. The one named Paglio must be Jacob's enemy. Could it be that Richard sneaked into the Crystal Valley for this reason? This clansman actually has a force that can rival the crystal dragon behind him. In fact, these two demon overlords were thinking wrongly. It was good that Paglio was alive and kicking, but if Jacob knew the current strength of this enemy, he would probably go to him for revenge immediately or kill the master in front of him. Then the enemy with the symbiotic contract would also die. Asgalar was even more wrong. The clansman, in his heart, was not the Beelzebub royal family at all. He was just a human in his previous life and this life. If he just wanted to kill Chinrue, then it was useless no matter how strong his background was. Jacob and Asgalar could kill him easily. However, the two of them were worried about the things on Chinrue. It was impossible to store the Fountain of Resurrection in space equipment. The same was true for artifacts. Under the threat of suicide, they had to be cautious. Although Chenrue successfully deterred Jacob, he had no way to escape. Especially with the strange space power of the crystal dragon, he had no way to escape. He was also secretly anxious. The two sides were in a stalemate for a while. At this moment, Jacob and Asgalar both sensed something. They looked up at the sky and saw a huge black phoenix in the sky. The wings of this phoenix were like clouds that covered the entire sky. It exuded an amazing momentum. In a blink of an eye, they realized that the phoenix's image had disappeared. It seemed to be some kind of phantom. It turned out to be a black-haired woman in a robe and a headband. Even with a veil, they could feel the unparalleled beauty of the woman. Chinrue felt the gazes of the two. When he saw the woman in the air, he was taken aback. Christina, Empress Catherine's reinforcements have finally arrived. I didn't expect to send Christina. It would be fine if the original plan went smoothly, but now such a change had happened. There were 2 demon overlords in the Crystal Valley, so it was already extremely dangerous. Christina, go. Chinrue couldn't care less about Jacob and Asgalar, and he shouted. Christina glanced at the 3 people below, but she didn't leave. Instead, her body slowly descended. Christina. Asgalar raised his eyebrows. I've heard of this name. She's the noblewoman of the Dark Shadow royal family. According to the intel, she is likely to be the heir of the next empress. The crystal dragon had quickly gotten rid of the shadow of Paglio. He sneered. I heard that Catherine is the wisest person in the demon realm. Unfortunately, the heir is so stupid. She didn't escape and even dared to come down. Christina didn't speak. She just looked at the surrounding environment. Chinrue was very anxious. Even if Christina's strength has reached the demon overlord level, it is likely that she broke through Nirvana in the Silent Night wetland last time. She just advanced not long ago. Among the 2 people in front of me, one is the ruler of the Beelzebub royal family, and the other is a powerhouse of the dragons who has lived for 10,000 years. It is difficult to win one-on-one, let alone 2. I'm afraid that even escaping will be a problem. This woman is with you, right? Jacob glanced at Chinrue coldly. You seem to be in a hurry. If you don't want her to die, hand over the thing immediately. Christina spoke. Her voice was still as calm as water, without the slightest panic. But this sentence made Chinrue's expression change again. There's one more. Come out. A sinister laughter sounded. Not far behind, a hazy figure gradually became clear. Chinrue's heart suddenly turned cold. It's Manu. Even this old fox is here. 3 against 1. Christina is hopeless. Chapter 295. Manu walked over unhurriedly and surrounded Christina in a triangle with Asgalar and Jacob. He bowed elegantly. Beautiful Miss Christina, it's an honor to see you again. It's not our first time meeting? Of course. Manu smiled slightly. In the Bloody Vine Flower City's governor's mansion, when the lady showed the queen's order to mobilize the army, I was fortunate enough to see the lady's beauty. I still can't forget it. Christina looked at Manu for a while and shook her head. I remember there weren't many outsiders present when the transfer order was shown. I'm not an outsider. I remember that the lady also conveyed Her Majesty Empress condolences and asked me to rest in peace. Christina's calm voice finally revealed surprise. You're Eddie's father, F.A. Moore. Manu's smile was a bit weird. My name is Manu Leviathan. I see. Christina sighed. It seems that F.A. Moore has been replaced by you. Then, is Eddie City's lord also under your control? Manu nodded. To be precise, the Real Eddie is dead. Chinrue and Christina both understood. Since Manu said this, he definitely didn't intend to let Christina leave alive. Christina calmed down again. So, is there a problem with the army sent by the Bloody Vine Flower City this time? Yes, these troops are my elite forces. They should be annihilating the people you brought here now. Everything you want is in my hands. Chinrue suddenly said, It's useless, master. I heard everything just now when I was lurking at the side. Manu interrupted what he was about to say. Sabrina is dead, Isola is dead, and the Mystic Valley is destroyed. Even if the Shadow Empire's army doesn't annihilate it today, this Crystal Valley is already greatly damaged. If I didn't use the identity of Moore to detect the capital's movement and rush back in time to wake Jacob up, plus Asgalar's coincidental return, your plan would have been successful. Chinrue smiled bitterly. This plan was originally perfect, but he didn't expect that Manu would rush back to the Crystal Valley and wake Jacob up. Now it was all for naught. Man proposes, God disposes. I have to admit that you are a true genius, be it talent, ability, or wisdom. Even the few of us demon emperors have been fooled by your schemes. Manu praised a few times, and his tone suddenly changed. However, you forgot one thing. In order to gain my trust, you took the initiative to accept my soul shackles. The injuries you suffered just now also had some reaction in the soul channel. With these shackles, even if you want to destroy yourself, you won't be able to do it. Hearing that Chenrue had accepted the soul shackles on his own accord, Christina's calm eyes could not help but ripple. Jacob and Asgalar's eyes lit up at the same time. Jacob said in dissatisfaction, "Oh yeah, I was so mad that I forgot about this. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I come out, I'm afraid this noble lady won't appear." Manu showed a scheming smile. "Ms. Christina, I'm deeply fascinated by your beauty and temperament. I wonder if I have the honor to hold hands with you for life? I'm the master of the Leviathan royal family, so it's not a disgrace to you." Manu made this request under this absolute strength advantage, and the threat was obvious. According to the intelligence, Christina was likely to be the heir of the Shadow Empire. If he could control her, it would be far more valuable than killing her. Arrogant guy, how do you think I will answer? Christina let out a faint laugh behind her veil, filled with mockery and disdain. The crystal that imprisoned the golden puppet suddenly shattered, and the golden puppet walked to Christina's side, ready for battle. This reaction was also expected by Manu. As soon as Manu waved his hand, Chenrue's heart suddenly sank as if his heart was pinched by something. It was very uncomfortable. At the same time, his body suddenly retreated involuntarily. His body was wrapped by a kind of thin silk, like a silkworm pupa, and only his head was exposed. "Master, I've cast the shackles to control you. You can't have the intention to commit suicide now. Also, these silk threads are to protect you, so don't try to struggle. Let's have a good talk after we capture this woman, okay?" Manu's gentle smile was as friendly as an old friend, but it made Chenrue's heart feel cold. The effect of soul shackles was really amazing. Chenrue couldn't have the slightest thought of suicide now. He finally understood why Delia and Kia were living a life worse than death after they were hit by soul shackles. After Manu dealt with Chenrue, he saw that the golden puppet beside Christina had increased to 2. He was slightly surprised. You can actually control 2 golden puppets at the same time. Miss Potential and talent are really amazing. Are you really not going to consider my proposal? Christina replied indifferently, "Is every Leviathan royal family as long-winded as you before they make a move?" If they weren't enemies, the crystal dragon Jacob really wanted to give this woman a thumbs up. Manu, that self-proclaimed smart guy, just likes to talk too much. Is he going to fight with his mouth? Then, please forgive me for being long-winded. Manu's smile remained unchanged. If Miss thinks that you can escape with 2 golden puppets, then you're going to be disappointed because my soul territory happens to be the nemesis of all spirit puppets. My territory may be the only one with this attribute in the entire demon realm, but unfortunately you encountered it. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. There were crisscrossing silk threads everywhere like a spiderweb. The texture and arrangement of these silk threads contained extremely mysterious rules, as if even the space was divided into countless fragmented fragments. Manu wasn't bragging. The golden puppet showed a very unnatural twist in the soul territory. It seemed that the puppet that was pulled by countless invisible silk threads couldn't be controlled by Christina's spirit power. Instead, it had a tendency to attack Christina. Christina frowned slightly and kept the puppet away. Unless they were enemies, territories generally couldn't be used interchangeably. With Manu's territory that restrained the opponent's greatest combat power, Jacob and Asgler didn't use their territory power to avoid conflict. At present, the strongest talent of the Asmodeus royal family, War Puppet, had been restricted, and close combat was Asgler's and Jacob's strength. Christina was already a piece of meat on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Asgler took the lead to attack. Red electric light appeared around his body, and he flashed to attack Christina. Christina waved her hand and easily blocked Asgler's fist, but her body shook slightly. Manu's annoying voice sounded again. Asgler's attack is a mutated talent, not the power of elements. Your element-weakening talent is also useless. I forgot to introduce. This is Sir Asgler, the king of Beelzebub, and that is Sir Jacob, the powerful dragons. They are both powerhouses at the peak of the demon overlord. Any one of them can defeat you. Although he felt that Manu's nagging was annoying, Jacob still felt comfortable when he heard that he was described as powerful dragons. He looked arrogant, but he didn't attack with Asgler. She's just a woman. How can she let Sir Jacob attack her regardless of the dignity of the dragons? Actually, there was one thing that Manu didn't explain. Asgler's fist was also mixed with the devour talent of the Beelzebub royal family. It could continuously absorb the enemy's strength from the attack. For a while, Christina was suppressed. Chinrue was anxious. At that time, Christina clearly saw two demon overlord powerhouses below, but she still rushed down in a hot-headed manner. Now that Manu was added and there was such a targeted territory that restrained War Puppet, she had no chance of winning. Once she fell into the enemy's hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. He channeled his strength, trying to break free from Manu's silk thread, but there was no way, no matter how hard he tried. In the territory, Asgler turned into a red whirlwind and trapped Christina firmly. The whirlwind was mixed with the sound of electric current from time to time. The looming figure in it was constantly moving in the territory of the silk thread. Obviously, Christina wanted to break free from the control, but the whirlwind always wrapped around her, so she couldn't succeed. Looking at Christina's critical situation, the scene of Freya and Raphael being killed just now appeared in Chinrue's mind again. Do I have to watch Christina die again? The biggest threat to Christina now wasn't Asgler and Jacob, but Manu, who restrained War Puppet. If he could weaken or even crack Manu's territory so that Christina could use the War Puppet, she could definitely buy time for her to escape. This was already the last moment of scorching dragon possession. After this time, his combat power would be greatly reduced, and he couldn't use any skills for 24 hours. Success or failure depended on this one move. Chinrue condensed all the strength in his body and gradually compressed it to a very small limit. Christina staggered a few steps, and her body trembled slightly. It was obviously caused by the power of the blood-colored lightning. Judging from her slightly panting state, her physical strength had decreased a lot. Chinrue clenched his fists and felt the surging power in his body. No, it's not enough. I have to endure it. I have to compress it further, and compress it even more. Don't kill her. Such a beauty. At least I have to enjoy it. Manu's laughter revealed a strong wretchedness, but it was more to disturb Christina's mind. As soon as the laughter ended, Manu felt a strange force coming. A strange star appeared around Arthur's body, which actually weakened the power of his territory. Manu was taken aback. This kind of demon emperor-level pseudo-territory was logically useless in a real territory. He didn't expect such an unconventional thing to happen. What was even more surprising was that Arthur shouted. His body made a series of explosions, and the binding silk threads actually broke inch by inch. This kind of breaking free was equivalent to detonating himself. The price was huge. Chinrue's strength was flowing in the opposite direction at this moment. His muscles couldn't withstand such pressure and burst one after another. He became a bloody man in an instant. Due to the soul channel, Manu also felt a pain in his body. With a thought, countless silk threads circled toward Chinrue again. Chinrue shouted, "Asgler!" God-eating mask. Asgalar's blood-colored whirlwind suddenly stopped. Sure enough, there was a mask on Chun Rue's face. His body suddenly scattered into countless fly-like objects, causing the silk threads to pass through nothing. Asgalar's eyes lit up. The unique skill of the God-eating mask. Demonic fly's transformation. That's right. This is the highest artifact of the Beelzebub royal family. While he was distracted, Christina had broken free from the control range of Asgalar's power. Chinrue didn't wait for the silk threads to wrap around him again, and he shouted again, "Manu! Watch carefully." In Manu's horrified gaze, the man whose will to die was forbidden by soul shackles was burning with a red flame. The brilliance of the flame was as hot as life. Then his palm was like a knife, and he hit his own heart fiercely. The power was so strong that his 5 fingers went straight into his chest. After a while, blood spurted out. Although his face was severely distorted because of the pain, his eyes were still fearless. Although his voice was trembling, Manu's heart was really trembling. "Don't do anything stupid." Cold sweat broke out on Manu's head, and he covered his chest. Christina's body trembled, and she blurted out, "No! Go!" Chun Rue shouted, and the last remaining strength exploded. His 5 fingers that went deep into his heart exerted force. Suddenly, a cluster of shocking blood blossomed. It was gorgeous and hot. His bloody hand was slowly pulled out. Then he fell to the ground as if he was emptied. Manu let out a scream and covered his painful chest. His face was pale, and his territory's power was suddenly weakened by half. Just as he covered his painful chest, he suddenly felt that the connection of soul shackles was interrupted. The strange backfire made him even more uncomfortable. This was the sequela of the soul channel being forcibly disconnected. Manu's distorted face was full of horror. He never thought that someone could directly cut off soul shackles. No wonder this man accepted the shackles so calmly previously. It turns out that he has such an incredible means. Since he has such an ability, why did he make the crazy move of crushing my heart just now? Lunatic. Terrifying lunatic. In fact, soul shackles was not useless. Unfortunately, when Chun Rue launched the suicide move, he really didn't want to die. He only had hope. However, Christina didn't escape. She just looked at Chun Rue, who had fallen to the ground, quietly. She looked at the rapidly expanding pool of blood and his anxious eyes that signaled her to escape. Unknowingly, her veil was already wet. She slowly closed her eyes, and the scene at the Silent Night wetland seemed to appear in her mind again. This stupid man. Even if it's the last teleportation to escape, he still wants to bring Brock with him, just to keep the danger away from me. Stupid, as always. Both of you attack together and kill that woman. Manu shouted, while trying his best to endure the pain. Then find a way to save this lunatic. Asgalar reacted quickly. That's right, this lunatic has too many secrets, including the God-eating mask that just disappeared. He can't die. Asgalar flashed and appeared next to Christina again. The violent power that contained red sparks surged out. He had given his all in this attack. Jacob was also eager to interrogate about the whereabouts of the Fountain of Resurrection and the ancient runes. He couldn't care less about the pride of the dragons. He tapped his feet and flew from the air. Christina's eyes slowly opened. Initially, with the speed of Asgalar and Jacob, they should have hit her countless times. However, when she slowly opened her eyes, they only arrived in front of her one after another. This was a mysterious rule. Behind the veil, the pair of beautiful star-like eyes were flowing with a rare and terrifying color. If it was a peaceful starry sky, like a lake before, then it was a meteor shower like a flame now. Chapter 296. Although there was no obvious change in Christina's appearance, the moment she opened her eyes, Manu only felt that the entire territory began to tremble, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Bang! Asgalar's fist that contained violent power was caught by Christina's white, jade-like hand. This time, She didn't dodge or dissipate the force like before, but she took it head-on. Asgalar's body trembled. The red sparks on his fist were actually rebounded by an irresistible force. They rushed straight into his internal organs. He groaned and took 7 to 8 steps back. His face was bleeding at the same time. This full-force punch was actually forcefully repelled by the other party. At the same time, the crystal dragon in the air also arrived. Christina opened her 5 fingers and flicked them in the air. Jacob casually launched an attack in the air. He secretly thought that it would be easy to deal with this woman who couldn't even defeat Asgalar. However, when the crystal dragon felt the power of the light brush, his face suddenly changed. He blocked with both hands, and he was sent flying by a strong force. He only managed to dissipate the force after a few somersaults. Asgalar's eyes were intertwined with solemnity and surprise. He was full of fighting spirit. His body flashed in red light, and his fist was wrapped in an even more violent, destructive light ball. His arms suddenly expanded and extended, hitting Christina's back like lightning. It was as if Christina had eyes on her back. She swung her hand, and the fist stopped about 30 centimeters away from her. It couldn't move forward at all. Then her slender fingers clenched, and the destructive light ball on Asgalar's fist suddenly burst. His entire body staggered back in an uncontrollable tremor. Jacob's strength was the strongest among the 3. It was just an accident that he was repelled just now. It didn't affect his combat power. Before he landed, his figure had already disappeared. Christina was about to chase after Asgalar, but she suddenly felt a strange fluctuation beside her. She slashed with her palm, and it collided with Jacob's fist. Both of them shook. Jacob no longer dared to underestimate her at this time. His eyes became crystal clear, and his hands turned into thousands of crystal phantoms, entangling Christina. Christina's movement changes were more complicated and unpredictable than Jacob's. She used changes to suppress changes. Jacob was forced to change his move before he could even use his next move. He felt like he had no strength to use it. However, the crystal dragon's talent was also very difficult to deal with. During the attack, Christina's hands would form annoying crystals from time to time. If they weren't removed in time, it would greatly affect her strength. The 2 figures flashed at high speed, and the dull collision sound kept ringing. Asgalar actually couldn't intervene for a moment. Manu's territory that was already weakened seemed to be in a precarious situation under this huge impact. It was about to collapse. Manu didn't expect the woman to suddenly become so fierce. He thought it was caused by some secret technique, so he suppressed the pain in his heart and strengthened the output of his territory. However, in the blink of an eye, Christina, who was fighting with Jacob just now, had already appeared in front of him. Her fingers were like swords, stabbing toward his heart. In a hurry, a crystal-like protective barrier appeared around Manu's body in an instant. The sword was unstoppable, and it only stopped when it was halfway into the crystal wall. In a hurry, a crystal-like protective barrier appeared around Manu's body. The sword was unstoppable, and it only stopped when it was halfway into the crystal wall. If it weren't for the strongest water defense magic, perhaps Manu's heart would have been pierced through. Although the crystal wall was known as the strongest water defense magic, don't forget that the Asmodeus royal family with the elemental weakening was the natural nemesis of magic. Christina's 5 fingers that were frozen in the crystal wall suddenly turned into a fist. She shook it with force, and the crystal wall cracked. Manu's body was blown into pieces by this terrifying shock force. It wasn't Manu's real body that was blown into pieces, but the substitute that was created by the camouflage spell in time. Even so, Manu was still half a beat slower. He was hit by a trace of the aftermath, and the power of the water elements in his body suddenly felt chaotic. The pain in his heart was getting worse, but he was even more horrified. Such a powerful origin power is definitely not a secret technique. It's real power. It turned out that this noble woman had been hiding her strength. The real reason why she showed weakness was that she wanted to kill all three of them in one fell swoop. She didn't use her real power just now because she didn't figure out Jacob's power. Christina didn't give Manu a chance to breathe at all, and she punched again. Although Manu was frustrated, he wasn't weak. His magic power condensed, and circles of ripples that contained mysterious rules spread in the air, dissolving the power of the punch. Once her power was exhausted, the ripples would immediately wrap around her. However, this terrifying punch seemed to have no end. The continuous aftershocks caused the mysterious ripples to actually be unable to dissolve, and strange cracks actually appeared on the water-like ripples. The pupil of Manu's right eye had turned black, but it still couldn't stop the cracks from expanding. At this time, the heavy injury in his heart began to hurt again. Under the combination of internal and external pain, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, the crystal dragon arrived in time. It grabbed Manu and threw him into the air, and Manu disappeared. It was the crystal dragon's strange space power. Christina had the intention to kill Manu first. Her eyes were shining, and the countless threads that divided the space in the territory gradually changed color and turned black. Then it suddenly burned with a whoosh. This black flame was full of vitality and energy. It exuded an unparalleled deterrence. An entire world changed color. A person fell from the air. His body was covered with black flames, and he screamed. It was Manu. His territory power was completely suppressed by Christina, and this flame was definitely not an ordinary fire elemental flame. Even the water elemental in his body showed signs of being ignited and evaporated. It was unbelievable. In fact, this kind of vitality flame didn't restrain the water elemental. Instead, it could absorb and assimilate the water elemental power. Not only the water elemental power, but all the elemental power in this territory would be absorbed and assimilated into Christina's own power. Besides, it could be reborn in the flame, which was equivalent to an immortal body that would never tire. This was the Dark Phoenix territory. At the same time when Manu's territory was broken, for golden lights appeared and surrounded Jacob and the other two. They were actually 4 golden puppets. Asgalar only fought with the 2 golden puppets, and he already felt that it was extremely difficult. The same golden puppet's power in Christina's hands was completely different from that of Chun Rue. Its power was more than doubled. Manu was already seriously injured, and he was even more injured at this time. Seeing Asgalar and Jacob being suppressed, he was secretly shocked. Without the golden puppets, the opponent could already fight against 3 of us alone without being at a disadvantage. Now that the golden puppets are here, he will definitely lose. It's all that lunatic's fault. She actually used that crazy method to seriously injure me, and it also caused soul shackles to backfire, greatly weakening the power of the soul territory. Otherwise, it's hard to say who will win or lose. Having said that, this Asmodeus royal family woman's strength is so terrifying, and she can even control 4 superb golden puppets at the same time. I'm afraid there's only one person in the entire Shadow Empire and even the entire Demon Realm. She's recognized by the entire Demon Realm as the most beautiful, the smartest, and the most powerful woman at the same time. Perhaps only the recognized number 1 powerhouse, the Great Emperor, can be slightly better than her. If it's really her, Manu shuddered and suddenly wanted to retreat. However, it wasn't easy to leave the territory, especially this kind of strange territory that could assimilate magic elements. Manu couldn't care less about the loss of his vitality. While releasing magic to entangle the 2 golden puppets, he activated the Eye of Incubus. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blue blood. Then he used the blood in the air to quickly draw strange runes in the air with one hand. Each rune spat out a mouthful of blood, and a strange space gate appeared. Manu was about to drill in, but Christina, who was fighting with Jacob, had already noticed this move. She forced Jacob to retreat and punched in the air. Although Manu's strength wasn't strong to her, his unique territory could restrain the war puppets. Besides, he could also cast this kind of secret technique in the Dark Phoenix territory. For the Asmodeus royal family, he was a great threat. He must be eliminated quickly. The wind and clouds surged, and the flames between heaven and earth rolled toward Manu, scaring him out of his wits. His figure flashed and disappeared into the door. The moment he entered the door, his body seemed to tremble. Then, a large amount of flames had already surged in. After a while, Manu's scream and the space gate disappeared together. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Manu ran away unscrupulously, and the pressure on Asgalar and Jacob suddenly increased. Asgalar was surrounded by 4 golden puppets. The devour talent of the Gluttony royal family was useless against the war puppets that had no vitality. Moreover, the Earth Mastery was greatly suppressed by this territory. They were in danger for a while. Jacob was a crystal dragon, so the Dark Phoenix territory, as element assimilation, had no effect on him. However, what made him, who had always been confident, was that this woman could suppress him in terms of strength alone. If Manu was still here, he could continue to maintain the spirit territory that restricted the puppets. Then, there was still a possibility of winning when it was 3 against 1. But now that Manu had escaped, it was only a matter of time before they failed. This must not continue. When he thought of something, Jacob let out a long roar, and his talent dragon demeanor was released. His entire body began to change instantly, and he revealed his original body. It was a giant dragon of about 10 meters with wings on its back. Its whole body was crystal clear, like a transparent handicraft. The crystal dragon's scales shook, and countless crystal pillars appeared in the Dark Phoenix territory. Looking from afar, it seemed that the black flames connecting the sky and the earth were the pillars. It was his crystal territory. This kind of crystal pillar seemed to have the strange power of space and refraction. The black flames were refracted when they touched the crystal pillar, causing a gap to appear in the territory that originally covered the entire world. Asgalar, who was pressured by the golden puppets to the point of suffocation, was also thinking quickly. Although he hadn't used the territory yet, the difference in strength between the 2 sides was obvious. Even if he tried his best, he wouldn't be the opponent of this terrifying woman. Today's battle was a complete defeat. The Crystal Valley was finished. Sabrina and Isola were finished. Perhaps he couldn't even covet the god-eating mask anymore. However, in any case, saving his life was the most important thing. Otherwise, everything would be worthless. With that thought in mind, Asgalar didn't hesitate at all. When the flame territory was about to close again, he took the heavy blow from a few golden puppets and flew out at full speed. Finally, he escaped from the territory at the critical moment. He didn't dare to stay. After a few ups and downs, he had lost his location. The situation of the crystal dragon wasn't good. Although he was stronger after transforming into his original form, he still couldn't block Christina's heavy blow. The cracks that were severely injured by Paglio back then began to expand again. Jacob screamed in pain. What made him feel worse was that Asgalar actually escaped too. He became the last person, so he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Although his crystal territory was known to break all magic elements, this territory wasn't supported by the power of elements. Besides, those golden puppets would soon surround him, so he must not continue fighting. However, the crystal dragon still had one thought, which was Chun Rue. This guy has the artifact of the Beelzebub royal family. It seems like the demon shield is also in his hands. More importantly, he has the fountain of resurrection and the slate of ancient runes. When the crystal pillar refracted the flames just now, I've already discovered the existence of that guy. It seems like he's still alive. Why not? The crystal dragon continuously breathed dragon breath at Christina. This kind of dragon breath was transparent and contained the power of crystallization and destruction. If one was touched by it, it would solidify into a crystal and explode. Even Christina didn't dare to take it head-on. While the opponent was dodging, the crystal dragon spread his wings and swept toward where Chenrue was at full speed. He wanted to grab Chenrue and escape. Christina's eyes turned cold when she noticed his intentions. Her domain power surged, and the power of the flames coalesced. Her body suddenly turned into a huge black phoenix, while the golden puppet turned into 4 streaks of golden light that circled around its body. It caught up to the crystal dragon in the air, even though it moved later. As the black flames flickered, the crystal dragon only felt that the opponent's combat power doubled. During the entanglement, 2 of the 3 long horns on his head were broken, and a large area of cracks appeared on his wings. Transparent scales and broken skin kept falling, and the crystal pillars on the ground cracked and shattered. He didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Before the crystal pillars collapsed, he flapped his wings with all his might and rushed out of the Black Phoenix territory, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. As the crystal dragon escaped, the flames in the sky converged into the body of the Black Phoenix. The phoenix slowly descended, and it gradually shrank on the way down. When it landed on the ground, it had already returned to its human form. Behind the veil, the pair of star-like eyes fell on the human lying on the ground. Chenrue had been protected and hidden in the territory by the special power of her black flames. The vibrant flames faintly resonated with the nirvana power in his body. Although he couldn't be saved, he could barely hang on to half his life, so he was still not dead. He was also in the territory, so he naturally saw the battle clearly. He saw the scene of Christina, who he thought would lose, fighting 1 against 3, but in the end, heavily injuring the 3 and winning completely fell into his eyes. With this kind of strength, even Paglio might not be a match for her when he was at his peak. As expected of now, Chenrue's state of flame dragon possession had long disappeared. The injuries of his body and shattered heart left him with only the strength to smile bitterly. So, he smiled bitterly and looked at Christina. No, her name should be Kathleen. Catherine Asmodeus. If he couldn't see that, he wouldn't be called Chenrue.